about that, Councillor.
That's all right.
And I understand Councillor Perks.
But my staff are just going to check to make sure that they didn't send the wrong email, and they'll bring paper copies.
I apologize if we missed it. I didn't think, but so if we get it, then we'll prepare it and.
We'll move both onto the agenda.
Yeah.
I only have one, but.
But you can do that at any time, even if I don't have it ready.
They're emailing it
Yeah.
again right now, so you have
Okay,
them both.
okay, great, okay,
We'll
thanks.
make
Sorry,
sure they're
gentlemen.
circulated.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Great.
Have our live feed, we're good. My name is Councillor James Pastang. I'm the Chair of General Government Management Committee. Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I'd like to now call meeting 3 to order. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the committee room. At City Hall today, the public may continue to participate electronically via video conference and can watch this meeting live at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Clerk staff have connected registered speakers to the meeting by video conference, and the list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the General Government Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. I should point out there's 2 walk-on items, and you should be checking your systems to view those as we adopt them. Clerk's IT staff will be available for members in the committee room 1 and remotely if you need help with your devices. Members, when voting on an item or motion, I ask you keep your video on and raise your hand to indicate your vote. I think we have everyone here in person. Members, I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ggc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I do not see any. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to run through the agenda. If you would like to hold any items. Yes, I do need a motion to adopt the minutes from the meeting of March the 3rd, 2023. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Mr. Chair, can I just tell you that I was watching, and we're not on the channel 98, 99 right at the moment. Maybe the clerk needs to know that, because I was waiting to see it and then it wasn't on.
I'm getting.
Do you want to just check it again? The word is that it...
Well, on my TV, so I'll check it again.
Yeah.
But certainly
Okay.
wasn't at 22. Thank you.
All right, thanks for letting us know. Item 3.1, amendments to blanket contract with Toronto Drydock for a dry docking ship repair services and or on-site ship repair services. Anyone like to hold that item? Councillor Cheng? (3.2) Amendment to contract with Super Save toilet rentals for the portable toilets for Parks, Forestry and Recreation Division.
Hold for questions.
It's not Jeopardy. Item 3, amendment to blanket contracts with Acklands-Grainger Incorporated to various industrial supplies, equipment, and services. Councillor Cheng, you'd like to move the recommendations? You're kidding, right? All right, the item is held by Councillor Cheng. Item number 4, amendments to purchase order with Morrison Hershfield Limited for professional services for the replacement of Glen Road pedestrian bridge and tunnel. Are you sure? Item 3.5, amendments to purchase order with Green Infrastructure Partners Incorporated for construction services for the basement flooding protection program Phase 4, Enhanced Road Rehabilitation on Heathrow Drive and Calvington Drive. I would be happy to move the recommendations because, thank you very much, Councillor Chang, because we are so excited that these roads are going to be repaired and repaved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 6, award a request for tender, Ariba document to Bennett Mechanical Installations for Asperger's Bay Treatment Plant, D-Building Phase 2 upgrades. Item number 7, award of negotiated request for proposal of Ariba document to various suppliers for provision of arboricultural services at various City of Toronto locations.
I'd like to hold that, please.
Councillor Mallow?
Yes, please. I just gave Lily, I wanted to give Lily a break. I love trees.
I am the Lorax.
Item number 8, award of Ariba contract, Dependable truck and tank for non-exclusive supply and delivery up to 30 rescue pumper fire trucks for Toronto Fire Services. Staff recommendations moved by Councillor Holliday. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I guess Chief Peg can. You're good to go. Thank you very much. 3.9, emergency non-competitive contract with Grasscan Deputy Vice Chair Holliday is holding 3.9. Uh, 3.10, 800 Lansdowne Avenue, Suite 101, designation of a portion of the property used by the South Asian Women's Center as a municipal capital facility. It's a tax exemption issue.
I'd like to move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Recommendations moved by Councillor Bravo. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 11, largest property tax debtors and tax arrears greater than 500,000.
Hold.
Yeah. Held by Councillor Perks. I'm assuming no committee members are on that list because there was no declaration conflict on that one. Item 13, long-term industrial lease at 245 Bartley Drive for Toronto Transit Commission's Automated Train Control Project and Signals Group. I do apologize. Number 12, amendment to retainer agreement purchase order with Osler, Hoskin, Harcourt, LLP for legal services related to pension and benefit issues. Anyone want to hold it? I'd be happy to move the staff recommendations. Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now back to 13, long-term industrial lease at 245 Bartley Drive for Toronto Transit Commission Automatic Train Control Project and Signals Group. Yes, Vice Chair Holliday is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 14, portion of 205 Wilmington Avenue, license extension agreement with Beth, Emeth, Bais, Yehuda Synagogue. I'd be happy to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 15, nominal lease agreement with, and my French is not that great, Conseil Scolaire Villemont for non-exclusive use of Felsted Park.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
You know what? I will hold it as. I will hold it as we do have a deputant. Number 16, report back on facilities management services. Held by Councillor Perks. Where's our basement flooding team?
Thank you.
Thank you for that rescue mission. Item 17, request for authority to create a centralized login platform. Moved by Vice Chair Holliday. Item 17, request for authority to create a centralized login platform. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 18, Customer Experience Division Annual Report. Held by Councillor Cheng. 19, update on additional costs associated with the extraction of micro-tunneling boring machine. The rescue mission. We're good to move it? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, we do have two items to add to the agenda. Yeah, 20 is held, sorry, 20 is held down for speakers. So I'll hold it in my name. Okay, so there's two walk-on items. Did you get that sorted out?
So I'd like to move to introduce two items, GG 3.21, which is a request for review of engineering services capital delivery models, and item 3.22, review and recommendations on underground locates.
Okay, so this vote is just to add it to the agenda on 3.21. I trust it's been circulated.
We will circulate them once we introduce them.
Okay.
21 was posted online, but 22 just got to them. We'll push it.
Okay, so 21 has been circulated. 22, it will be shortly. So this vote is just to add it to the agenda. 3.21, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 3.22, which will be circulated shortly. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so let's move to the top of the agenda, 3.1, blanket contract with Toronto Drydock Limited for dry docking ship repair services and or on-site ship repair services. Councillor Cheng, you held the item down. Questions for staff? Okay. Okay, no, we will come to you. Councillor Cheng, since you held the item down, why don't you start, and then we'll go to Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. Will the lifespan of the William Inglis ferry be after it is fixed?
Through the speaker, I'm going to ask James Dan, who is our manager of the ferry services, to respond.
Good morning. The lifespan at this point is, it will be carrying on basically indefinitely. Hi, over here.
Where's the point?
It's been operational since the 30s, and it's still going. So it's going indefinitely at this point.
Okay, so after this investment of $2 more million, that it will operate indefinitely. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, go ahead. I was just going to say through the speaker, so the plan right now is that we're going to replace 2 ferries, likely in a few years. I don't want to confirm the absolute date, but likely 2026 for them to be completed. And 2 of our existing ferries will stay in operation. I'll just say the focus on the dry docking is it's required under Transport Canada regulations every 5 years to recertify these vessels, and that's every single vessel that we have goes through that process. So once we move to the new ferries, we'll certainly be decommissioning the ones that through our own assessment and through the dry docking assessments would require extensive repairs in the future.
So do you foresee that the William Inglis will one day retire in the not so distant future?
Yes, as our GM just mentioned, it would be part of a vessel review. So it would be a ferry fleet review depending on which vessel we deem to be the best one to be replacing. There are 2 new vessels that are slated to come on board, and this may be one of the ones that gets brought out. It is not actually $2 million that's being spent on this vessel. It's an addition to the contract as a whole.
Right.
Each vessel is required to go into dry dock once every 5 years. And so it's the cost of the overall contract where the price of steel and wood has gone up incrementally since 2018 when the last contract was awarded. All of the boats are costing more when they're going into dry dock.
So I guess, I'm sure that there's been a cost-benefit analysis done of when we will retire this ship versus how long we're going to maintain it. And just concerned when there's new costs coming, at what point do we say, William Inglis, thank you for your service. What is the average cost of a new ferry?
So through the speaker, I couldn't say right now because we will be in an RFP process for it. We have budgeted $25 million at this point as a placeholder around the costing for it.
For one ferry or for multiple ferries?
For one ferry, and there's also, with these ferries, we've also moved to an electrification model, so there will also be additional costs around refurbishing the docks so that they have charging mechanisms in place.
So when there's an increase, how much of this is coming from this budget, 2023, versus how much is being pulled out of the capital plan for 2024 to 2032?
Through the speaker, so just to clarify, so the cost for this dry docking?
Yes, so I see here the increase is $2 million, and it's included in the 2023 council-approved capital budget and the 2024 to 2032 capital plan for parks.
So through the speaker, the cost would be this year in 2023, and we would be managing, within the resources that we have to accommodate these costs, and there would be additional dry docking, as James has mentioned, every 5 years for other vessels that is identified within our capital plan.
Okay. So just to clarify, the $2 million is all coming from 2023? None of it is coming from the future budget for 2024 to 2032?
That's correct.
Okay, because that's not what it says in the briefing notes, so just wanted to.
For this one?
Just this vessel. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think there was a little lack of clarity there
Yeah.
on just interpreting your question, but
Sure.
there is money coming out this year for this vessel.
The $2 million? Like how much of the, I'm just trying to see, we wrestled through this budget and then we have surprise costs. There's many coming up. And so in all of these financial impacts, it says it's coming from this year's budget and the next 10-year budget. So I'm just trying to understand what percentage of these costs are coming from which pocket. It's the same pocket, but which pool?
We have costs coming through every year.
Right.
And so we have additional costs coming through this year, not to the amount of $2 million. And then for future years, we're hoping to add on to the existing contract by an additional $2 million to service the future vessels. So each year, we have to put one of our 5 vessels into dry docking.
Right.
Councillor Cheng, we have the CFO here if it's budgetary
Oh,
issues, if you'd like to direct questions to that. But
Okay.
I started your clock a little late. You've really got one question left.
okay. I'm just trying to understand, and this is a learning. I'm not trying to catch anyone from doing something, but I think it's important to learn where the life of William Inglis, which budget it's pulling from. So maybe I'll direct it to our CFO. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor, what ends up happening is there is a current year operating and capital budget, but if you recall, there's also a 10-year capital plan. And so I think the cost that the team is reflecting is that it is in the 10-year capital plan. In the out years, we do have allocations, and the allocations are, in some instances, amounts that are pooled in the sense of repairs, but then there are very specific projects. So I think what the team is trying to share with you is that it is captured in the 10-year capital plan, but the focus is what is in this year's current budget. There are items in the capital plan that we've planned for, we have funding sources for. This is not one of those items that is unexpected and as an unfunded item going forward. I hope that's helpful.
And if I can just add through the chair, thanks Heather, is that the future year pieces, so this is a blanket contract with one supplier. So the approach we're taking is we're doing the amendment once. We're anticipating that in future years, based on what we're experiencing this year, there will be additional costs. So while we're amending the contract for this particular dry docking, we are amending the contract to what we anticipate to be additional costs in future dry docking as well, based on the cost of supplies, basically wood and iron and steel that we're experiencing escalations in right now.
Okay, that pretty well wraps
Right,
it up.
thank you,
Thank you,
thank
Councillor
you.
Cheng. Now, Councillor Fletcher, did you have questions on this item? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This current supplier is Toronto Drydock Limited, and where are they located?
They're in Toronto. They're down off of Polson.
They're on Polson?
Yep.
And are there other suppliers that the city has used in the past?
There are.
Who are they?
They're the most proximate supplier.
Who are they?
Heddle Marine out of Hamilton.
What is it called?
Heddle.
Heddle? Heddle Marine in Hamilton, okay. And, thank you. Any others?
Those are the 2 in the last decade, Councillor.
There's just 2. So on this contract for Toronto Drydock, this was a contract in 2018. It was a bid award that was for net $2,972,000 and change, correct?
Correct.
So now this is an additional, almost double. It's almost a change order that you're asking for here, for an additional $2 million on a change order. Is that typical? I'll ask the purchasing. Whoever's here. Sorry, have my back to you. Mr. Chair.
Is someone from procurement here to answer? Yeah, Councillor Fletcher, would you like to repeat the question? But
Yeah, I'd like you to stop my time while
yeah.
all goes on. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
So if I can just start, Councillor Fletcher, and then I'll turn it over to Genevieve from procurement. So this was a bid award, and this is an amendment to that bid award. You're correct.
Correct. So it's a change order for a bid award, upwards of double the original bid. I'm just asking procurement about that.
Could we? Okay, so let's get a response to that. You're asking us to double the contract, so let's get clarity on why that's happening.
Through the chair, I would say, honestly, this is more of a technical question, so I would actually put it back to the division.
I'm just asking policy-wise, at what point is a change order, how do you approach change orders in your, overall from procurement?
Overall from procurement, what we would do is, with the division, we review the best value for what the change order is. Technically, there is no limit. It is truly an authority question, and which is why we're sitting here today to review it. There is no limit on a change order.
There's no limit on a change order. Okay, thank you. That helps. And there's only one bidder in 2018, and that was Toronto Drydock, correct?
Through the speaker, it's a very limited market.
There's two bidders. And when's the last time that Heddle Marine, have they bid before?
Yes, they have. Within the past decade, they serviced 2 of our vessels in the 10 to 12 years ago, Councillor.
So 10 to 12 years ago. And, but they haven't bid since then.
To the best of my knowledge, no, they have not.
So we're just basically have a sole source contract situation for ferries.
Do you want to?
Through the speaker, I'd have to look up the details of all the bidders and when it went out, but I mean, it was done through the appropriate procurement.
No, I understand it's done properly, but do you have any idea why they've dropped out of the bidding?
I don't. I can look into that and certainly provide you some additional information.
Yes, I think, would that not be, once you get in a standard, what sole source, only person who's delivering, and there's two, it would be interesting to know why there's only one that's bidding at the moment, so. I just confirm that with purchasing, that in general, we always like to have more than one bidder, correct? If we can. Not that there's anything wrong with the bid, it was all above board, but there's only one bidder. And has been for a while.
Yeah, through the chair. So this was competitively bid again in 2018. There's
Yes.
a number of reasons for why there is only one bidder or more. Again, in accordance with the bylaw, we don't technically require multiple bids as long as it is competitively
Understand.
issued. We often do a single bid analysis when we do only receive one bid, so I could go back to see why we did receive only one bid in 2018.
Could you just give me the bid history on the ferries from procurement? Could I get a copy of that, please? Doesn't have to be now, but
Just as an undertaking, okay.
Okay?
So maybe we can take the rest of this offline, and if you
for the
want
last
to.
15 years. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much. Can staff just share with us what the timelines are for the new ferries?
So through the speaker, they're in design right now. They've not gone out to RFP. We're hoping that they'll be finished by approximately 2026. But we have to report back on those processes and the results of the procurement process as well, when we can actually define the dates.
And how soon are you anticipating that we can go to the next step?
Through the speaker, I would have to take that offline and get back to you and speak with our folks that are working on the procurement. Apologies.
But they are well in progress?
Well underway. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, if anything, I can add through the speaker to the councillor that, you know, we have gone back and updated the design based on the electrification piece that was added I think about 18 months ago. So they're now reassessing the designs, redesigning both the ferries and the ferry docks, as I've mentioned, so that they're capable of have charging capacities.
Thank you very much. And we've been in close touch about the progress, but I think it's important for the rest of the committee to know. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Any other questions for staff on the item? Any speakers? Would someone like, Councillor Cheng, would you like to move the staff recommendations? Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 2, blanket contract with Super Safe toilet rentals for portable toilets for parks, forestry, and recreation. Vice Chair Holliday, you held the item down. Questions for staff?
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Are any of these toilets or the toilet products or services being used to serve encampments?
So through the speaker, these toilets are really meant to provide additional washroom facilities in parks throughout the city where we have high usage and not enough washrooms. So they are not specifically procured for encampments. They are in parks that are high usage and have an overflow of individuals using the accessible toilets.
So the toilets that have been deployed or would be deployed for encampments, I know they were in the past, where were they supplied from?
Nature's Call had a contract. Is that, sorry?
Sorry, by which city department?
The encampment toilets were through. Who does? Through the chair, I'm just getting some information.
Councillor Holliday, we're here to,
I just want to get clarity because I didn't hear a yes or a no on the answer.
all right, but it's really tangential to what's before us.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to determine if Parks, Forestry, and Recreation supply toilets to the
Yeah, so
encampments.
through the speaker, there is two separate procurements. There was a procurement for encampment toilets, which was awarded to Nature's Call. We had overview of that process as well, working with the EOC around where those specific facilities were allocated, which still comes through that sort of larger encampment steering group. This piece itself is very specific to our own needs in parks throughout the city, largely in the winter, to offset the sort of overflow of very, very busy parks.
Understood. So are they for encampments or not for encampments?
They're not specifically for encampments, no.
Specifically. Could
The
some of
only
them be
reason I'm
used?
saying that, I'm not trying to play with words, but, you know, the facilities are open for anyone to use, not specific on, you know, whether they happen to be in an encampment, you know, near where that park is, but they are public washrooms, but they're not being dispersed and allocated specifically to serve encampments.
There's the answer. Yeah, so none of them are being deployed specifically for encampments. I understand that correctly.
Not on this.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Cheng.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, it said that there was data on increased usage that resulted in this decision. I was wondering, is that data accessible somewhere?
Councillor, I can find that information for you if we take it offline for sure.
Sure. So these toilets were deployed because of COVID, right? Restaurants were closed, people had no options. Now restaurants are open, people can find other places with a little bit of effort. I'm just wondering now, if we're extending this for 2 more years, is there a long-term toilet plan? Because is this just, if we think that people are just using them because now that's just part of the landscape of these parks, do we have a plan that we will indefinitely use porta potties across all our parks? Or in the next 2 years, are we coming up with another plan to replace these with maybe those $1.5 million self-cleaning toilets that I think?
No, it's a great question. Thank you. And through the speaker. So even before pre-COVID, we have always used portable toilets in parks seasonally in the summer, spring, summer, fall, because of the increased use and in some cases the lack of available facilities. So it's been an ongoing process. What happened, just, you know, from the narrative, through COVID, we obviously increased those facilities. And why you're seeing this blanket cost increase is because during COVID, we used more than we had traditionally used, which you've already identified, but we also had additional cleaning requirements. There were basin requirements and a whole number of additional requirements that actually increase the cost of the contract. So I think to answer your question, we continue this service where it's needed. And you are correct, as COVID is retiring, so to speak, not fully, and all of the restaurants are open and those public facilities and access to those facilities are open, we adjust where these are allocated every year based on where the biggest need is.
So how many toilets is it?
You know what, I don't have a specific number. It actually changes, you know, based on the needs that we have. I can give you an approximate estimate.
Okay. So then you can't tell me what's the average cost per porta potty then? Per year?
No, not per year, no.
Or per month?
Per month, it's about, it's $200. It's $200.
So it's approximately $200 per month per portalet.
And that includes the cleaning as well as the rental and
Correct.
everything. 200, 1 million divided by 12 divided by 200. I'm sorry? 9,000 months.
So, Councillor, if you're, I can, in follow-up, if you're interested, I can give you a bit of a sort of chart around where all these toilets are allocated and where they sort of sit. It's a fairly large park system. There's a lot of locations that we use them at.
Okay. I'm just wondering, it sounds like the future of Toronto is porta potties everywhere in some measure.
So through the speaker, these are portable and they are cost effective on a seasonal perspective. I mean, the cost of actually building washrooms in some of those priority locations is something that has also been asked of us through various council requests, and we will be reporting on what the actual costs of building additional washrooms are, if it's sort of a cost consideration that council wants to pursue.
And does that mean that, you know, for example, I have 2 parks in my neighborhood that have splash pads and there are no bathrooms, and families are always saying, we really need bathrooms. Does that mean that we can request porta potties through the Parks Department?
We're always happy to look at additional requests around where those porta potties should be.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will move the recommendation if there aren't any other questions.
Okay, let's just see. Any other questions for staff on the item? No, rather than waiting 15 years for a capital item to get your new washrooms, you can make a phone call and get them in quicker. Councillor, any speakers on the item? Councillor Cheng has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'm going to move a motion
I don't have it ready yet. Just
soon.
1 minute. Yeah.
And just a heads up to cut off deputants at 10:45. Normally we do it at 10:30, but in light of the fact that it's after 10 now, we'll do it at 10:45. Item 3. A blanket contract with Acklands-Grainger Incorporated for various industrial supplies, equipment, and services. Councillor Cheng, you held the item down.
In the report, it says that there were increased operational needs. Can I just understand more about what those increased operational needs were?
Good morning,
sure, Councillor, and Matt Keller here from Solid Waste. Sorry, apologies, I can't be in chambers this morning. I've got 2 sick kids and a sick wife, so I'm very glad that we have the ability to dial in here. So the increased requirements within the division on mechanical and these types of equipments was driven by an assessment that was done by the division on our equipment and mechanical needs in 2001. The original contract that was put to market, it was a citywide contract that Solid Waste was part of. I believe it was close to a $12 million contract citywide. Solid Waste was approximately $300,000 of that need in the 1-year contract. And based on our assessment and state of good repair and ensuring that our operation is ready and able to deal with anything that comes at it, we needed additional funding within the purchase order envelope. We do have all the budget in our capital accounts for this over the next couple of years.
So this increase was expected? Is that what you're saying?
So, Councillor, the original contract, the blanket contract citywide, was for 1 year, and there were 3 or 4 subsequent 1-year extensions to that. So when we were part of this contract, we estimated approximately $300,000 of need in the first year and a half. We subsequently did a complete review of all of the equipment that would be required under this contract. And with there being a number of years left in the extensions, that's why we're looking for additional funding rather than putting out an additional request for proposal or a non-competitive procurement through the authorities that I have as a division head.
And so this is coming primarily from the 2024 to 2025 operating budget, or it's coming from the 2023 to 2032 capital budget, or a combination of both?
So, Councillor, these costs will mainly be within our capital program, as they are capital items. We're looking at compressors and pumps and different pieces of machinery that keep our transfer stations and our our yards operational, so they're considered capital. We have them in our capital budget right now. We have the funding and our stated good repair within solid waste over the 10-year period that you referenced. We have zero backlog, so we are well funded to cover these costs to ensure that our service delivery is not impaired.
It's wonderful to hear that you have zero backlog. That's beautiful news. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff? I do not see any. Any speakers? No speakers. Councillor Cheng, did you want to move the staff recommendations?
I will move the staff recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Cheng. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 3.4, purchase order with Morrison Hershfield Limited for professional services for replacement of Glen Road pedestrian bridge and tunnel. Councillor Cheng, just before questions for staff, I do have that motion to allow deputants to 10:45. All those in favor? Recorded vote. Yeah, actually, we're doing it later than we normally do. Usually 10:30 is the cutoff. Okay, let's do a recorded vote. 22, 23. All those in favor? Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Holliday. Opposed? Councillor Perks, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Cheng, and Councillor Bravo. Councillor Cheng, item 3.4, Hershfield Limited for professional services for replacement of Glen Road pedestrian bridge and tunnel. Questions for staff?
Thank you. So it says that there were many delays, and I'm just wondering, was there a progress report that was published that captured ongoing inspections so that the delays could be better explained?
Through the chair, we do not have a public report on the inspection, but some of the delays that attributed to this project was a result of permit that we were trying to obtain from TRCA, and some of the unexpected underground infrastructure that we had found, and unexpected obstructions as well, and some of the other external factors that were not in our control.
And it says that there's an investigation about whose fault the delays are?
Yes, through the chair, this is normal course of action at the end of the contract, and during the contract there is a liability assessment that takes place to determine whether or not all the terms and conditions of the contract were adhered to, and if there was something that could be done by the contractor or consultant to mitigate any unforeseen issues, or that if they were to anticipate any issues that they should have anticipated.
And so who is doing that investigation?
Through the chair, this is done in consultation with our consultant who is on assignment, as well as through our staff and legal as necessary.
So who is the lead on the investigation?
Through the chair, the initial step would be completed by the consultant, and that will be presented to our staff, and we would then consult with legal.
And is it common practice that site inspectors are within the contracted organization, that it's not a third party?
Through the chair, for this type of construction where we have the construction administration, contract administration process, we do have the inspectors through the contract consultants.
I'm just concerned that if our site inspectors are working for the contractor, it's not the level of objective oversight that we would hope for such a big project.
Through the chair, just wanted to clarify, we do have our inspectors out on site to provide the oversight.
And are they there every day, or how often are they on site?
Through the chair, depending on the type of project, typically they're on site every day, full-time.
And do they capture photos every day? Is there data that is collected, a standard of data that is collected?
Through the chair, yes, there is a process in place where they have to document the site conditions, progress, as well as take photos.
So given that there is this level of oversight, how did these delays happen?
Through the chair, the inspection is one piece. That's for active construction. And in terms of the delays, so sometimes what happens is when you're on a site, a project is delayed because of external factors or circumstances that cannot be anticipated, and it defers the construction schedule. So the inspectors are not necessarily inspecting those specific pieces until the work is underway.
So when we were waiting for permits from the TRCA, did everything stop?
Through the chair, certain components of the work could not commence until we had the appropriate permits from the TRCA.
So when that happens, are people still being paid even though work is not happening?
So through the chair, those are the pieces that needs to be assessed and the liability needs to be dealt with.
Great. I would like to receive updates as this investigation continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Maybe you want to take some of this offline, or maybe a briefing from staff. Any other questions for staff on the item? Speakers? Who would like to move the recommendations? Councillor Bravo.
Yes.
Recommendations moved on 3.4. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item is 3.6, tender Ariba document, Bennett Mechanical Installations, Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant, D-Building Phase 2 Upgrades Project. Councillor Cheng, you held the item down.
I did. So thank you through the chair. We chose the lowest bid, and we know sometimes that the lowest bid then suddenly can result in increased charges. So I'm just wondering, were there any other additional reasons this bid was chosen other than it was the lowest? Have we worked with them before?
Through the chair, we have worked with these this company before.
And so, given that they were the lowest bid, what checks and balances do we have in place to ensure that there aren't sudden increases? Because some contractors will underbid earlier and then report for increases later on because they knew they underbid. So just wondering what pieces in our contract would protect us from that.
Yeah, through the chair, there is an extensive bid assessment that's undertaken prior to the award. So we look at the low bid and we look at the high bid and we establish and then we assess the outcome and to determine whether or not there's a risk to the city.
And for such a huge project, it is $78 million. Is there a dashboard of progress that will be provided by the contractor so that we can see the progress as it happens, rather, because sometimes I feel like we enter into these huge contracts and they disappear from our purview. And at this amount, it would be great to be able to keep track of what's happening.
So through the chair, we could certainly provide you a periodic update, Councillor, but we do not publish those updates.
Okay, because I I think it would be helpful just to see even, how many people are on site every day to make sure there is timely progress. Is that something that somebody is hired to do, to oversee and make sure that we're getting every dollar that we're paying for?
Yes, through the chair, we do have the consultant on site as well as our staff. We're providing that oversight to make sure that we are, all the conditions and terms and conditions are adhered to through the contract.
Great. I would love to see this all digitized one day, where when we have, $78 million contracts, that there are digital dashboards that we can check in on and just see where they're at, so that these things don't fall out of sight and then only come back into our purview when a problem arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff? I just have one. Did I hear earlier that Bennett Mechanical was the lowest bidder for this, and they did receive the contract on that basis?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
Plus, they were qualified, I assume.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
So, does this amendment make them no longer the lowest bidder?
No, they are, sorry, they are the lowest bidder. This is not an amendment, it's an award.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cheng, did you want to move the staff recommendations?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Okay, staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 3.7, proposal Ariba document, various suppliers for the provision of arboricultural services at various City of Toronto locations. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. Questions for staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To staff, the City Council approved our motion to request that you report on the feasibility of contracting in these services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's the progress of that report?
Sorry?
How is the progress coming along on that report?
So through the speaker, we were actually directed on this a few times, once through the audit and then just through the last City Council meeting as well. The direction includes some other services outside of PF&R. Mm-hmm. The work is well underway, and we are planning to report out on that in Q4 of this year, in the fall.
Thank you. So this request, if I read it correctly, it doesn't prejudice what direction we will take once we get the report back. I understand it being at the very least a stopgap between now and then to ensure that the services continue with the contract in place.
So through the speaker, you're correct, Councillor. These, as you know, these services, the arboricultural contracts are essential services around, the city's tree maintenance and a number of other sort of duties assigned to these contracts. If in fact Council does direct us on contracting in and some of the work around contracting in, there would be a fairly lengthy runway and transition plan around that. So at a very minimum, we need to have these contracts in place while that reporting takes place and while Council has that discussion around what the options are moving forward. As noted, these contracts are in the report, they're 2.5 plus 1 plus 1. We are theoretically locked in for the first 2.5 years, but the +1 does give us some options around what the future, options around service delivery would be, which would align with when the report comes back to Council.
Okay, so there's that flexibility to change course if we choose to and we prefer to. As you know well, the Auditor General reported on significant issues with accountability when it came to some of these contractors. Can you describe in general, and perhaps just pick out of your report on, sort of some of the improvements that you've made at this point to ensure that there's better accountability and that we can ensure that services are provided and that we know that they're where they say they are, et cetera?
Absolutely. So through the Speaker, to Councillor Matlow, we have been working with the Auditor General on implementing all of her recommendations. The additional oversight that has been built into and continues to gain with each new contract procurement that we do, where we can include more. So we now have, as an example, additional GPS requirements, live access to contractors' GPS. We have unannounced visits that are going on in the field. We have additional random check of the daily work order management sheets that our forestry contractors are working with. And then I guess the ultimate step when we get to better oversight is when we actually move to the new Maximo Enterprise Work Management System, which will then digitize and give us the types of data that we can also share with contractors. I should also note that we have implemented monthly contract compliance meetings with all of these contractors, and also note that through working with category management and with our procurement folks, we've been able to offer a different set of work packages within the bid and have been able to attract 2 additional contractors outside of some of the contractors that were involved during the audit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Question for staff, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm curious about the process towards contracting in. Is there no internal capacity to do any of this work at this point? And is all of it done out of house right now?
So through the Speaker, the blend right now is 80% done through external contracts and 20% of the work is done in-house.
And what is the goal? Is it to go 100% in or 50-50?
So through the Speaker, those would be all of the considerations that we would look at when we report back in the fall, would be what some of the options are, what some of the appropriate mixes may be, and the transition time that it would take to move to a different service delivery model, and the cost implications for council to consider as well.
And what is the timeline for the digital management system to come online?
This year.
Great. So between these 4 contracts, how many people does that, is there a head count or a ballpark head count of how many people are being deployed across the $58 million?
5 people.
We would have to do the math. It's about 50 crews of 2 to 5 people in each crew. The crews may change based on the work that is being delivered, so that would be an approximate estimate, and these are crews that are employed by the contractors themselves.
So when they go out and do this work, they're wearing T-shirts that are with the name of the contractor, not City of Toronto T-shirts?
So through the Speaker, the trucks themselves have identification on them that say under contract with the City of Toronto, so it's identifiable that they're working on City of Toronto contracts. The uniforms themselves, they have to, ensure that they're wearing all the appropriate health and safety, high-vis and protections, helmets and the rest, which are quite extensive when it comes to forestry crews. But that's the only requirement on the actual uniforms. The designation on the trucks themselves is something that was actually recommended through the audit and is implemented through the contracts as well.
So when people see crews, do they think, oh, it's the City of Toronto, they're helping us remove this tree?
So the truck itself will say under contract to the City of Toronto.
And from a work culture perspective, do you think that these people who've been hired, that they feel like they are, in essence, working for the City of Toronto, even though they're under contract? Because there is a sense of ownership that we're hoping when people are doing work for us, that they feel like they are making Toronto better. Is that part of,
through the Speaker, I can't speak for, how they feel. I can't tell you the way the work is dispensed is, all of the contract crews begin in the yards, in our yards. The vehicles are in our yards. The work is assigned every day through our own forestry supervisors. So I think there's a blend, but the actual employee-employer relationships remain with the contractors.
Right, and then has there been a comparison with other jurisdictions such as Vancouver, Montreal, about the pricing that we're getting for this type of contract? Have we done a jurisdictional scan
So through the speaker, I'm actually going to ask Genevieve on procurement to talk to that, around how the bid process works. We did a market sounding, and I'm not entirely sure if that included cross-jurisdictional across the country. Quite often, some of the costing is very specific to the GTA, but I'll ask Genevieve to add to that answer.
Through the chair, yes, of course. As part of our strategic sourcing, we do the market analysis, and it is cross-jurisdictional across independent provinces and wherever we can find the information, honestly. So we try to get as much detail as we can to get the best value and figure out the best plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if staff could comment on the urgency of this report. Why is it here today, and what are the implications if we don't pass it?
So through the speaker, our existing contracts expire on June 30th, so there is some urgency in moving to these new contracts. If the reports aren't approved, we would have to go into extension agreements with the existing contractors to ensure that the service continues, because as I've noted, it's an essential service that we can't be without. So those would, be the options. I should note that these new contracts have negotiated different pricing and longer-term sort of, guarantees on some of those pricing items, as well as furthered the recommendations of the Auditor General. So they are better contracts insofar as applying the terms of the recommendations that we were asked to look at in future procurements.
The prospect of insourcing has been brought to the committee and to council, pardon me. Can you tell me a little bit about the ingredients that goes into supplying this service? So there's obviously labor, but what else goes into this?
So through the speaker, there's a number of considerations. Certainly, when you look at arboricultural services, you're looking at an extensive fleet requirement and some very specialized equipment and trucks, bucket trucks, and the rest of it. So in looking at, one of the things we'll need to look at when we look at insourcing, and this will certainly be part of the report, is what and how long it would take to procure and maintain an additional fleet. We have a small fleet right now, as I mentioned, that's delivering about 20% of these services. But to move to different models, we'd have to look at fleet. We'd have to look at the labor market. We would have to look at, other items around, where and what services may make more sense to contract in than others because of labor market or market factors. So those are the types of things that we would look at. And of course, we'd also look at the overall cost implications of any of those options.
So we couldn't make an about face and change policy on this. I take it, given the fleet and investment that's required, I mean, that's a significant amount of planning.
So, Speaker, that's correct, and Genevieve as well can comment. We've had these discussions that when we report in the fall, this is a direction that Council decides to pursue, we would, likely move to a multi-year implementation that would take some time. Given the labor pieces, the fleet requirements, and the other requirements around actually being able to house additional crews of our own.
How big is the labor market for arboricultural services? Is it specialized?
Through the speaker, it's a very specialized market, and I would say the demand certainly exceeds the supply.
Given what you know about the service and your experience with in-house services, do you have a pretty good understanding of what the bidders have submitted? And do you have a confidence that, although these companies make profits, the costs are reflective of the cost of the equipment, the cost of the operations, insurance, labor, all of those sorts of things?
So through the speaker, to Councillor Holyday, I can say that we have gone through a very comprehensive procurement process with PMMD, but as well with, as Genevieve has mentioned, with the category management folks. And I think we have done the best we can on the bids that you see in front of you around the pricing for these services.
Very quickly, the Auditor General had concerns for both the in-house and the outsourced services. Has this contract addressed the outsourced services concerns? And have you done corresponding addressing of the in-house services for the same concerns?
So through the speaker, the recommendations of the Auditor General applied to both the in-house and the contracted services. So the same level of oversight is provided to all of our in-house crews.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Cheng? Councillor Matlow? No? Councillor Cheng? Well, Cheng can go first, but did I see your name go up? No? Okay. Councillor Cheng, then Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. I think the word rookie is still used when I'm described as a city councillor, and so I really appreciate the patience of many, many staff as I ask questions entering the many multi-universes that make up our city of Toronto. And as I look out onto the landscape of our city and I see workers in different forms of, the snow clearance crews and then the tree removal crews, and so many of these people are contractors, but yet they are actually serving our city. And what concerns me is that there is a work culture piece that we're not addressing. Somehow, and when we hire so many people to do so much of the different heavy lifting pieces of our city, do these people see themselves as part of the city of Toronto, that they are contributing, that they are part of our neighborhoods, and pride of work would then be an extension of that identity. So in my opinion, that as we, this is a huge investment, $58 million, and for people to just simply show up at a job and do work, but not feel like, I am serving my city, I am serving the city of Toronto. I think that there is a value loss that happens. A value loss, not just financial and return on investment, but a value loss in terms of the experience of doing the work, of making our city a better place. So I think that whether or not we continue with such a large array of contractors or in-house, I think this work culture piece is something that we should explore in a further meeting because so many people, hundreds, maybe probably thousands, are working for us. But sadly, I'm not sure many of them feel like they are serving our city, that they're doing their part, and that we value them and that their contribution is important. So I'm hoping in future conversations we can discuss how we can celebrate the work of these contractors and see them as part of our city as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Matlow?
So speaking of the work culture, as Councillor Cheng just raised, this is what we've experienced and what the Auditor General reported to us 2 years ago. We didn't see the pride in serving Torontonians in the way that Councillor Cheng would expect and as Torontonians would expect. What we did see is a loss of productivity to Torontonians by the amount of roughly $2.6 million. What we saw is that there is a discrepancy when we looked at the GPS, and rather than actually serving Torontonians and doing the work that they were hired to do and perform on behalf of the City of Toronto, they weren't in their vehicles. They were hanging out at the mall. They were at a parking lot, at a coffee shop. So they were working sometimes even half the hours of a day that they should have been. We were getting ripped off. And that's not the expectation that any of us have for anyone who represents the City of Toronto and serves Torontonians. So the reason that I moved the motion at the Audit Committee along with at Council, I'm very grateful the Council supported this effort to look at the feasibility of contracting in, is twofold. Right now, we need to send a very strong signal to the companies who do have the privilege of these contracts that they can't take this for granted. It's not a slam dunk. It's not a sure thing that it's going to go on forever. and that they need to demonstrate that they're going to be accountable to Torontonians who pay these bills. But I also haven't seen, and the Astro Media contract is another example of this, where even when there is more managerial, as this contract is doing, more managerial oversight by the company itself, it still doesn't mean that the work's getting done. We've talked a lot about how the bins on our main streets are still busted and looking awful, and so they're not really, in my view, meeting the expectations of that agreement, in my view. So I think it's really important that we explore contracting in because I believe that will provide more accountability, better service, and rather than writing stern letters to contractors asking them to live up to the terms and never mind even the spirit of the contract, we'll have actually direct control over that management, working with our partners in our unions. Ultimately, I do recognize, and I want to acknowledge Ms. Romoff and her team for clearly understanding what the recommendations of the Auditor General were and acting on many of those recommendations in a really substantive way. What they're providing us today is a far better agreement than we had today, and that's why I understand we have to support it, because we don't want to stick with the old agreement. Moreover, even if our intentions will be to contract in, we can't pretend that that's going to happen overnight. Ms. Romoff has been very clear that that's just not realistic. So no matter what we want the reality to be, we have to live in the real world. And the reality is that it could take years even to go through that transition. And we still need that service done for Torontonians. We expect it to be done better. So I get that. That's reality, and we have to accept that honest and objective advice. But I also am convinced, based on the advice that I've received, that when we talk about years, we don't need to talk about a decade. We don't have to talk about many years. In fact, I'm convinced that we could get this done, contracting in and providing better service and more accountable service to Torontonians within this term of council, if we choose to. So I look forward to reading the report. I look forward to understanding the recommendations from staff, and I look forward to providing, I think the best way to create a great work culture and helping our workers feel as though they're really representing the City of Toronto is when they're actually representing the City of Toronto. And I look forward to that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mallow. Anyone else want to speak on this item? Yes, Vice Chair Holliday.
Thank you, Chair. I have the privilege and the joy of living in a very well-treed part of the city out in Etobicoke in the west end of the city. I know some other members of council here also enjoy that. It's not the same across the city. But I can say as a councillor, I hear from a lot of residents about their concerns over trees. Their concerns over city trees, their concerns over private trees, and trees that just kind of straddle that boundary. So this is an important service. There's no question about it. I'm also cognizant of when a windstorm blows through, or what do you call it, a derrico we had last year. And the trees got pressed against power lines, and there was lots of damage, lots of catch-up work still going on. But I think a little bit about some of the comments I heard today and this prospect of insourcing. My objective, and I think the expectation of taxpayers, is that the work is getting done as efficiently and as quickly as possible, as we know there is often a backlog in maintaining these trees. We're planting more. I think we'll be out on Earth Day planting some out in Etobicoke. But when you think about contracting in, you have to really think about, why is the service unique? What additional value or strategic importance is it to suddenly get in the business of doing something? I recall that many of these providers, well, let's start with the basics. Many trees are scattered across the city. Some are on public property, some are not. Some are on private property. These providers look after trees. They trim them, they cut them down, they bring medicine to them, they do all the things that need to be done, that specialist service. but it's on private land, it's on public land, and you know what, it goes beyond the borders of the 416, because many of these operators are working in the region. So what an ideal candidate to have service partners on, because not only is it not a unique service, just like the grass grows on both sides of the property line on my front lawn, so do the trees, but it's also something that can be measured. And you know, when a tree is served, you can get before and after photos, you can figure out the work that is required. We've got GPS systems to keep service providers accountable. And so I commend, once again, the work of the Auditor General, but I commend staff who have taken that to heart. They've brought us the reports because Audit Committee has been very diligent about keeping an eye on this. And we've seen the changes and we see the results. And I hope staff will keep up with that work and keeping everyone accountable, because sometimes there are really good candidates out there for services that we can partner with others on. And that leaves the public service to really specialize on those things that we need to do that are truly unique as a public service. And we can still deliver great services overall to the public and make them happy by getting the trees trimmed on time. So I'll be supporting this report, and I'm glad it's here today.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Anybody else want to speak on the item? Okay, Councillor Matlow, did you want to move the staff recommendations? I'll move staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for that. 3.9. Emergency contract with Grasscan Construction Limited, Torbridge Construction, to repair FG Gardner Expressway concrete bents from Cherry Street to Don Valley Parkway. Vice Chair Holliday, you have held the item down. Questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a large contract, and one of the things that I noted in it was that the consultant, I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I think, wants to ask questions.
Okay. I don't really differentiate between committee members and visiting councillors. There's no
Thank you, Chair.
Rule of order, but we'll get to you. Okay, absolutely.
I'll continue. So it's a big contract. The report notes that, you know, some of the issues were discovered back in June of 2022, and I wondered if staff could give me some explanation as to why it was emergency non-competitive procurement.
Through the chair, at the end of July 2022, we were advised that a significant portion of work was recommended to be completed within 6 months in order to maintain public safety and allow us to keep the Gardner open. Given the urgency and the importance of public safety, we moved to address the concerns as quickly as possible, and immediately went to the contractor that was in the vicinity, working in the vicinity, and based on their price, looked for a second price to ensure we could get best value for the city to complete the emergency repairs.
Who is the contractor working in the vicinity, and why did you go to them first? Why didn't you go and use a different process?
Well, Waterfront Toronto's contractor is Ellis Dawn, and we approached that company first given the urgency to complete the work as quickly as possible, because they were already occupying the area.
They were occupying the area, so was there a constructor issue with them?
We had to work, given that we went to a second contractor to get to better value for the city, we worked very closely with Waterfront Toronto and their contractor to establish separate work zones, so there was not a constructor issue in the area.
Do you think there could be better ways generally for us to consider non-competitive procurements? We seem to get a lot of them at the committee. Is there ways that we can do the process? Maybe it's an open-ended question. Maybe it's not fair to ask you on the spot today, but would you say that there's plenty of instances where there's emergency non-competitive work, and this committee sees some of them?
Yes, through the chair, what we're planning on doing is that we're planning on establishing a roster of qualified contractors who could help us do some of this emergency works as they come up. So we are looking at ways of mitigating that.
What's the process today then if we don't have a roster?
So through the chair, right now, what we're trying to do today is that we either go and proceed with the NCP, which is non-competitive procurement process, or that we go through the normal tender process, which typically takes longer in duration in order for the work to be underway.
Does a non-competitive procurement sometimes end up costing more?
Through the chair, we do our due diligence when we are issuing a non-competitive procurement process. In this particular case, what we did was that we compared the bids that we had received from the first contractor through Waterfront Toronto, as well as the second contractor. And also, we looked at the previously bid pricing and rates so that we could make sure that what we have received are reasonable and that it is competitive.
So in this case, we're not buying pencils, right? We're not buying widgets. These are fairly big contracts, and there's only so many players out there. Is there value in talking to the industry? I mean, they're in the business of doing construction, but you know, they I think would prefer competitive opportunities because the industry wants to do work. Do you think they would have some feedback for us?
Yes, through the chair, we do, in most cases, almost all cases, unless it's an emergency nature, we do proceed with the tender process in an open bid. As I mentioned earlier, we are trying to establish a roster for emergency works, and we can certainly go and engage the industry to talk about how best we can do this.
Okay, last question. The report contained a picture of concrete that had been peeled away from rebar. It looks like the work's underway. Is that fair? Like the work has started, so we're at committee as part of the process.
Through the chair, work has began. It started in February, and we're expecting it to be completed within 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Any other questions for staff? Yeah, oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher, sorry.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. Do you need a coffee or anything? Happy to get it. This is very interesting because this item, the whole Gardner item, was at the Infrastructure Committee just recently, I believe, maybe last month. And we saw that there had been a $340 million repair to this exact location from Cherry Street to the Don Valley Parkway, correct? The rehab has already taken place. Sorry, that's what we were told.
Through the chair, the rehabilitation that has already taken place was from Jarvis Street to Cherry Street.
From Jarvis to Cherry.
Correct.
So now these are being, these are the vents that are going on the connection to the Don Valley?
That's correct. These are the vents between Cherry Street and the Don Valley Parkway.
Well, there's two sets of vents. There's Don Valley Parkway entrance, and then there are remaining vents for the section of the Gardner that remains up, that goes to nowhere. So which is this section for?
This is the section along the main line adjacent to Lakeshore between Cherry and the Don River.
I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm not very clear. The Gardner had ramps that went on Lakeshore. The ramps were removed, but there's a whole section of the above-grade Gardner that remains, but doesn't remain in use, correct? And then there's the section of the Gardner where you can continue on to the Don Valley Parkway. Are we talking about both of those sections of road or only one of those sections of road?
We're talking about...
Because there's two roads, not one. Yep.
Correct. We're talking about the remaining vents that are in use between Cherry Street and the Don Valley Parkway.
So where cars are still traveling.
Correct.
And are there any issues with the bents that are in place, which are actually crumbling for that other section of the road, which will be demolished at some point?
We've reviewed all of the bents between Cherry Street and the Don Valley Parkway, and this is the work that was required to maintain the infrastructure safe and usable, until which time this portion of the Gardner is removed or replaced.
I'm really sorry to be so fussy, but since not everybody knows the area, there are two above-grade features here. One is an above grade that cars travel on currently from the Gardner onto the Don Valley. There is another above grade that is the remnant piece of the Gardner Expressway that used to end on ramps on the east side of the river. And I really need to be clear when we're talking about it, which piece of road we're talking about. Can you just clarify that for me again?
We're talking about both.
Both. So we're doing repairs to the bents for the remnant piece for which the ramps were already knocked down.
We're ensuring that the concrete is repaired on all of the remaining components of the Gardner.
And so the bents that will be removed when the flyway moves north to the railway tracks, correct?
Yes.
And the remnant piece that will be knocked down. Was there any restoration of any kind on the remnant piece outside of these bents? I think we'll call it the remnant because that's a lot easier for everybody to understand.
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Is there any further work that was done on the remnant to keep it safe outside of the bents?
Through you, the chair, Councillor, there is a sketch that's attached to the report, if you wanted to take a look at that.
I think there's just two locations. One's the remnant and the other is the current pass-through to the Gardner, to the Don Valley. And it was Waterfront Toronto who, did they not have the contract to remove the ramps? Did they not have a contract to secure the bents once the ramps came down, or was that the city? It's so confusing who's doing what there.
So the ramps have been removed by Waterfront Toronto?
Correct.
This is not work on that area. This is work on the piece that is remaining, that is in use, carrying the Gardner Expressway to the Don Valley Parkway.
So that's where we're getting to. There's a remnant piece that you can know, if you're, only Thelma and Louise can use that remnant piece. And then there is the connection from the Gardner to the Don Valley. So you're speaking about the connection from the Gardner to the Don Valley, not the remnant.
Correct.
So the bents on the remnant aren't getting fixed because nobody's driving on it. Is that right? Or I don't understand.
I would need to clarify in detail. We can check. We still need to make sure that those areas are kept safe from delaminated concrete.
And when is the remnant?
Councillor Felcher, that you're over.
When's the remnant?
You're over 5 minutes. Last question.
Okay, thank you. When is the remnant being removed?
This entire portion between Cherry Street and the Don Valley Parkway will be removed and relocated as part of the implementation of the EA. The planned construction is between 2026 and 2030.
The remnant, though, and the new, sorry. You can see how confusing it is. Pardon? I just think everybody needs to be, since it's a big topic of conversation, everybody does need to understand. Yeah, I understand, but there's a whole section here.
Would you like the clerk to put the diagrams on the screen?
There's a section that goes here, and there's a section that ends here. Anyway. Okay. There's a remnant piece that exists. And I'd like to make sure the remnant.
All right, so this does go to City Council, so maybe
Thank
we
you.
could
I'll
take
have
it up there
clarified by then.
and maybe get some diagrams. Any other questions for staff?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Bravo.
So when we talk about things like the remnant, I'm learning things all the time here, and you will be confirming whether there are bents or other maintenance that needs to be done on the remnant, because it's still up and it could be a danger to public safety if there is crumbling. Is that correct? You're going to bring back that information for us? Correct. Okay. So when we, at Infrastructure and Environment Committee, we asked a lot of questions about this kind of cost, and I'm just wondering if you're tracking the total cost of this kind of maintenance for this, this option that wasn't in fact the Boulevard option, that all of these, 3 million here, added there, potentially more work on the remnant, if that's being tracked. Because the question that I had at INE was around future savings, and the answer was that they're not being tracked or reported because council hasn't asked for that. So essentially what I'm asking is, are you tracking somewhere all of the expenses that accrue and arise from the approved option in relation to repairs such as this, which in fact don't actually deliver any usable infrastructure, or are in a way the sunk cost of the project?
Through the Chair, yes, I can confirm that we are tracking all costs associated with any expenditure on the Gardner rehabilitation. The cost of this work was included within our 2023 capital budget already, and is included, you'll recall, we talked about the amount that was already spent and committed in relation to the Gardner East. This was included in that figure.
Thank you. So when we are told then that there are sunk costs, part of it is that the costs are to remediate these pieces that are not actually useful. So I would like to put a pin in that, because we should account for that separately. And I know that's I'm saying that from an oversight perspective. And also then I understood at Infrastructure and Environment that we're not able to get a picture of future potential savings of the Boulevard option because we haven't directed staff to produce that accounting. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Any other questions for staff?
One more question.
Yeah, Councillor Cheng.
So a beautiful sentence in this report. To ensure that the city received the best possible value for the work, staff negotiated with the contractor and further reduced the price. And I'm just wondering how much savings resulted from that negotiation?
Through the chair, an additional 5% was saved through that negotiation.
Great. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Vice Chair Holiday, anybody else?
I'll speak after that.
Councillor Cheng?
Thank you, Chair. I have a motion, if I may have that presented, please. It's really just a request of the Chief Engineer and the Chief Procurement Officer to have a conversation with the industry. I take note, we often see non-competitive procurements come to the committee. There's often a long story behind them that never really gets captured in the report. This is one where I've had a chance to ask a couple of questions about it, but nonetheless, $3.7 million is a lot of money, and the Gardner has been crumbling for years. So it's hard to be surprised that this is here. At the same token, I believe staff and I support them in that this is urgent that this get repaired, and I think the repairs are already underway. The question I have is whether or not there's a better way to approach this, given the industry has expertise on working on bridges and so on. And I think it's important that the city maintain a proper relationship with industry that bids on contracts, and maybe they've got ideas. There's a lot of money in all of these projects, and there's a lot of potential when you do a non-competitive procurement, that there could have been a better savings or a better way to approach it. So it's a very simple ask. It's just go out and talk to the industry and find out what they have to say or think about this particular case or these cases in general. And if there is something that needs to change, please bring it back to our committee. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Councillor Cheng, and then Councillor Fletcher.
Great. In this time of fiscal challenges for the City of Toronto, I just want to thank the staff member that went that extra mile and saved us, by my calculation, $183,000. And I would love to see this sentence on every report. That we negotiated and we reduced the price, because there's so many things coming, surprise increases across the board. And if you calculate the percentages of all of the increases we're experiencing, they far exceed any increase we would ever entertain for our property taxes. So this pressure is mounting very quickly, and every GGC meeting we have, there are surprise costs. So I'm concerned about that, but I want to just thank and celebrate the staff that went the extra mile and saved us $183,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks. I do want to just reiterate again how complicated this area is with so much going on. I would have expected that because, anyway, Waterfront Toronto has a contractor, they were doing that section of the Gardner, that would have been the easiest, would be to have them pick that contract up under one that they still currently have. And the other thing that I'm a bit surprised about is now we have to have an emergency contract for the Bents from Cherry to the Don Valley, but I would have assumed that that would have been done very early on in looking at the condition of those Bents when the ramps were knocked down. So one section has been completely rehabilitated. The other sections will be knocked down. I'm unclear, and I should have asked, and maybe I will ask it, Council, as to why this is coming in as an emergency rather than as just a part of the work that would have been recognized that we would have had to do. And I don't know how that fits with your motion, Councillor Holliday, simply because technically, I don't think this should have been emergency work. I think this should have been forecasted work for the Gardner. But there are so many things going on there. There is the river being built. There is Toronto Water, call it the Mike DeAndrea Memorial Pipe, that's getting built there into the Don River. There's a new bridge that has to be put in across the Don River. There's the Gardner sections coming down. And I guess anything that now means that we're creating more congestion in this area, and I think that it is probably the most congested area in the entire city, getting across that river. I hope that this doesn't create more. But my point really focuses on what you've said, Councillor Holliday, is that I don't think this should have been an emergency. I think we should have known all along that there will be some critical repairs on those Bents because they're going to be up for quite a long time. And I don't see how you can smash down a whole part of the Gardner and you're not shaking other parts of it. So I'm not trying to be staff. I'm just saying it's complicated and we have to watch it very carefully. And perhaps there's other things that need to be forecasted earlier in this whole thing. It's a lot of work. It's very difficult. And I'm not second guessing anybody, but I just think I'm a little surprised that somehow we have an emergency repair for something that to me should have been a standard part of our Gardner Hybrid 3 plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I'll just speak for a minute, and it's one of my favorite speeches. If you drive from Fort Erie to Toronto, you will pass Oakville, Mississauga, well, the other way is Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, Grimsby, Hamilton, Burlington, Mississauga, Oakville. And those municipalities get a fully funded QEW main highway, either near or through their municipality. When you hit the 427, all of a sudden, for a bizarre reason and bizarre history, it becomes a municipal road. And what you're looking at is a snapshot of the costs that we have to incur, that none of these other municipalities have to incur because, of course, the QEW is provincially funded. And I think the figure of $345 million already spent on this, plus more and more is coming, means that this download was one of the most devastating and damaging to the city of Toronto. And I will keep repeating that message. And the sooner we upload these highways, the better. Councillor Matlow, I never thought I could inspire you, but there you go.
Don't count yourself out.
And I have out in about 2 or 3 minutes, so if you're still talking, it is not a reflection of what you're saying.
I don't know if I'll convince you anyway, but inspired by Councillor Pasternak's comments, I think it's, like, first of all, this item itself in particular should remind us of the life cycle costs of maintaining elevated expressways versus at grade. And it's just something that we need to think about when we're making decisions about what we're constructing in the future. But Councillor Pasternak is correct that the expressways in Toronto should be provincial, and they downloaded their responsibilities, and we're picking up the costs, and that's not right. But that's where the finger pointing should end. And we need to take some responsibility about how we take care of our own house. Yes, the provincial government should have responsibility to pay for and maintain the DVP and the Gardner. But then when we make decisions intentionally to, rather than take a far less costly path to rebuild the connection between the DVP and the rest of the Gardner, east of Jarvis, at grade, and choose to reconstruct an elevated portion, we can't blame the province for that. It's nobody else's fault, it's ours. We are deliberately choosing a far more costly option that's going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars that we didn't need to spend and we could have otherwise spent on the many, many needs across our city. I mean, even if you only focus on roads, for example, think of how many local roads we could fix the potholes in every corner of our city rather than the small section of the least used section of the Gardner. It's just, I think it's just absurd. It's so irresponsible. And then when you get to the life cycle costs too, we're asking for a far more expensive journey of maintaining this thing, this elephant that we're going to create. So I say this all to just remind us that it would be great if the province uploaded the DVP and the Gardner. There's no indication that they will. They've actually rejected that notion before. So, I mean, if they make a surprise announcement, that's awesome. We'll be grateful. But we can't rely on Doug Ford to cure our ills. In fact, he often demonstrates he does quite the opposite. So we need to take care of our own house responsibly. We need to move forward with the most fiscally responsible project for the Gardner. And frankly, from an urban planning perspective, I just don't know of any other city in the world that's rebuilding sections of elevated expressways along their waterfront. It's 1950s planning, and I think it's the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to say that a political decision was made here to go against a staff recommendation, and we continually see the price that we're paying, and expensive and counting, and I'm sure there will be future expenses of just remediation, of keeping pieces up. What is really upsetting, I think, is understanding what was left on the table. And what was left on the table are public lands that could have been leveraged and used for building affordable housing, and the capital expense. This could have been invested in really crucial city priorities like affordable housing and like road repairs. The numbers of sinkholes in my ward alone is something it's actually not just, it's dangerous to walk, to cross the street. And I think that this is something that we're going to see over and over again. I appreciate the accounting that staff are doing, and I still think we need to have those questions answered fully about the real and true all-in costs of this option.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members wishing to speak? No? Great. On the amendment, all those in favor? Did you want to speak? No. Okay. On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? The amendment carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Next item is GG 3.11, largest property tax debtors with tax arrears greater than $500,000 as at December 31st, 2022. Councillor Perks, you held the item. Questions?
I have questions. Okay. So I'm looking at the appendix that lists the properties, which is attachment 1, and I got some questions on some of the specific ones. Starting with number 8, which is I think it's part of the hotel lands on Exhibition Place. It seems to me there's some kind of an appeal that the commercial tenant is made about the value of the property, but at the end of the day, Exhibition Place owns that land, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Perks, that is correct. That parcel that is showing as item 8 on the list is the grounds of Exhibition Place. The entire grounds of Exhibition Place, excluding Hotel X.
Right. So we don't have an agreement with anybody but Exhibition Place to pay property tax there, do we? Like, they pay us and it's their business to go collect from, is that correct?
The property owner is responsible for payment of taxes. In this case, the property owner is the City of Toronto and the Board of Directors of Exhibition Place. They are responsible to collect taxes from their individual taxable tenants.
Okay. So wouldn't we ask Exhibition Place to make us whole, and then they would go deal with their commercial tenant and sort that out between themselves? Isn't that how it should work?
Yes, in fact, Councillor Perks, there have been discussions with Exhibition Place of exactly that nature of discussions, that the taxes are owing, and if these are taxes that are owing from the tenants, then we would expect the Exhibition Place to collect and remit those taxes. And that was the case, that Exhibition Place was remitting the taxes.
Okay. That's that one sorted out. Number 12, and this one just boggles my mind. This is the Chinese consulate?
Number 10.
Number 10? Is that the?
Sorry. Number.
Oh, I've got
16.
Number 16, right. Number 16 is the Chinese consulate. Now, so they're in arrears, and what it says here is you've contacted Global Affairs, which is the federal international relations body. So we don't follow the normal process here of when they get to a certain amount, then we post a notice of sale? We don't follow that here?
Yes, in fact, and through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, this property, taxable, because it is taxable because it's not being used as a consulate property. So taxes are payable.
Yes.
We are following all of our normal tax procedures, including, this is why it is here today on this list, And we, because of the property ownership here, we reached out to our protocol office, who then reached out to Global Affairs Canada to make that connection with the embassy officials.
Right, so that's just sort of a courtesy. We're proceeding as normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now I want to go back. Sorry. Try to do these quickly. So this is the one on number 12. No, okay, not number 12. Number 23. If I understand this, the current owner is Metrolinx?
Correct.
So Metrolinx owes us $500,000 in taxes?
This is a parcel of land that was held by the Ontario Heritage Trust that was transferred to Metrolinx for completion of the Downtown Relief Line, Ontario line, transferred to Metrolinx in 2021. And so far, we have not received payment. The taxes are outstanding, but we have been in touch with Metrolinx, who have indicated that payment is forthcoming.
Okay.
And it is
It'd be kind of fun, though, to put this one up for sale. There are a number of other ones, just broadly, number 7, number 11, where the properties have been in arrears for more than 8 years or more. And we still, and what seems to be happening is we put them up for sale, nobody bids. Is that, like, we just going to do that forever, or do we have some way of sorting that out?
Last question.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Yes, in fact, those problematic properties that have been through the tax sale process and have resulted in an unsuccessful tax sale, we have the option to come back to council and say, we need a special method to deal with this type of property. So we have in the past come to council with a proposal to write off a portion of the taxes to get these properties in the hands of a paying owner. But they are specific to the property, and the council approval is specific to doing something outside of the ordinary. So the problem ones, yes, we will eventually come back with a specialized solution to try and sell these where we've been unsuccessful to date.
Yeah, I do.
Are there any other members of council wishing to ask questions on this? So we'll go to Councillor Chang, then if everyone consents to it, we'll do a second round. Is that okay? Great. Councillor Chang, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Am I to understand that when people don't pay their property tax, that a 15% interest is charged?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, yes, that is correct. Council approved procedures, and our bylaws specify that interest at 1.25% per month applies on any outstanding amount. So 1.25% per month equals 15% per year.
So does that cover our administrative cost of chasing down this debt?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, the costs of recovery, yes, if we are issuing notices, then yes, part of the interest that we collect can offset our direct operational cost of issuing overdue notices and our collection efforts. Where we have issued a property to a bailiff for collection, that doesn't cost us anything. The bailiff collects fees directly from the debtor. When they collect, they charge their additional fee to the debtor, so it's not an additional cost to the city.
And, you know, some of these have been multiple years and are accruing a lot of interest. Does that interest also capture inflation, the value so because I'm looking at the two costs that would, what this debt would cost, right? There's inflation as well as the cost of recovery. Does the interest cover both?
In fact, the arrears in any year are provided for as amounts unlikely to be collected. So they are counted for every year, and there is a budget allocation to offset those arrears in the instance that they're not collected. So yes, it is, it's identified and accounted for in each year.
So we budget for the arrears. Is that what I'm hearing?
We identify amounts that may be uncollectible, and we make a provision so that our budget is kept whole.
And just looking at item number 7 in attachment 1, it says that the subject property is a driveway access between 2 condo buildings.
Correct, Councillor. This is a remnant parcel that for some reason was never conveyed from the original developer of these buildings. For all intents and purposes, it looks like part of a roadway or the driveway there. It is something that people are not going to bid on in a tax sale, so we will be recommending the write-off of taxes and vesting with the city in this case.
And we have been holding this since 2013?
It has had arrears of taxes, yes, since 2013.
So for 10 years, we have not done what we are about to do because?
No, in fact, in the intervening period, there have been numerous attempts to sell this property through the tax sale process. Each of those previous attempts has been unsuccessful.
So, and in those previous attempts, was it used as a road already? Or is it new that it's being used as a road?
No, it's always been a parcel of land that you really couldn't identify it. If you walked down there and tried to identify where it is, it would not be apparent. And so, yes, it is part of the roadway and the driveway.
So why would we try to sell that?
That is our only option to actually declare the property or to take ownership of it. We have to go through the tax sale process. We don't really expect a buyer. We have to go through that process.
And who currently maintains that driveway and road?
I would expect that would be our transportation department as it's part of the roadway.
So we treat it like a road, people use it like a road, but we tried to sell it, and now we're allowed to sell it to ourselves in a way. Is that?
Correct, Councillor. It is a remnant from the original development that was never properly conveyed. It's simply an anachronism that needs to be fixed.
And that's a 10-year process for that to come to completion.
Ideally, we would have dealt with it sooner had we sort of gone through the tax sale process. We could have looked to vest that property before now.
Okay. Are there any similar properties that have a red flag like this that we can shorten the time period to close the loop?
There are other properties similar where they are remnants from original development parcels or parts of reserve strips that when we find them, we put them in a tax sale. Sometimes they sell, sometimes they don't. Normally, we simply annex them, deal with real estate services to sell the property to an abutting owner or something like that. These really are scrips and scraps.
All right. I just hope we don't waste too much time on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Who was next? I understand there's a second round on this item. So Councillor Perks?
Actually, Councillor Cheng covered the item I wanted to ask.
Okay, so we'll cancel the second round. Are there speakers on the item? No speakers?
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, what we're doing is we're moving the staff reports that we received. We're keeping the confidential attachments confidential, and that's a recommendation to council. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right. Next item is item 15, nominal license agreement with Conseil Scolaire Belmont for non-exclusive use of Felsted Park. We have a deputant. Is Eugene Kim either in the room or online? Mr. Kim?
There.
Mr. Kim?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize. I'm calling in from my car. I just want to say good morning. My name is Eugene, and I'm a resident near Felsted Park, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm here to make a very simple ask, which is to consider including a community representative in the governance for the secondary school's non-exclusive use of the park. So just for background, there are 3 high schools within a 5 to 7 minute walk of Felsted Park, and it's frequently used by students from the high schools. And from what I see, the majority of high school students use the park respectfully. However, some do not. And in the last year, community members have witnessed students discarding litter, such as Slurpee cups and chip bags, throwing and smashing glass bottles in the playground area, students leaving broken drug paraphernalia like bongs in the park, students shooting fireworks at each other during the day in the park, which is of course a fire hazard. This new secondary school will be the 4th secondary school in the area, and it's directly across the street from the park. And the license agreement for the non-exclusive use would mean that students from the secondary school would be frequent users of the park. The license agreement provides for the creation of a liaison committee to govern the arrangement and provides for inclusion of representatives from the school board, and the city. However, it does not provide for a community representative on the liaison committee. You know, we community members, we live right beside the park, we use it daily, we're impacted by what happens there, and I believe the community should have a direct voice in matters that impact them directly and daily. Therefore, I'm asking you to consider including a community representative in the liaison committee. You know, it doesn't look like it would require any changes to the draft since the language that's used is permissive. So again, I ask you to consider including a community representative on the liaison committee. That's all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for considering this request.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Kim. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kim. Questions for staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. This is a kind of living document, and we're putting the liaison committee together, so of course we can look at that the complement of it.
So through the
between now
speaker,
and
of course we
council.
can. We can also think about having some community check-in meetings during the duration of the license agreement.
Yes, I think that's already set up to have community check-ins. The other thing is, would you agree that, I'm just going to ask you about the park. So your staff's been very involved in accommodating, and our deputant indicated students out in the field. I think with the license agreement, the students in the field will actually have more eyes on them than the students that are hanging out in that field from other high schools. Would you agree with that?
Well, that's correct. The license agreement actually puts some parameters around the usage of the park through an agreement directly with the VMON. So it does create more eyes and more sort of standards around what the appropriate use is, for sure.
And could we also acknowledge that the other schools in the neighborhood, that would be the TDSB's Monarch Park School and the TCDSB's, I can't remember, I can't remember the name of the school. Anyway,
St. Patrick's?
Right there, St. Patrick's,
Yeah.
thank you. Both have, used to have, oh my gosh, they used to have a really good kind of community access to those fields, and both have been privatized by putting domes there, and there's less community access. So we've taken that into account in creating this license, in that it should be a good blend of good use by the students during the day, eyes on the park, and also free for the community at the other times. And there's also permits here. So I think you've worked very hard on getting to a sweet spot here for everybody.
Through the Speaker, that's the exact balance that we're hoping to achieve through this agreement.
And there will be some upgrades to the park in order that the students, who will be high school students, won't be playing on the small children's swings. When would you anticipate that to be finished, or would you like to
No, through the Speaker, I've checked in on that. So the contract is going to be awarded by the end of May, with the timeline intended for the end of August. So before the school year starts, the changes to the park, which include some pathway changes and some other minor improvements, I would say, that can be conducted within that short period of time, are intended to be completed.
And you're aware, of course, I'll have updates at every meeting.
We will, for sure.
No, I will be asking.
Yes.
Make sure that's done on time.
We will be providing you with many updates.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for staff? Yes, Councillor Holliday?
It's just a quick one. Further to the Speaker's concerns about community representation, would the local councillor have a standing at the committee if they wanted to raise concerns?
So through the Speaker, the committee is a liaison committee. So certainly it's really intended to be between the VMond and city staff to monitor any issues with the license agreement. So I think we would certainly be taking into consideration any concerns that are coming up through either the VMond, either through clients that we have in Parks, Forestry and Recreation, or through the client's office, through the councillor's office. And the idea would be to bring all those issues to that group so that they can be resolved. So the membership itself is more of a sort of technical membership around the actual provisions within the license agreement.
Right, but plenty of vectors to bring concerns in.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. I have a couple questions, but is there anyone else? When we do a Section 37 funding of the playground in the school, we usually sign a community access agreement. How is a license agreement different from a community access agreement?
So through the Speaker, so a license agreement, a community access agreement, as an example, as we have done with many Section 37 agreements with all of the school boards, basically provide for public access to a playground in non-school hours to ensure that the community has access to equipment that has largely been paid for through the development process. So it makes it more accessible. A license agreement, the difference in a license agreement is it's not per se about the construction of anything, but it is around ensuring that there are criteria around how the two partners work together in the use of the park. So as an example, it has provisions around the areas of the park that the school can use in this non-exclusive agreement. So an example would be during recess and lunchtime, the license agreement outlines that there would be no access to areas like the playground so that the community can continue to access those areas. So the idea of the license agreement is to really signify to the VMond and the school which areas of the park are available for their students to use for casual use, but also which areas of the park shouldn't be accessed by the students because we want to make them available to community throughout the day. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. And do you see that as realistically enforceable?
Through the Speaker, I mean, this is a new school, so I can't say that they've been really very willing and to work in partnership. They do see the community as a partner. They realize the proximity of the park to the school and the community use of the park, which is quite extensive, especially in the non-school hours. So I think they want to be a good partner in this agreement and are very, very willing to work with us to make sure that it works for everybody.
Okay, yeah, I have no doubt they will be a good partner. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you very much, and I'll be asking the committee to support this, to go to council. There'll also be some companion pieces going to Toronto and East York Community Council regarding traffic matters. This is the siting, it is exciting because Viamond is, as the public French board, and certainly needs a school. The Toronto District School Board surplused Greenwood, which had been a school that was for, school board trustees would know, second language speakers coming to Canada, spending a brief time there to get their English to a point where they could join a regular classroom. Very distinct special school, did not have a yard. And so getting an agreement that works for everybody between Viamond and the city, where they have access to the green space, is really particular and really important, and I think probably a good measure of how to do things than perhaps a few other places with schools, and we have discussed that for another school. It will be called Toronto Est. It's been looking for this school for many, many years, and it has been very elusive for the community who have Toronto, who have Viamond as their board. And I believe there is one, perhaps in your ward, Councillor Bravo, which is a large, it's called Toronto West. And this is a growing board. There are many more people going to French-only schools. The French Catholic Board probably has taken more of the closed schools. This is their turn to take one of the closed schools, and they've done that, and they've bought that, and they've outfitted it, and it looks very good. Had a large community meeting. I've involved and advised the community over and over again as to what's happening, and it will be a very beautiful addition, actually, with a lot of new students. I will be at Toronto and East York, making sure that not everybody's getting a ride to work, because this is a small community that's never had that. Why I mentioned the type of school was there was a school where every student came on the subway because their parents didn't drive them, and they didn't use the park. So we're trying to accommodate a new use with folks from the neighborhood and understanding the patterns that people get into. But the Viamond has been extremely patient and willing to look at what's best for the neighborhood and what's best for their students. And of course, we wish them well in their opening in September 2023. And I'd like to thank Ms. Romoff, who's been, and Ms. Ivanko, but Julia Carbone. I mean, this has been a long, long, long road that we have been on. And I think we're almost at the end of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bravo?
I just want to congratulate Councillor Fletcher for her work on this and working with staff. This is a complex and important agreement. Félicitations, la langue française est très importante pour le Toronto.
I'll just say a couple of words here. First of all, to Councillor Fletcher, bon chance, and congratulations on this agreement. The head of the French Language School Board came to meet with me and talked about this item, and I told her she would have my unequivocal support, because I'm a firm believer that the city and its various school systems, whether public, private, Catholic, French, or whatever, need our support, and we should all be working together to share resources and to share assets. And this is a prime example where it can work quite well, not only for the school, but of course the wider community. So I congratulate you on your work on this, and I think it is a very positive outcome. And once again, to the community and the school, bon chance. Any other speakers on the item? Okay. I would ask you to move it, but you're not a committee member. So I'm going to ask Councillor Bravo to move the recommendations before us for the license agreement on item 15. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The next item is report back on facilities management services. Staff have asked to do a short presentation on where this item is at.
Mr. Chair, I have to go, and I really want to be here for this. Is it possible to put this after your?
Yeah, I was.
Got a few deputants coming up still. I cannot be here. 12 o'clock.
I don't have deputants on the item.
No, you have deputants coming up later, so I'm asking if you could reorder.
Oh, okay.
the agenda.
So we can hold the item down
Thank you.
if that's the
Yeah.
wish of committee. And then deal with it after lunch? So, okay, so we're going to hold the item down. I don't even think it's an undertaking. I don't even think we need a formal vote on that. Hold the item down, and we'll do it after lunch. Is that fair enough? So I believe we jump over to item 18. Customer Experience Division Annual Report. Councillor Cheng, you held the item down. Questions for staff?
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. This is a wonderful window into where our people interact with us the most. Good old 311. I'm wondering, what is the cost per service request when it's done through the phone?
Through the chair, I'm actually behind you. From a service request, so you have a call that's a general inquiry, that's anywhere from $8 to $11 per transaction. On a more complicated kind of service request interaction, it's $16. And if we digitize that service, which we've done through this particular transformation, it goes anywhere from 10 cents to $1.
Amazing. And so in this report, it shows that we've had 73,000 web requests and 26,000 email requests. How does that compare to a year ago?
Actually, through the chair, represents almost a 17% increase in volume alone. And what we're trying to do in 2023 and 2024 is educate the public to hopefully them to adopt, this particular channel even more.
Right.
And for example, when we're having storms and things of that nature, we're also asking the city and our colleagues to communicate to the public to use these channels as well.
I know there's.
Great. So I'm sure there are people out there who don't even know that they can make a 311 request through Twitter and mobile. Is that something that has been promoted?
Through the chair, education is always a good thing. We want to move from good to great. The one thing we want to make sure is we've only been able to create 4,000 interactions in service, or actually, sorry, 1,500 interactions through Twitter because of the privacy implications that come along with that. So we still would like to push them to mobile because there is some triaging that we have to do. And in regards to Twitter as well, we're extending the hours of Twitter to make sure that from Monday to Friday, it's there from 7 to 7. We're also to make sure on the weekends, it's there from 7 to 10 to extend the access to the public as well, moving forward as of May the 1st.
So what will the investment be in a communications campaign to get people to go digital?
Through the chair, good question. Right now, we're looking at about $150,000 to invest to start the media campaign. We've started that this year as well, and we've had some positive feedback so far.
That sounds a little low in comparison to the amount of money that could be saved if more people moved online.
Through the chair, I'd like to have, if I can get some more funding to do that, I would definitely do that. I'm trying to work within the financial constraints that we have right now.
Well, I'm sure that my councillor colleagues would be also very happy to amplify the message with you. So please let us know when these assets are launched and we can amplify and move that. When we talk about customer experience, I wonder if there has been any work or examination of the unhoused population and how they interact with our services as a customer experience.
Through the chair, that's a great question, and that's an opportunity that we want to pursue going into 2024, budgeting for that as well. So that has not been on the roadmap for 2023, but we'll make sure we address that in 24.
And do you think that when we frame our conversation as customer experience, that people start to think of their city as consumers of our services in terms of how they perceive their role in our city? Would that set up an expectation just to be a consumer?
Actually, they become an advocate. One of the reasons why we have these channels and No Wrong Door If you look at some of the trends and nuances, potholes, block sewages, things of that nature, down trees and what have you, a lot of Torontonians are just passionate about maintaining their streets, their buildings, their assets as well. So not only the consumer of services, but holding the city accountable to delivering those services in a timely and responsible manner.
Has it ever been considered to reframe? I mean, I love that we value customer experience, but I also think that we live in an increasingly consumerist society where we want things to just be fixed and to get it done for us. And it takes away from the language of democracy, which you actually use with the word advocacy. And I wonder if this whole paradigm, if there is a consideration of shifting to something more along the lines of citizen engagement or citizen empowerment.
Through the chair, very, very, very good comment and feedback. The one thing we also make sure, because actually I received a request via email about, who's the customer? And, it's our residents, it's the businesses, it's the visitors as well. So we want to make sure that we also have an inclusive kind of approach. So around the change management and the media kind of collateral that we're moving forward with, I'd love to use that nomenclature in that as well, and pivot a bit or just adjust or expand that ethos.
And one last question, would there be a piece of this that would also extend to empowering people to be more participatory in the democratic processes of the city? So not just receiving services, but also being empowered to participate in decision-making?
Through the chair, great
That's your last question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great question, and we'd love to be part of that process. Knowledge is power. So anything we can do to help that, we'd love to get some guidance in that as well.
Okay,
Great,
thank you, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Chair. We've had this conversation as well before with staff about the challenge of using the word customer, and I'm just going to put it out there that everybody that lives in the city has a stake in the services because we all pay for them and use them. So that's a little aside. I have some questions on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, who isn't here. So I'm going to be asking them of staff. The first question is, does 311 keep track of individuals who call back multiple times about the same service request?
Through the chair, yes, we do. And actually, a good example of that is we're working with our partners in transportation when we report back to you in September around that, because that's a very good question and a very good statistic to manage. So yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, are repeat callers a part of the 24% or the 76% who have their calls answered within 75 seconds?
Through the chair, both. They call back on assets, and they also call back on general issues, and we do have some people with behavioral concerns as well that use this line for support as well.
Okay. Third question, what is the response time for the remaining 24% of callers who don't have their call answered within 2 minutes?
I could look at that. I'd come back to you with a report. On the average, it's 57 seconds. But for example, in the storm, it went much longer than that. So we'll always have the extremities in one way, shape, or form. So I have no problems reporting against that as well.
Thank you. Last question, why is there no service satisfaction survey implemented after residents call 311 or submit service requests?
Councillor, fantastic question. That is part of, I really appreciate that question. What we're doing this year is actually working on closing the loop. And one of the things that we're coming back to with council is there's the commitment on 3 elements of closing the loop. One is that survey and through your channels of choice. So it's not even just the phone, it's the portal, it's online, it's through text as well. So that will be implemented by the end of this year. We're working with our vendors to do so. We're also looking at the interdivisional transfer of requests as well and making sure that's a better flow. And we're also doing a pilot with Salesforce and EWMS to make sure transportation and to the winter-related events are a little bit more seamless and better experience from a customer's perspective.
Councillor Fletcher will be grateful for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo Fletcher. Any other questions for staff? Yes, Vice Chair Holliday.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. York. An example, I'll use an example to illustrate my point. Sod damage from plows. Very, very popular concern. Very popular concern of people that contacted the councillor's office in Ward 2. One of the things we learned in that was that people would submit a request And then a transportation inspector would go out and look at it and say, yep, plow damage, and they'd make a work order, and then they'd close the request. And so in the eyes of the customer, when they looked at their status, it said closed. And yet, the sod's not fixed, prompting frustration and calls to the counselor. And, there's probably a few other examples of that where there's multiple parts and steps, and at one of the early parts, the 311 service request is closed. I just wondered if there's been some examination of that issue, and if we're headed in the right direction to try to deal with that, so that the status of the ticket reflects the actual status of the work.
Through the chair, Councillor, that's a very good question, and we are doing some work. We're working with the integrated service divisions right now, and a good example is we are working with transportation, because to your point, if you've originated the request, we're not just checking off a list and closing the request because we've done one aspect of the work. We want to have an end-to-end experience overall. So you will see some improvement in that incrementally in 2023 and in 2024, and then specifically with transportation that we're working with, because there's some tension with the public when it comes to some of those service requests being managed in a timely fashion.
Sure, tension with councillors too, I bet. Yeah, the other thing that jumps out at me in this report, and Councillor Chang illustrated it very well with the costs, is that telephone calls continue to be a really popular channel. And 311, it's easy to remember, it was always the way. But we know call volumes go up following a winter storm or a windstorm when trees are damaged. We talked about that today. Am I clever or outsmarting the system by calling in? Or is my request, if I submit it in another way, like say the internet, is it treated on the same footing?
Through the chair, great question, and it gets the same footing. No wrong door, same service level and same experience. So instead of waiting 57 seconds on hold, and probably, in a winter storm, it might be a bit longer than 57 seconds,
right.
Or you can go directly online, and within, a couple of minutes, you've submitted your service request, you have a record, and then you also get the updates of the milestones and activities that come along with that particular incident.
So I get into the queue just as fast as somebody waiting on the phone line.
Absolutely.
And I'd get the same level of service.
Absolutely.
So why aren't we able to convince more people to use those other channels? If it saves them a lot of time, and I've just finished the question, 57 seconds is the average, but when those rapid events occur, that turns into 57 minutes, right?
Right. Through the chair, I like to say that it takes a village, and we need your help. We need the councillors' help. We need our colleagues' help to start educating the public in a different way. For the last 10 plus years, we've educated the public to call 311 for many different reasons, especially during emergency situations, which we clearly are not there for emergencies. So we do need some help, and change management comes with some time, but we're committed to communicate with the public, and I'd ask for your help and assistance in assisting us in that journey as well.
Thank you. My last question is, the report that you brought forward to us is excellent. I think every councillor should look at it because it paints a story of a very diverse city. And I mean that not from the people front, but from the neighborhoods and the types of things that they ask for, because the structure is different. How does the information from these reports find its way into our policy-making capacity and our budget-making capacity, or does it?
Through the chair, great question. I think one of the reasons we've evolved as an organization into the customer experience division is to start having those connections and those relationships, and working with our divisions to manage that data and be accountable for the delivery of better service and understanding trends. And also working with the city manager's office proactively as well. So I definitely expect to see in 2024 and 25 these being applied in a much more purposeful manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Chang, would you like to?
Yes, thank you so much for this report. I think we need to creatively communicate because communication can be done in many ways, but we really have to capture the imagination of our residents who I know enjoy photos of raccoons for some reason. So if we have some creative communications that steer people to our digital pathways, I think it will be a great way for us to really save a lot of money. Currently, you know, with 363,000 phone calls at the lowest rate for a phone call at $8, that's $2.9 million. So imagine the savings if we had some cute raccoon ads going out there to encourage people to make their call reports through digital access. But the other piece that, you know, I would like to circle back with one day is the language of customer. I'm not sure I want my residents to feel like they're customers, because then the role that I play then becomes somebody who is just here to fulfill their expectations, and I see my role much different from that. I'm also a catalyst. My role is to bring people together, to empower them, and that should be how they see their voice and their role in the city. So I really appreciate the effort, the desire to move towards excellence and how we meet these requests. But the language of customer experience is something I am not comfortable with, because we are living in a time of very low voter turnout. People increasingly don't see their role in the city. And I often think of this book that I read, that many of you probably read, which is Anne of Green Gables. And there's a sentence in the book where Mrs. Lind, the gossipy woman, says every week she goes to church and she goes to a political party meeting. And it captures for me a picture of someone who saw her role in her community as being a participant and someone who's shaping the outcomes. And that should be our goal of how we inspire our citizens. So when we set them up as customers, we are reducing the importance of their participation in shaping our city. So especially with elections coming and incredibly low voter turnout in the last few years, last few elections, we need to reframe and help people really take up the banner of you are a Toronto citizen or a Toronto resident, and you are not just here to receive service from us. So I hope that we can have more conversations about that, because I want to see us in an empowered city where people really feel like they can participate and shape the outcomes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Vice Chair Holliday.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to send my accolades to staff for the preparation of this report and the work that they do. This is incredibly important, and the information that's right in front of us should really guide us about what people are asking of their city. Each month there's over 100,000 contacts, and you can break it down to figure out what's important and where it's important into the city. And that can help us shape public policy, that can help us shape where money goes, and that really can help us delight our customers. I'm going to tell a really quick story, and it's not a 311 story, and I don't mean it not to be, but it's a story of another city service. In front of my house there's a lamp post, and the street light was flickering. I said, oh man, you know, like that, I can't stand that. It's blinking, and it, you know, you could see it from the living room. And, you know, it's a safety issue. So I went on Toronto Hydro's website, and they have this great application that you zoom in on a map and you can literally click the street light and say problem. So I did that. The next day, I was having lunch at the dining room table, and up rolls this truck, and a couple of workers got out, and they went up on the lift, they changed the bulb, and before I could put my sandwich down and get out there to take a closer look, they had driven away and they fixed the issue. I thought, holy cow, like I just clicked this thing online, truck comes up and fixes it. I don't say every city service is like that, but boy, oh boy, was I ever delighted as a consumer. Everything connected. And the little issue got fixed, and I'm sure it was done in an efficient way. And Yeah, I talked to Hydro about that, and I found it don't always come the next day, but they group things together and they sort this out. But it worked out really, really well. And that's what I would love to see, from our city more of, is you get online, you submit the click in that picture of the pothole, the broken thing, and next thing you know, the truck shows up a few days later and somebody comes and fixes it. And I think that's what would turn the frowns to a smile. And part of that story is there before us. Part of the story is, Mr. York said to the committee, that we need to be advocates and we need to help people use the app and just simply to have the confidence to report things. And that's really exciting, because I think that means that we delight our citizens when we do this type of work. And I would just encourage everyone, including staff, to mine this data, because it tells a great story. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge staff's work, and I think we've made a lot of progress over the years with respect to just the ability for the average Toronto resident to be able to access the City of Toronto when they need services and they need improvements to their communities. Certainly through the app, where so many of us go to on a daily basis for other types of services. I think it's wonderful that we are, we've recently entered the 21st century, and now we're moving forward into it. I wanted to echo and acknowledge what Councillor Cheng just said, though, which is, I think, really important, and I don't want to understate how important it is. Back when Rob Ford was the mayor, there was just a lot of hyperbole and rhetoric around sort of everything needs to be run like a business. His brother, Doug Ford, said similar things, and that was kind of part of the mantra here, right? Everything's about customer service excellence, and we're going to run this place like a business. The problem is it's just fundamentally untrue that this is a business. This is not a business. We're in public service, and we're serving residents, and we're trying to improve their quality of life. That's what we're doing. So, if we look at some of the businesses that we might want to emulate from back then, I don't know if it's worked out that well. I mean, look at the work on Eglinton right now. That business hasn't done a great job. And I'll look back to past mistakes like the Astro Media contract. That didn't work out well. So I don't know if we always want to emulate the private sector. I think there are best practices we can learn from, absolutely. But let's not pretend that our residents are customers. And I think it provides a false sense of choice as well. It's like if a customer is not satisfied with the City of Toronto, but they live or work in the City of Toronto, it's not like they can go to Mississauga that day to get better service, unless they choose to move there, which is unreasonable to even suggest. So we're in public service. Let's provide our service to residents. And I just want to acknowledge that, Lily, that was so thoughtful and so important, because what we say and how we serve here is very reflective of the kind of expectations that residents should have of us. So I really appreciate the spirit in which you said that and the substance of what you said too.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Any other comments before I say a word? No? Well, I'd just like to thank staff for their commitment and dedication to customer service and resident service, because that's kind of the operation that we're in, serving the residents of Toronto, making sure they get value for their tax dollars, making sure that the city is there to respond when they have a concern, or even if they don't. And I think that this direction that we're going on, now look, 311, it has its weaknesses, but we would be lost without it. The whole customer service infrastructure would collapse without 311. And in the years that I've been here, I think it's gotten better and better, able to handle a lot of those technical issues that people are calling about, able to handle some of those complex disputes that people have with the city, and able to come to solutions, not just bringing problems, but bringing solutions. I think this is so important that I would like to send this up to City Council, because I think all counselors should be encouraged to read through this, and if it's held for debate, all the better. If not, at least they'll see it on the agenda and they'll see the importance of it. So the recommendation that's coming to this committee is move receipt and have it stop here. My suggestion is let's also send it up to council and make sure all councillors have an opportunity to see the direction we're going on to serve our residents. So that's the only motion I'm moving on this item. Any other speakers? Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen. It's simply to make sure this item gets up to City Council because I think it's good for all councillors. There it is on the screen. City Council received this report for information instead of seeing the report stop here at committee. All those in favor?
Question of the mover. I have a question of the mover.
Sure.
So other than giving city councilors a chance to talk about it, what is the effect of this motion?
That's the effect of the motion.
So it also gives city councilors an opportunity to move amendments, to change the recommendations.
Well, that's the procedure at City Council, that the councilors can speak to it, they can amend it, they can share their views. We are in the customer service business, so it shouldn't stop a committee.
So if your goal, as you just said, was to make sure that all city councilors are informed, would we be better suited if instead you wrote forward a copy of this report to all members of council? Wouldn't that serve your stated purpose better?
No, I think it should be on the formal agenda of council and up for debate. If
okay, then I'll speak to the item.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, you can speak to the item.
Yep.
The speakers were over, by the way, but you could speak to the item.
No, there's no such thing as speakers are over. I have the right to speak on an item. The item was not finished. You may have been ready to vote, but I have a right as a member of this committee to talk on an item that comes to this committee.
Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Thank you.
We're very excited about your comments.
I can tell that you are. So I'd like to move that a copy of this report be forwarded to all members of council. I think that's self-evident, and I'll stop there. Thank you. I think it's a better motion than yours.
Councillor Perks, are you aware that everyone already has a copy?
I was hoping you were.
Well, I was aware, and that's why it's going up to council, because I want it on the floor of council to debate.
Yes. And so my intention is to make sure, as you stated, that all members of council are made aware that this is a serious matter. What I don't want to do is to waste council's time on a debate unless you feel there are amendments that need to be made. The only reason to send it to council is to potentially amend it. And as you know, council is very busy. We don't always even complete the list of items that are in front of us. So my view is that if you feel that this is something members need to be aware of, this committee should take the extra step of sending correspondence to them and saying this one was really important. But if you're instead thinking that there needs to be a debate and the only purpose of a debate would be to make amendments, then I feel that would be wasting council's time. So I've an alternate approach to yours.
Councillor Perks, with all due respect for the councillor who rises on points of order probably more times than anyone else and holds more items than anyone else, I think you have a lot of nerve to say that this is a waste. This is a waste of council time.
Sure.
Well, let's put it to a vote, a recorded vote. Yeah, I think the clerk, it's already been distributed to, we've already done what you're asking. That's the problem. We can do both. I'll tell you what. Send it up to council and distribute to all.
Okay, if it goes to council, it is distributed on the agenda. So Councillor Perks just wants a copy to all members, so I can just write that in the motion. If it's what he's asking.
Okay.
Although, yeah.
Can I ask a question of the mover? Can I just, I would like to just ask a question of the mover. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this, it's when it comes to operational administrative matters, it's this committee's job to review the reports and then send, if needed, a recommendation to council. So are you saying that there's a need to make amendments?
No, I'm not saying there's any need to make amendments. I would have made them here. I'm saying that it's important for it to get on the council agenda because of its vital role in the day-to-day operations of the city, and I didn't want to see it stop here at committee. So that all councillors can see it, that all councillors can debate it if they wish, as is the right of all councillors at council. They can move amendments. It's up to them. I'm actually disappointed that we have to spend so much time, committee time, debating something that's respectful of our colleagues.
Sorry, just on the last comment, I don't understand. Can you explain to me how it's disrespectful to move and adopt this report?
No, I can tell you that it's of an importance to send it up to council and not let it stop here, because we want to make sure it has that level of importance, that it makes it get to the council floor. I don't think it's a positive outcome to just move receipt here.
Are there other matters that are important that we adopt here and don't, like, I'd like to understand what the threshold is then, because I think that there may be other instances when you're setting a precedent in which other members of the committee might feel that an item is absolutely urgent and should go to council. So I'm trying to understand why.
Any councillor at this committee can change the direction of the report. It can either be receipt can either be moved here or it can be referred to council. And this is something that I thought should really go to council. It's a report from 311, a vital service that affects all councillors' offices. I thought whether symbolically or constructively, it should make it up there.
Okay.
The mover. Mr. Mover, would part of the consideration of your motion be the genesis of this report, in that it was City Council that asked for it?
I believe it did originate from City Council.
And are you aware that that original motion also asked for briefing notes to councillors?
I believe that was the intent, yes.
And that it was a member's motion that originally was worded, City Council requests this report.
I'm glad you're pointing that out to my colleagues, our colleagues.
Thank you.
Just referred to City Council. The City Council meeting.
It's your motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So one motion, one by council.
Okay,
Are you doing the recorded vote?
you can record.
Recorded vote on motion 1 by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Councillor Cheng, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Matlow. Any opposed? Yes. Councillor Perks. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. My prediction of losing every vote this term is incorrect. So we have to make a decision about lunch. We could take our regular lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. Vice Chair Holliday did intimate earlier that he wanted to shorten that. I don't know whether that's still the desire of committee. Okay, so we'll take the full hour. I was going to start deputations, but there's only 4 minutes left, so let's break for lunch now, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. What we're going to do, if it is the will of committee, I'd like to do, where the hell is my hammer? I don't have a gavel today. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone had a relaxing lunch. If it is the will of committee, my suggestion is the following. We'll do quick releases on items 21 and 22. We'll hear a short presentation from facilities on item 19. Sorry. Item 16, and then we'll go to item 20. And I do apologize. I know people have been waiting to depute on the Ontario Science Center, sorry, the Ontario Place item all day, and I do appreciate your patience. Is everyone seem in agreement with that? Okay. So these were walk-on items. Number 21 was request for review of engineering services capital delivery models. If we could put the motion on the screen, we.
I don't think it's contentious.
Okay. All right. So we're going to hold. We can't deal with that item now.
No, if he's got to, just put it up.
I'm happy to put it on the screen.
Okay, so, let's try and get it through. All right, so let's put it on the screen, and then Councillor Holiday is going to move an amendment to it. All right, so there is the motion, and, sorry. Oh.
Very small.
So technically, Councillor Perks, you're speaking now to move your recommendation, and then Councillor Holiday, you will move your amendment, and if it's a friendly amendment, we'll take it as a package.
Yes, this flows from the item that was in front of us last month that went to council, looking at whether we should be doing the big contracts where you have the design, the delivery, the follow-up, all go to a single contractor. And this is asking staff to review whether that's an appropriate mechanism of contracting.
Yeah, Councillor Holiday, you have an amendment?
I do. It's some additional reporting that would complement that would also look at the size of the contract and the complexity of the contract, and the staff that are required to look at that, and whether we should look at doing bigger or smaller things.
Sure. Essentially is
what that says. It's another look at it.
All right, so if that's a friendly amendment, we have the motion we're voting on the screen. At least it was there a second ago.
It's infinitely recursive.
All those, do we have to put it back up, or it keeps disappearing? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The second item is 22, review recommendations on underground locates.
Yes, members, if you recall, this came up also at the last meeting and also went to council. And the chair and I agreed that it would be better to just have a general recommendation to review how city does locates on contracted out work, because there have been a number of instances of contracts being interrupted because we find something under the ground that we didn't expect. So this is looking at how to do that better. Sure, yeah.
So when a review like this is happening, does it include an international scan of best practices? Because I'm sure there are other countries that also have done underground work that we could probably learn from.
So I know that our staff have extensive experience in different different systems of doing this, and I know they're also quite open and willing to learn from members of council, so I think that's entirely something we can do.
We can ask them to do?
Yeah.
Great.
Be an undertaking.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen, the item on the screen. This is 22, review and recommendations on underground locates. There it is. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, we have two choices before us. We can do the facility management services. It's a presentation and the item itself. Or we can go to Ontario Place deputations. What is the will of committee? Councillor Fletcher, do you think we can deal with facilities management fairly quickly so we can start hearing these deputations?
I would think so, and then
All right.
I won't be here for Ontario Place, so that will free me up.
All right, so I understand there's a presentation from staff, so we can hear that now. I think we've allocated 10 minutes.
What's that?
Or less. Okay, to introduce yourselves and we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of General Government Committee, visiting councillors, and attendees. Thank you for your time today. My name is Pat Matozzo, and I'm the Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management, or CREM for short. CREM delivers excellence in value in real estate solutions by creating accessible, welcoming, and safe environments for all city employees, residents, and communities. Approximately 20% of the citywide portfolio of facilities are under the direct capital management of CREM, with functions such as real estate transactions, property management, security, capital project delivery, and facilities maintenance services being provided across the city. Today, I would like to share the council-directed approach that CREM implemented in custodial services in order to address building hour changes adopted in the 2023 budget and work standardization undertaken within the custodial services that commenced in 2022. Work standardization is an initiative that would have happened irrespective of the current financial situation the city finds itself in. It is an approach that takes health and safety into primary consideration, and its benefits include a more efficient service delivery, among others. I would like to iterate that CREM has and continues to adhere to the collective agreement. As I mentioned, the city's approach to facility management services is centered around health and safety. The approach incorporates recommendations from the Auditor General and allows the city to be responsive to the hybrid work model and building occupancy levels. Using standards and guidelines, work standardization ensures the delivery of cleaning services is both efficient and effective. CREM is an agile organization that responds and adapts to the city's operational needs as demonstrated through the support it provided during the COVID-19 pandemic and the implementation of the city's hybrid work model. I became the executive director of CREM in 2019. 6 months into becoming the division head, the COVID pandemic hit. Although the pandemic delayed several initiatives that were in the planning stages, like work standardization for custodial services, its importance was not disregarded. Prior to 2022 and coming out of the Auditor General's report, it was evident that changes to the way the city delivered custodial services was needed. Productivity varied from building to building due to standard cleaning routines that were not in place across corporate facilities, leading to inconsistent results. I invite members of council to review the 2016 AG report and reacquaint themselves with the AG's 2016 recommendations. In 2021, CREM brought forward a report, GL 24.17, at the request of council that provided a cost comparison of custodial services at city buildings. The report highlighted the cost differential between internal services and external service providers. At the time, CREM did not make any recommendations to council. However, planning for work standardization for custodial services was underway. The aim was to focus on health and safety and legislative requirements to establish a baseline custodial service to support the operational requirements of the city and result in standard cleaning routines and outcomes. In 2019, custodial services were operating below industry standards for cleaning productivity, working at 2,824 square feet per hour, which is below the industry standard of 4,750 square feet per hour. Through the work standardization, custodial services productivity is now at 4,385 square feet per hour. Although below the industry benchmark, this is an appropriate standard for the city's operational requirements. However, as the standards evolve, the city will also evolve its approach. Now, the workforce schedule matches the labor requirements of a cleaning area and ensures fair distribution of work among staff, and the facilities are cleaner and staff use an efficient and effective cleaning routine. You may ask how we accomplish this. Post-2019, facilities management underwent a significant reorganization and realignment. In addition, after reviewing the approach to cleaning services that other government and public institutions have used, and the advice of a third-party consultant and staff experts, the APA standard was determined to be the optimal standard for the city. For public buildings such as universities and government offices and schools, the APA cleaning standards are particularly important because they help ensure that these facilities are clean and safe for the people who use them. Public buildings are subject to high levels of foot traffic and often used by vulnerable populations such as children and elderly. Making cleanliness and hygiene is critical to their operation. Workplace standardization supports a standard of clean that the city could not previously measure. Industry standards and guidelines allow CREM to set a measure of cleaning standards and monitor quality and make the necessary adjustments. In addition to the focus on health and safety, work standardization provides the city's cleaning staff with the appropriate tools and training so that all city facilities receive the standard and consistent baseline custodial services. My role is to support city employees by providing our staff with the right tools. Work standardization based on industry guidelines is the right tool for city cleaning services. To summarize, CREM continues to meet operational, health, safety, legislative, and client requirements of the city while maintaining a high service standard. Work standardization also adheres to the CUPE collective agreement. Service levels for corporate facilities remain unchanged, including services for essential and emergency services. Changing to building hours have not or do not equate to service level cuts. As described, work standardization has numerous positive outcomes for the city with increased effectiveness and efficiency in the delivery of cleaning services that support the delivery of essential city services. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So actually, what we'll do is Councillor Perks held the item down. So thank you for your presentation, and then we'll go. I don't want to duplicate things by asking one set of questions of the presenters and then another set of questions for staff. So if it's a will of committee, let's just go general questions for staff. Councillor Perks, you held the item down, so you can go first, and then Councillor Matlow, and anyone else. I don't differentiate between visiting and... Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you want to go? Go.
Yes. I don't want to get into collective agreement issues, but I just wonder, and I know you've talked about the Auditor General's report, but I'm sure you're familiar with the motions from what I would call the most significant discussion council ever had on cleaning, and that was from 2012. Are you familiar with all of those motions and requests?
Unfortunately, Councillor, I wasn't here in 2012. I'm not familiar with those motions.
I think what I'll do is I will add them to the, I'll add them, they were actually made by then Councillor Anna Bailao, and that was in 2012, and it had to do with the contracting out of cleaners, which City Council stopped doing. And I think it might be helpful, Mr. Chair, if I just add this into the record with the clerk, so it's on the record here, because this was a City Council decision. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put it into the minutes.
Since Mr. Natozo isn't familiar, I don't think it's fair to ask him a lot of questions about that. But I just am interested in some of the contracting out that I've learned about, because since we had this original discussion, I have been really doing my homework, and a number of us have been. So how many buildings would you say, I understand there's about over 40% of the city's buildings are using contract cleaners at the moment. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Fletcher, corporate real estate manages about 500 buildings. Of those 500 buildings, we provide cleaning services to 227. The split between contracted services and in-house is 110 in-house, 107 for contracted services. Square footage is 4.9 million square feet for in-house and 3.7 for contracted services.
So I'm sure if the committee supports the motions, we'll just hear more about contracting and subcontracting, because in 2012, that was one of the issues that we were quite concerned about as far as who was able to subcontract, and particularly in police stations. I see there's more of that on the horizon. And then for one of the things that I was most interested in was the current situation with where we have full-time staff, full-time in buildings. And I know there are not a lot of areas where everybody's 100% back to work, but we do have areas where they are 100% back to work, outside of city clerks, by the way, who are always at work. But we have the police, where the police are, where fire is, where EMS are, where the 911 are. Those aren't jobs you can do from home. Those are jobs you have to do in the workplace. And I understand that in some of the locations, and I'm very respectful, I'm not allowed to mention addresses, that there have been some reductions in cleaning staff. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fletcher. I'll speak about the work standardization. The work standardization has allowed staff to be more effective and more efficient on their cleaning. As I mentioned in my presentation, what we've done is everybody set that standard. So what it's allowed us to do is to actually, or the cleaner's allowed to do, to clean more and more efficiently in a certain time frame. What we've done is aligned those locations based on the standard and applied the correct number of staff. And what we've done is realign staff across the city where they're required. So we haven't cut. What we've done is done the assessment based on standardization and realigned all of our staff where they're required.
So you have moved staff from those buildings where they're a 100% staff complement emergency services, yes or no? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's our job to ensure that we meet the operational requirements of the city, and that's what's important. And based on those operational requirements, we assign staff to the particular buildings.
So there have been staff removed from those buildings that house the emergency. I don't just mean EMS, but those who respond 24/7. Those I can't give you the addresses, but.
No, but I understand,
I'm just
Councillor.
confirming with you
based on the
that,
operational requirements of those.
You have shifted people out of those locations, correct?
Based on the operational requirements of those facilities,
whether
we have reassigned.
You've reassigned.
Reassigned staff to the appropriate other locations, based on the service that's required, based on the work standardization.
Thank you. And work standardization, the modern TO, when that was developed, and I was here, and Councillor Matlow was here, and Councillor Perks was here, Councillor Holiday was here. That was pre-pandemic when we worked out the new modern TO and people sharing desks and sharing workspaces, et cetera. Was that not correct?
So the
modern TO was
workplace
developed.
modernization will, again, sorry.
I'm just in the middle of my questions. Hang on. My question is, when modern TO was approved, and I'll ask Ms. Scioli because you were the mastermind of that, that was pre-pandemic. That was in 2000 and maybe 18?
28, through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, it was in 2018.
2018, thank you. So modern TO was, council approved it in 2018, and that was...
That was for office buildings that
Yes.
we're referring to here.
Yes, and I'm talking about offices.
Councillor Fletcher, well over 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Time flies.
I really appreciate you keeping me in line.
Okay, now, I was gonna, Counselor Matlow then, and then I don't differentiate between visiting and committee members, visiting counselors, so when the hands go up, I just pick them. It's not part of our rules of order or bylaws. So Counselor Matlow was next.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the report claims that there have been no impacts on essential or emergency services based on the changes. What I don't see is the evidence and the research to substantiate that claim. Can you cite it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillors, as part of the work standardization, we've met with all the respective chiefs and division heads with respect to those locations to walk them through the work standardization. So we were advised them first of what we were doing from a work standardization to make sure they were in accordance and in agreement with what we were doing, and we've made the changes. So it's important to us, Councillor. Obviously, voice of the client is very important in interacting with our clients.
I'm not, with all due respect, I'm not following how what you just said directly answers my question. Because it's good that you spoke with them, but what I'm not hearing is, based on what research, what evidence can you demonstrate that there haven't been impacts to essential and emergency services? For example, like what's been the feedback like from QP 79 or the Toronto Police Association or QP 416? I don't know. I haven't heard any of that.
So, Councillor, when we looked at implementing the APA standard, no, it's just mine. There's a buzz.
There is.
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah. When we first introduced the APA standard, Councillor, of course, we set a standard of 4,300 square feet, right? So we look at the operational requirements, in this case, with respect to essential services, look at the services that were in that building, because some essential service buildings are just offices and some may have a critical component. So we look at both operational requirements of those, of that facility, and determine what is the right level of service with respect to what that building requires. Then we meet with our clients and we explain to them the level of service we're going to provide, and that's how we determine.
So, but I hear you speaking.
The research is based on, we've based it on APA standard, Councillor Matlow. So we determine what the square footage per hour is required. Yeah. Based on that, we look then at the operational requirements and adjust what the level of level of cleaning in this case. Am
I inferring correctly though? It sounds like you're speaking before the fact. So for example, how do we know that the cleanliness of a bathroom, for example, in a police station hasn't prevented a response time? How do we know that? What research has been done to demonstrate that what you wrote in the report is a fact?
With the through the chair to you, Councillor Matlow, with the implementation of the new work standardization, we've also put in place a quality control program. So what we've done is created a baseline on what needs to be cleaned. Now we can actually measure that. So if we determine we need to tweak plus or minus an hour based on cleaning, then we would adjust that, because what's important to us is understanding the operational requirements of our clients and ensuring that we do the monitoring. We do have a quality assurance program, collecting that data to ensure that, and obviously talking to our clients to make sure that that level of service is always maintained at the highest level it can be.
Are the benchmarks that you've created, and I'd like to flesh out what those are, no pun intended.
No, I understand.
But I'd like to understand, what those are better, and also, are they based on private buildings? Are they based on public buildings?
So the research that we've done, APA, is both office and government and public institutions like universities.
So what has been done thus far to determine, for example, based on the workers themselves? Because I just haven't heard any feedback. I've heard the before the fact consultation discussions, but do we know, for example, whether it be from the chiefs or the union leaders like QP 79, 416, or the TPA as to whether or not they concur with the satisfaction that you describe in the report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Matlow. In March of 2021, we met with the union to advise them that we're moving to the APRA standard.
But again, that was before the fact, so what about now?
March 2020. In August 2022, we met with the union again and walked them through the APRA standard and what we were doing in terms of work standardization.
Yeah.
So they were well aware of the program.
So now we're in April 2023. So how do we know that we've met the standards that we set?
In December of 2022, we implemented the work standard at 2 buildings. In March, we did another 2 buildings, and the team is working on continuing that standardization to complete by the end of Q2.
So we don't know yet.
That's your last question. I realize the clock says 3, but I started your clock problems. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions for staff here. First, why does the report say that these changes will have no effect on service hours when the letter given to Union Local 79 clearly stated that the city plans to reduce hours of operation? And the proposal is not to cut, the proposal is to cut not only hours of operation, but also hours of cleaning service provided. How does this demonstrate that this will not reduce cleaning standards across buildings? Especially here, for example, in City Hall. When we have, as you can see, committee rooms open, the chambers is open, there are people here, how do you?
So, Councillor, again, what we've done is reduced the hours of operation from 8 to 8. Well, let's use City Hall, for example. It does not impact legislative meetings. It does not impact public consultation meetings. It does not impact special events. Again, the hours of work happen between 8 to 8, so we have not reduced any service levels or cut any service levels. It's just the work happens within that time period.
Okay, and so I know Councilor Matlow alluded to this again, but where is the data to support the report statements that these changes will not impact general health and safety requirements for city staff and the public?
The APA standard takes into consideration health and safety requirements. That's first and foremost.
And what does the report refer to exactly when it claims that they are maintaining health and safety standards?
Could you repeat that?
What does the report refer to exactly when it claims that they are maintaining health and safety standards?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to you, Councillor. Again, there's a cleaning regime that we follow, right, separate from the work standardization. So it's how we clean, what we clean with. That's the highest standard it can be. That our cleaners apply to all our buildings. In addition to all of the cleaning we do, if you look at either end of this committee room, we also have disinfection kits. So we take, cleaning very seriously. We make sure that it's the highest standard it can be. So we have a standard for cleaning. We follow that standard, and we maintain that standard.
I've been a counselor for almost 5 months now, and I have gotten the flu and the cold 3 times within those 5 months. And I don't usually get sick, right? And I used to be a school board trustee, and I used to be in schools around kids who were sick all the time. And the only thing that has changed in my life in that short period of time is working in this building. So for me, there must be a correlation. And it scares the hell out of me knowing that, there's less cleaning staff here during the day and after hours.
And so I don't believe we have less clean. I don't think that statement's true in terms of less cleaners. Again, we're early in the implementation of the work standardization. We haven't fully implemented it. We'll monitor the program, and as I said to Councillor Matlow, again, we adjust based on what the requirements are of all of our stakeholders and clients within our facilities.
And again, I'm assuming this is a staff decision. There's nothing council can do to change your mind, because again, for me, I'm concerned for my staff safety, I'm concerned for my safety, I'm concerned for public safety. And I think I have to say out loud now in this meeting that, you know, my preference would be that the status quo remains.
Councillor, again, we're following council direction with from the Auditor General's findings that there were gaps in the way the level of cleaning was provided. We looked at that. We implemented that with our contracted services, the APA standard, as part of the last round of contracts. And now we're working on applying that standard within the city. So we are applying the highest standard of cleaning we can.
Is there an opportunity for a review at some point? Because again, the metrics may not work over time. I mean, it's one thing to you know, theorize things, but you know, when you actually implement it, it may actually not have the results that you want.
But that's the whole idea of standardizing, Councillor. And now we have a baseline, we have a quality assurance program that we can monitor that and then adjust according to, you know, the data we'll be able to collect, and they'd be able to adjust based on the data we're able to collect, and that's why we're moving to a standard. So we've got a baseline. Prior to this, we didn't have any baseline.
It's the last question.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Sachs, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Tobin. First of all, sorry. Mr. Matozo, yes, all right, we'll start that one again. So first of all, in terms of the budget, I sat through most of the budget committee and I read all the budget notes, and there wasn't anything in there that said you were going to cut the hours of the lowest paid workers in the entire city of Toronto by 25%, correct?
Councillor, the affordability measures in...
No, I'm sorry. Please answer my question. Was there anything in the budget documents provided to council that said you were going to cut the hours of the lowest paid workers in the city by 25%?
Councillor, the work standardization...
I think that's a yes or no.
I can't answer it as a yes or no, Councillor. I need to explain.
No, don't explain. Just answer the question.
Councillor Sachs, please.
I just want an answer to my question.
Please allow the staff to answer, and I would remind you as well, we're not discussing the budget here.
But
We're discussing the report. Mr. Matozo?
Affordability measures in our budget as we looked at service efficiencies on where and that's resulted in savings that we're able to do. The work standardization. So the affordability measures adopted in the 23 budget reduced custodial overtime hours for unplanned and on-demand service requests, weekend statutory holidays, custodial services made possible by work standardization.
Okay, Mr. Matozo.
But that's in the notes, Councillor, in the budget notes.
Nowhere did it say that you were going to cut the hours. Anyway, I'll take that as a no because I didn't find it, you didn't point it to me. Now let's be clear.
If you allow me to finish about work standardization.
No, because it wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question was whether we were specifically notified, and you haven't pointed us to any place where we were. The second thing is the proposal, or the actions that you're taking, have cut the hours of the part-time custodians by 2 hours out of an 8-hour shift. That's a 25% reduction in their hours and therefore in their take-home pay, correct? Just answer the question, please.
I need to explain the question. I need to explain my answer, Councillor. So
well, let's start with the answer.
Go ahead, Mr. Matozo.
But please, I want an answer.
Councillor Sachs, if you could just allow Mr. Matozo to answer, and then you can have a follow-up question.
But he's not answering.
Work standardization has allowed our cleaners to be more effective and efficient how they clean. So that allows them to do more based on the 43. They were at 2,800 hours, 2,800 square feet per hour. The APA standard, we've raised it to 43. That allows them to become more efficient at cleaning. That's what allows, where the reduction comes. It doesn't come, like we said, we cut in hours. The efficiency on how they clean, it requires them less hours to do the cleaning.
Well, Mr. Matoza, that is, of
And
course,
sorry, if I could finish, that's with, we're doing this in adherence of the collective bargaining agreement, so I just want to make sure that I state that as well.
well, it would be good if you actually answered the questions, but let's go back to the question. The question was, you've cut their hours 25%, and your answer was, no, we've increased the amount of work we require them to do per hour, and therefore we're not paying them for as many hours. So let's go back to that. Well, it just is. You said that in an hour, they are now expected to clean a much larger area. Now, the workers themselves are the ones who know best what is the job that they required to do to keep the sites clean. I mean, let's start with this question. You do still, I take it, expect them to keep city premises as clean as they were before you started cutting their hours. Is that right?
With the work standardization, Councillor, respectfully, the buildings are cleaner.
Well, all right, so you say they are expected to keep them, you're saying at least as clean as they were before, so we've sort of got one point. And you're expecting them to do that in much less time. Now, have you given them any magic new equipment that makes things cleaner faster?
Councillor, the APA standard itself is a tool that we've now trained and taught our cleaners on how to clean more efficiently.
So they didn't get any new equipment, you've just given them new orders, is that right? Okay, so they have no new equipment.
Yeah. We're asking, so Councillor, to answer, again, the APA standard has allowed us to put job routines and tasks where there were none prior to that.
Well,
so at least now they have a playbook, let's say, per se, on how to clean, right? So they have a standard to follow.
Are you suggesting that for the last 50 years, the city's employees didn't know how to clean things? Never mind.
Last question.
I'm going to keep going.
Okay. That's time.
Is there anything in the
That's
attorney?
time. Councillor Saxon.
Let me have my last question.
It's time.
Was there anything in the Attorney General report in 2016 that foresaw the impacts of the pandemic on cleanliness requirements?
I can't answer the question. The Attorney General, the Auditor General could have foreseen a pandemic, but what I will say is the cleaning regime that we've implemented over the last 3 years is the highest standard it can be.
Thank you. Are there other councillors? Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm wondering with the hybrid work model, the footprint of square footage that needs to be covered, what's the difference between before, when we were all everywhere all the time, to now having reduced presence in many of our facilities? Is there a calculation of square footage that has been reduced that needs to be covered?
The square footage of the building is still the same.
Right, but in terms of how much you have to cover, right? Because you might not have to cover certain places with the same frequency because of the reduced presence of people.
No. What we're saying is between 8 and 8, it's the same amount of work. So we're under the new standard, it's 4375 square feet per hour.
So you're still cleaning to the
Where
same
previously
degree,
it was
even when
2,800 square.
So when there's a body in the office twice a week, that carpet is being treated as if there's a body in that office 5 days a week? Is that what I'm hearing? So can you pause my time, please?
Yeah. So through the chair to you, Councillor Cheng, again, the standardization allows us to be flexible in how we apply the cleaning based on the hybrid model.
How many staff were impacted by this change in terms of their work hours?
So, Councillor, the choice of workforce is determined by our operational requirements.
But how many people experienced a change in their paycheck in the reduction that has happened? Or
depends,
standardization?
That depends, Councillor, and the reason why I say that, because we have part-time bee cleaners, so some may work more hours than others, so it's hard to say which ones the quantity. I can say we have 187 part-time cleaners, so that varies on which cleaner's working which amount of hours.
So was there a change for some staff to move from full-time to part-time because of this change?
Through Chair, no.
Because I was told that there was someone who previously worked 8 hours, and now because she's working 6 hours, she has to pay $145 to top up her benefit and pension premiums in order to maintain them. Can't speak to that, but that's an impact of reducing hours on someone who was working 8 hours and now it's 6 hours.
So, through the chair to you, Councillor Cheng, we are working and adhering to the collective agreement with the implementation of work standardization, sorry.
But does that speak to the human impact? We have the fair wage policy where we can apply fair wages, but there's some impact here that disappears. We can't actually see the impact unless we go and talk to the people who are cleaning our floors and emptying our garbages, well, except on second floor, who are doing this work. There's some impact, I think, that's not being measured. So just because we're adhering to the collective agreement doesn't mean that there aren't people who have experienced financial impact in a time where cost of living has gone up.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Cheng, our responsibility is to adhere to the collective agreement.
So my concern is that if the hours are being reduced for some people, which what I'm hearing is this has happened, and they're no longer full-time staff, they are now having to, one person told me they've lost $1,000 a month in their income, and these are the lowest paid wages people being paid in our city. Can we not consolidate our workforce and redeploy some of our other staff? I hear there's a hiring shortage. There's so many jobs in the city, so instead of cutting these people into where they can't actually make a living properly, why could we not keep people at full time, and then where there's extra people, make sure that there are opportunities that they can be redeployed with all the jobs that we're currently hiring?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Cheng, as we have reiterated to many of the councillors, as well as the union on many occasions, the door remains open on full-time positions. Once we complete the work standardization by the end of second quarter, staff will review the workforce requirements and determine how many of the part-time staff can be converted to actual full-time. But I've been transparent with everybody who's asked me, and I've been transparent with the union as well. It will not be a one-to-one relationship.
So, Jory, I just have one last question. So do you know that there have been people who have financially taken a hit in terms of their livelihoods because of this reduction? Has that human impact been highlighted to you at all?
Through the chair, no one's advised me of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Other councillors' questions? Just, Councillor Moise, I recognize you wanting a second round. I'm going to check, does anyone else want to ask questions? Councillor Bravo, because I do as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So there have been a lot of questions my colleagues have asked about the impact on workers, city workers currently. I wanted to ask questions about the contracted out work. What tools are available to you to make sure that contracted out work, that those workers are receiving decent wages and working conditions?
So, Councillor, I can speak to the APA standard and the service levels we have in place with the...
Yeah, but sorry, I meant to say the levers and the tools that you have at your disposal to ensure that any work that's contracted out, that those workers are experiencing decent wages and working conditions.
So, Councillor, any contract that the city enters into, a service contract, are all reviewed by Fair Wage, and all of our contracts follow the Fair Wage policy.
So is it possible then to say that that the standard that has been achieved within the public service, within city workers that are currently working directly for the city, is the same standard that is of wages and benefits that's being experienced by the contracted out workers?
Councillor, with respect to contracted services, again, firms bid on the work, and Fair Wage reviews the wages that are included in those contracts, and they determine if it's fair or not.
Right, so what we're essentially doing when we contract out this work is the contracting company takes a portion for profit and then sets the conditions, the probably no benefits and lower wages compared to city workers. That's correct, isn't it?
Through the chair, to you, Councillor, that's a question for Fair Wage.
Okay, so we see that roughly like between 40 and 50% of cleaning positions have been contracted out. I share the concerns of my colleagues around the savings that are being achieved are coming at the expense of workers who are experiencing already low wages. And I'm wondering if there are any city statements or policies that are governing the choices that you're making. I think, for example, about the city's poverty reduction strategy or the 2012 directive of council to stop contracting out this kind of service. Are these were they taken into consideration in relation to this plan?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Bravo, the contracting out happened before I joined the city.
Okay.
We as staff are abiding by the council direction through the Auditor General's recommendations.
And in terms of the cleaning,
we have not contracted out and not increased any contracting out of cleaning services.
okay. So in terms of the cleaning standard, so I understand that the modern TO and the Auditor General's report, these events happened before the pandemic, and the standard that you're alluding to, that was set in what year? The new standards of cleaning that you're talking about?
So the work standardization for cleaning were first implemented in contracted services when we went out to market and awarded the contracted service portion of cleaning in 2020, so it would have been implemented in 2021. So the contracted services have been following the APA standard since 2021. And for in-house, again, as a result of COVID, we got it back on track, and now we've just started. We're early in implementing the workplace standard.
My last, I think, question is, so this standard applies to, perhaps I didn't understand this before, so you have an office worker sharing a workstation, that's the APA standard, and then the cleaning of a police station, for example, is that the same standard that applies?
In an office environment, it's the same standard, and then based on the operational requirements, we increase that level of service based on the operational requirements of specific clients.
Is that attached anywhere here, the differential standards and where they apply and how those are arrived at? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matlow?
Pat?
Sorry.
Not at all, not at all. I want to clarify something that you said earlier, and I just want to give you an opportunity to perhaps clarify to us your answer. You were asked by, and I apologize, I forget which member asked about if you were aware of any impacts, like any hardship to any of the custodial workers. Was it Councillor Cheng? And you said that you had not been advised of that to be true. But I understand that in fact, the unions have brought to your attention that people have even lost their homes.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if perhaps you wanted to correct or clarify your
My
response.
apologies, Councillor. I did meet with the union. The union did express concerns about the reduction in hours. And I did explain to them that based on the standard, moving to 4,300 square feet per hour would create more efficiency and require less hours to clean. So that's where the reduction in hours comes from.
Did they mention that people might have lost their homes over this decision?
They did not mention anybody's house was at risk. They had concerns around around their membership. And
they were advocating for their members, and so they didn't give you any specifics about impacts to.
They didn't give me any specifics to any people. They recognized, they advised me that their members were impacted by the reduction in hours for part-time staff.
Yes, with that focus, as we move forward. Well, I understand you're looking at efficient ways to use resources, and you're looking at the square footage of buildings, and you're citing various standards that you believe are adequate for use today. But if you hear that there are members of council who believe that we should be making decisions both on some of the issues that you raised, but also on values. I think most of us, if not all of us, refer to our custodial workers as heroes, right? Hyperbolically, but true, and rhetorically rather. And so, just as the pandemic, seems to be waning, although cases are up. This is when we think that it's time to kind of go, well, thanks for your heroic work, and you're on your own. Are you open to working with us on ensuring that we both focus on some of the priorities that you believe you need to set, but matching that with values-based priorities over how we treat the very people who have been serving us?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Matlow. Again, my responsibility as the division head is to take direction from council, and that's what I'm doing. So if it's the will of council, then. So
we'll work with you on perhaps improving those standards.
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Malik, you had questions, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. So my question is about subcontracting by the contractor. What is actually allowed?
It's a very good question, Councillor, and I know that it's not allowed. Because again, although some may do it, and I know that, and Genevieve, our CPO, it's something that doesn't happen within our contracts. We're specific about that.
Okay, is there something that's similar to it or could be perceived as subcontracting by the contractor?
I'd have to talk to Fair Wage. That's a question for Fair Wage, but.
And if it is discovered that that practice is occurring, what is the course of action?
It would be breach of contract, Councillor, and that could result in immediate termination of the contract.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go to consider second round? Any other questions from councillors? I think we got everybody. I'd like to ask some. Mr. Matozo, 2016 auditor's report looked at cleaning services. What was the very first recommendation on that list? Would you agree that it's probably to standardize? Sorry? Would you agree it's probably to standardize if I save you looking it up?
Sorry, Councillor, yeah, 2016 Auditor General Report, Part 1, opportunities to control costs, improve productivity, and enhance quality of cleaning services. So to be clear, that's for both contracted services and in-house services.
We, council, asked you to develop standards. Is that correct?
Through the chair, sorry, to you, yes, that is correct.
So you've identified standards, you've implemented them, and you call them the APA standards. So that puts the contracted services and the in-house on equal footing, does it not, in terms of evaluation?
So we are in the midst of implementing them in-house. So once they are implemented, they will have a baseline that we can monitor both. We are monitoring, we can monitor our in-house to the same standard that our contracted services.
So you compare apples to apples, correct?
So once the baseline is in, yes, we'll be able to monitor both and be able to compare and have the data to support, the level of service provided.
Does in-source and outsource match in terms of performance?
I can't answer that question today, Councillor. Once the work standards are in place by the end of Q2 of this year, it would take about a good year for us to measure the work standard for both and then come back and report those findings. Because again, you've got to be fair in terms of allowing staff to collect do the quality assurance, collect the data to be able to report on that. To be fair.
Part of this process, according to what I heard you say today, was that you went from 2,300 square feet to over 4,000 square feet of area cleaned within an hour. Is that right? An hour or a shift?
So in 2019, it was 24 square feet per hour. And what we've done is moved to, based on the operational requirements of the city, to 4385.
And did we ask you to do that?
So, Councillor, in terms of, again, as part of directed by the Auditor General, look at efficiencies, again, we looked at what public institutions and governments were doing, and we also engaged with a third-party consultant to advise us on what standard would best be applied based on our operational requirements, and again, following the Auditor General's recommendations. That's what.
So if I could just augment what Pat said through you, Chair, or Vice Chair, we were asked to actually, through an audit, but also managing our business, to make sure we standardize across the board. And that's what Pat is talking about. That was an ask from council to make sure that we had a standard that we could actually also implement, but also measure. And that is something that is the role that Pat plays for the organization. We expect him to do his job.
Okay. What are some of the drivers of hours of our in-sourced staff? So for instance, if somebody calls in sick, what happens? The hours go up or stay the same?
We'll look to call other part-time cleaners to offset that individual who's sick on that shift.
What happens on a contractor if they have someone sick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's their responsibility to backfill that individual.
So every time an in-sourced cleaner calls in sick, the hour count goes up. Anytime an outsourced cleaner calls in sick, the hour count doesn't go up. They're still responsible to clean it, the company. That's the outcome. I don't know what mechanics happen in the company, but that's the outcome to us. It's what we see.
Based on city policy, you are correct.
Okay. And does absenteeism drive the numbers of hours?
Yes, it does.
Has absenteeism changed over time?
It's been consistent for quite a long time.
Is the absenteeism rate in-house similar to outsourced? Is it more or less? Do we know?
We don't measure the absenteeism for contracted services to the best of my knowledge. Because again, under contract, they have a contract to fulfill to make sure someone's there.
Thank you. My time is up. I'll ask the committee I'm sorry, Councillor Perks. Thank you for reminding me. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So this standard you're talking about, it's not a quality standard. It's a speed standard, right?
So the APA standard provides job routines and tasks on how to clean.
Yeah,
right? So that it basically gives them a playbook, right? And it shows them how to clean.
Yes.
Prior to that.
But if I could just be real clear with my question.
But it does, APA also follows health and safety standards as well. So
I did not ask about health and safety standards. Pat, we can do this the easy way. Come on. this isn't a quality standard saying there will be no litter for more than 10 minutes in a location. No, it's a speed of performance standard, which is you have to get a certain amount of work done in a certain amount of time.
Based on a, based on a job routine and task, based on the requirements of that specific space.
Okay. And the standard you've got is from the Association of Physical Plant Administrators. And that organization is predominantly American, isn't it? And many of the board members of that association come from states in the United States where they have what's called right-to-work legislation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Perks, the APA Association is based out of the U.S. It is a worldwide standard.
It's North American. I looked it up.
Yeah, it's applied to many public institutions, universities, other governments.
But many of the members of the board of that come from states in America where closed shop collective bargaining is not legal, correct?
To that level of detail, Councillor, I'm not familiar.
I checked. Are you familiar with the labor relations term speed up?
Through you, Deputy Chair, I am not, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Councillor Holliday was asking some questions about what he calls absenteeism. During the pandemic, which still exists, we did everything we could as a city to encourage people to stay home from work if they were sick, correct?
Councillor, with respect to frontline services, I would, as the city manager and many have stated that more than 70% of our workers came in every day.
Oh, no, I'm not asking about that. I'm saying for health reasons, we told our workforce, if you are sick, do not come to work.
That's just a fact.
Council, I'll defer that question to our labor relations, Sean Malloy.
Yes, through the speaker, we were told if you're not well, don't come to work.
Right, okay. And I don't know who can answer this, but I remember there being quite a number of reports on frontline workers in a variety of settings that were operated privately or contracted out, that because those workers didn't get sick days and so on, there were many, many instances of workers in non-union environments going into work when they were sick because they needed that paycheck. Do you recall that being a common occurrence, a common problem?
I can't speak to other employers at this point.
Okay, I know there was massive media coverage of it, but I'll speak to it when it's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. There was a request for another round. I will put it to the committee. Does anyone want to move another round of questions? Councillor Cheng, you want to have another round? Okay, all those in favor? Another round? Carries. Councillor Moyes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just to pick up on your initial comments around absenteeism, and Councillor Perks also mentioned it too. Through you, Mr. Chair, for-profit contract cleaners versus in-house cleaners, which is more cost-effective?
Councillor, I would refer back to the report that CREM brought forward back in 2021, GL for 24.17. That was the last year we could actually do an apples-to-apples comparison of cost comparison between in-house and contracted services, and contracted services was 50% more.
Okay. And the audited general report that you've referred to is a 2016 audited report.
Sorry, Councillor Moyes, I just want to correct. I think, Pat, you meant 50%. less contracted services. Yes, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
I also want to remind committee members and visiting councillors, we've had dozens of people waiting all day to talk about another item on the agenda. So in respect of them, we can't go through endless rounds of questioning.
Well, it's only round 2, but thank you. Did you pause my time? Okay. So where was I? In regards to the Auditor General Report of 2016, do we have done any studies since the pandemic? Do you not think there's a public health benefit to reviewing this?
Through the chair, staff, when looking at our cleaning regime specifically, follow public health guidelines, the city's occupational health and safety guidelines, and industry standards. So the answer is we look at a variety of different and comply with public health as well as our occupational health safety when we're setting the cleaning regime.
Mm-hmm. And just one more question. I don't need full 5 minutes. Why are we basing our standards and baseline on the private sector when this is a public building for public use? Don't we need to protect the public?
Councillor, yeah, I know you weren't here for my presentation, but in my presentation I talked that when we looked at the APA standard, it is used by public institutions and government, universities, as well as other levels of government.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moyes. Oh my gosh. Councillor Cheng, I don't differentiate between visiting and sitting councillors, so we'll go Cheng, Sachs.
Great, thank you so much through the chair. I just want to track the journey of a staff member who has experienced reduced hours, and I just want to understand here. So a change was implemented, and some people have had their lives significantly impacted, but at some point in the future, once the standards are set, there's going to be a clarity of how many full-time jobs are actually available, and then those potentially some of the people who have gone through this possibly life-altering reduction in wages could then apply to these full-time jobs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Councillor, again, as I stated, the door remains open on full-time positions. Again, so once we've completed the workplace standardization in the second quarter of this year, we will look at the workforce requirements of the city and then meet with the union to determine how many of those positions can be converted to full-time. With respect on the mechanics, how that works, I would either have to defer that question to Sean Malloy.
The Speaker, there is a process outlined in the collective agreement to discuss converting part-time staff to full-time.
So there's a messiness here that there's a standard that is being implemented, but some significant changes have been made prior to a clarity of our end state. So why would we not get to that end state where we have clarity and then make changes so that everyone knows the reality that they are living in and can make adjustments accordingly?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Cheng, we are operating within and adhering to the collective agreement.
Right, but in terms of a change management, efficiency, respect for workers, respect for just person's stability of ability to raise their family, to know this year, can I raise my family on my salary? I'm not sure. I'm going to find out in second quarter if there's a full-time job. Because the collective agreement doesn't cover this part of the messiness of change management, so we don't have a goal to hold our people in a stable fashion until a major change happens. It feels like we did a big shakeup and then now we're not at end state yet. That, to me, I'm kind of confused about why we would have such a lack of clarity about our end
Councillor Cheng, there must be a question.
Yes, that's my question.
I think I understand.
Yes,
the question.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So from a communication perspective, if I may, so March 21, we sat down with the union and said that, you know what, we're looking at implementing a work standardization. In August of 22, we sat down with the union again and advised them that we were moving towards the work standardization. Again, in December, we met with the union again, said we've implemented at 2 locations. Again in March, we advised them again, we've implemented at 2 others. We're early in the program, and as I stated earlier, it's a standard that will adjust based on the need and the operational requirements of buildings.
Okay, you're at 6 minutes, we'll call it a day. Anyone else here who, Councillor Sachs? Oh, and Vice Chair Holliday, you'd still like another round?
All right. Okay, Mr. Matozo, looking at the APPA, I think this is an association of universities, colleges, libraries, and museums, right? And so, first of all, do you agree that the scope of users and uses of City of Toronto facilities, including emergency facilities, is broader than the range of users and uses in colleges, universities, schools, and libraries?
So, Councillor,
And please try to answer the question.
through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sachs. Councillor, you know, it also applies to offices, but they're all high-use, high-traffic institutions, as ours are, right? So when we look at the health and safety, so applying the APA standard, applying health and safety, looking at the amount of traffic that goes through any type of public institution, as well as our buildings, was taken into consideration when
The range
standard.
Yeah, but the range of users and uses is greater. The second thing is that no unions representing custodians and no people who actually do cleaning are entitled to be members of the APPBA according to their website, correct?
Sorry, Councillor, I would not know that.
All right, well, it's clear on their website. Next thing is that the APPA has 5 different levels, all of which are considered to meet their cleaning standards. They go from orderly spotlessness, ordinary tidiness, casual inattention, moderate dinginess, or unkempt neglect, and each of those is a level of APPA-accepted cleaning standards as shown on their website, correct?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Sachs, there are different levels, and when staff assess the operational requirements of those specific facilities, they'll apply the specific level to that level.
Right, and
operational requirement.
Right, and one of the levels that the APP allows is unkempt neglect, correct? That's their level 5? I can show you on their website if you like.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sachs, we're at level 2.
Okay. And level 2 does allow days' worth of dust, dirt, stains, and streaks, marks, dust, smudges, fingerprints, and so on, correct? That's what the website says, isn't it, sir?
I just want to remind my colleague, we're not in a court of law.
That's true, but I'm trying to get answers to questions.
To Councillor Sachs, again, Councillor, we look at a standard. We look at the operational requirements of all of our stakeholders in the respective buildings and the respective use, and apply the required standard of cleaning based on the operational requirements.
Yes, Mr. Matozo, what I'm trying to get clear is exactly what that standard requires. So we've established nobody on the committees who makes the standard actually does the cleaning work, and that there are different standards which do allow days' worth of debris. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to go back to another meeting, but I do want to signal my very, very strong opposition to this process that has been taken by city staff without being disclosed at budget time. The fact that the American universities think that cleaners should be able to clean more doesn't mean that they actually...
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. I thank you for visiting us. We get lonely at this committee, so it's always good to see visiting councillors. Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? Vice Chair Holliday.
Thank you. So we've been nibbling on this question about APA standards. Could you just give me an example of what it means so that I can crystallize in my mind what you've asked people to do? How do you measure it? Can you just enlighten me what we're talking about here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Holiday, I'm going to ask one of my directors of facility management who understand the APA standard far better than I do to answer your question.
Great.
Through the chair to Councillor Holiday. First of all, I'm Claudia Nunez. I'm the custodial manager for the city. Just to give you an understanding of what it is, when we go through an inspection of our sites, when our foreperson walks through the floor, when our cleaner inspects the floor as they're cleaning it, they're identifying, are the baseboards clean? That's APA level 2. Are the desks cleared of, are the conference tables cleared of debris? Is the dust being completed on a weekly basis? That's how we establish those standards.
So it's a checklist.
Correct. It's an end result checklist.
And the checklist is longer or shorter depending on the level that we choose. And we require different hours.
There are more details. APA level 1 would be a higher standard to maintain, so higher checklist.
And so we ask the outsourced cleaners and we ask the in-source cleaners to follow the same checklist, same standard.
That is correct.
What did we do before?
We didn't have a standard before.
We just hired people and said, go clean?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the rest of the world do?
They get prescribed job routines and training on how to do their job, and that's actually what we're doing today.
Does part of the standard tell people how to do their jobs? Is it like a list? Do this, do this, do this?
That is correct. The job routine outlines exactly what they're tasked to the area that they have to clean.
So the playbook tells the worker what they need to do and really tells the contractor what they need to do, or the in-sourced worker. And then it gives the supervisory staff, is it standards to measure? Is that what it is?
Yes, it'll create a quality assurance measure that they can go against to make sure that the work was completed as assigned.
So is that like how many inches of dust, or, it was wiped down today, check?
I wouldn't say it would be inches of dust, but well-trained supervisors, as we do have in this city at this point, would know what a week's worth of dust would be. So if, let's say, the dust would be turning gray, that would be worth a week's worth of dust. If it's still a light dusting, it might be a 3 days accumulation.
Implementing the standards, has this saved us money?
Yes.
Has it resulted in cleaner spaces?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Any other questions on this final round? Okay, we can go to speakers. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Would you like to speak first? No, you're passing on speaking. And Councillor Matlow.
I understand that there's a motion coming that might help us make some progress on improving this situation, but I just wanted to lend my support for reversing the cuts to hours and services that we're providing. As Councillor Cheng pointed out earlier about the impacts that many of our workers are experiencing in their lives, and we've heard some stories about that. I just, from a values-based perspective, I just don't understand as an employer how over 2 or 3 years during the worst part of the pandemic, we kept referring to our frontline workers as heroes, and raising the standards and the expectations of the kind of cleanliness we expect and the work that we expect from our workers. And the moment that the pandemic seems to wane, then we just relinquish that responsibility to the very people who we were just holding up as those heroes. Now those heroes are struggling to make ends meet even more than they were with those jobs, given that they were the lowest paid jobs that we provide. And we've got to remember that the service that our custodial workers provide is both for other employees, including emergency services, but also in places like Metro Hall, where we provide warming centers, where we expect that people are going to be healthy and safe, where the public will come into our buildings, along with many, if not almost all of the other buildings that we have. And so this really is a health and safety issue that we need to take seriously. And the way that this came about, with the first strong mayor budget, the council, yes?
Just be careful.
I'm just referring to something that's public. What am I being careful about?
Let's make sure we're respectful of staff.
What did I say that was disrespectful?
You hadn't yet. All I said was be careful.
I just don't know what you're alluding to or referring to.
Go ahead, continue.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the way that this came about, through a strong mayor budget, with the least inclusive budget process that I've ever experienced, means that most councillors really learned about these changes after the fact in an appendix that was buried in the budget that councillors didn't even get a chance to vote on. And that's why you're hearing from so many councillors who are asking questions that they didn't really have an opportunity to ask before these changes were made. And when I asked staff earlier about, even what is the evidence, what is the research to demonstrate that these changes have had no impact on the essential and emergency services that we provide, I kept hearing, with all due respect to them, Pat would keep saying, well, we met with the chiefs earlier, we provided information earlier, these are the things that we did earlier. But I haven't actually seen anything to demonstrate that there's been no material impact on the safety and the health and the well-being of both the people who work in our buildings and the public who visit our buildings and rely on coming to our buildings for services every day. Now, the latest thing that I was just handed today was a report back on facilities management services by staff. And I can tell you, this didn't provide me any evidence or research either. I just want to show you all what this is. It is weird to me to receive this, because it's 3 pages long and it's more like a picture book. It's got like a graphic here, and then another couple graphics, couple lines, and then a big thank you at the back. And it didn't really provide me any relevant information to change my view that we haven't done this as well as we could have. So I'm going to pause there because I know that there's a motion coming. But I want to know for sure, responsibly, as a co-employer, that the people who work for us are served as well by us as they're serving the residents of Toronto, that we're not making a very expensive city even more expensive for the people who work for us, and ultimately that we're not lowering the standards and actually bringing everything down to the lowest common denominator when it comes to the health and safety of our public facilities that people work in and people rely on every day for services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Why don't we get these motions on the floor so people can speak to them? You're moving them on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Chair. My motion, I think, will be displayed shortly, but it asks City Council to direct the Deputy City Manager of Corporate Services to restore cleaning hours to Q2 2020 levels, in particular in buildings which house critical emergency services. And in addition, it asks for reports back to to this committee around 4 different areas. And you can read the motion here. I do want to say that I appreciate that what's been brought before us is actually the result of previous council direction. I think that it's the result of work that was done to ensure that cost savings were being found. And so we are, thanks for answering the questions, that you're a bit on the hook for decisions that have been made politically and that have been made and cemented in the last budget, which in fact was brought in a very different kind of budget as I understand it, where there was not as much documentation and support for us to probe as councillors, and that's why you're finding that people are asking these questions at this committee. I think that it's important to remember that we are in a financial situation in the City of Toronto that's complicated. But one of the things that I think is most crucial for a public employer like this is to actually lift the standard of the people who are the lowest paid. I do not want to live in a city where a person who cleans this building cannot afford to live in this city. And I think that while it may, it competes with that initial impetus to just make the cuts, actually we have an obligation to be a good employer. And we cannot achieve that unless we protect these workers and this kind of work. So that is my motion, and I have some questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bravo. We do have questions in the mover. Why not?
Yes.
Councillor Holiday, you have questions in the mover?
I do. So in item number 1, I'm just trying to understand the effect of your motion. Is it just to pay people more hours? What's it trying to achieve?
I think it's clear that what we're talking about is restoring the cleaning hours for buildings which house critical emergency services, which from what I heard means that we're actually providing a higher level of cleaning for this particular kind of building in which certain activities are taking place.
That's not what that says. That says, and if I can translate and you can clarify, if I can ask my question uninterrupted.
Councillor Perks, please.
Is your intent that worker A, instead of having 5 hours, would now have 7 hours? Whatever it is. Is that what that means?
No, I think that your question actually reveals that the service standard isn't about cleanliness, but is actually about hours allocated to particular workers, which I think goes to the heart of the problem that we're facing here. And in fact, perhaps if you're cleaning a building where there's emergency or critical emergency services being provided, limiting to a particular cookie cutter standard that was created in some complicated environment in the United States is perhaps something to question.
So is the intent of your motion to unravel the previous council direction, which was to standardize the services?
My intention is to ensure, with part 1, that the cleaning hours provided and therefore the amount of staff actually match the need for cleaning within buildings that house critical emergency services.
That's not what it says. It just says restore it to the hours that
that's
were
what the
previously
motion
there. But what is your intent then? You just told me you just told me something that it doesn't say. It says hours, and we're talking about standards. We put it up on the screen. I don't see the word standards. I didn't see the word standards there.
No, you're saying in your question, you raised the notion of the standard. Then you said to me, Councillor Holiday, that in fact the standard is the 5 hours, which actually reveals that what we're trying to do is get workers to work faster and not actually to make sure that that this is the intention of this isn't actually to make sure that these particular buildings with higher needs are clean.
All this talks about is restoring cleaning hours to the second quarter of 2022. What is the outcome? What is the outcome of that?
The rest of the sentence, it might be helpful.
In certain buildings, What is the outcome of that?
In certain buildings that what? That house critical emergency services.
Okay, so
So
what is the
you
outcome?
notice, Councillor Holiday, that I did ask whether a police station or another place where there's emergency frontline services is treated in the same way, in the same standard, than an office where people are working at a computer. And that list of how the differential cleaning standards wasn't provided at this committee today. It may be provided later, and that in fact the standard appears to be different depending on what kind of building, and we don't know what that is. I think this is very clear. It's setting direction around emergency services that are housed within particular buildings.
I think I got it. So to paraphrase, you want to delete the standards that we are aiming to now pursuant to the Auditor General's report and go to something else.
That is actually not what I'm saying.
But
that is your interpretation of this motion, and of course you can vote against it.
All right, Councillor Holiday, I think we're going in circles here. Any other questions for the mover? No. So I just have a couple. You are aware that yeah, I'm going to ask the mover. Just a couple of things. You're aware that we don't have the authority to open the budget here, and thank you. Councillor Perks, do you have to interrupt everybody? So you are aware that we can adopt the motion, but council will have the final say, and they will have to reopen the budget and find an offset.
Yes, I think you'll find that contemplated in the wording of the motion.
All right, as long as you're aware.
Also, Councillor Perks may not get his cookie today, but yeah, it's contemplated in the wording of the motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. So as long as you're aware that we don't have the authority to make that financial decision here, it's okay. Good. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is very clear that it's City Council would make that decision, not this committee, Mr. Chair, because as you're aware, there's only certain things that are delegated to this committee, and you're well aware as the chair of that. I just want to, I think the letter that I sent should be on file in the CMP, but I want to go over a couple of things. I think Councillor Bravo's very real, that we're living with decisions that were made, actually some of them 10 years ago. So there have been many different decision points here. In 2012, there was a major decision point that said, stop now, we are not contracting out all of these jobs. Then 16, the Auditor General said, use this standard. That's, I believe, a US standard. That was pre-pandemic, so I think it's very fair for us to review that standard in view of the pandemic, and I think we'd all have to agree that the standards that the City of Toronto used during the pandemic are very different than were probably used in some of the locations that Councillor Perks referred to earlier. And then we have a 2000, that was 2016, then we have 2018, which Councillor Matlow referred to as the mayor's budget, which I'm sorry, and our chair took exception to that, I think. But the fact is that was the mayor's budget under the strong mayor system. It wasn't anybody else's, it was the mayor's budget. And I would have to agree with you, Councillor Bravo, that the kind of line-by-line budgeting that this council has been used to over decades, where you can actually go in and read the fine print, was not available in that way. And perhaps because it was the mayor's budget and he decided he didn't want it like that. But I'll just give you one example quickly of a diligent councillor going over the very deep details of the budget and finding out in 2012 that all of the baseball spaces that children were using with their children's teams were now going to be charged as adult teams. And the people actually poured in from North York to this council chambers, and it was 300 people here when we had our meeting. It was reversed, but it was because of the ability to look deeply in the budget, which I think this city council is going to have to give some instructions, and we should do that now prior to a mayor, because a mayor might want full, strong mayor powers, but City of Toronto, I think we have that should have that right to see things at that level of detail. So, and when someone says, sorry, we're not shooting the messenger, you might feel like you got shot, but you've been part of a whole long period. I just want to focus on the one thing that became a values statement in 2012, and I think has been the value of many councillors and was espoused here in some of the questioning, was that when we had that really strong debate, a very difficult one in 2012 around contracting out, we, City Council and the city actually determined that cleaner jobs should be recognized as good jobs like every other job in the City of Toronto. And it's too easy to say, well, cleaners, they're easy. We can contract that out. And, oh, you get sick, well, they'll just fill in. We don't have to take that on. Well, look at the working conditions that we're speaking about. City of Toronto prides itself on being a very good employer, a good employer where we treat every single employee with dignity. And that really is something that we're having as a general discussion here, because the APA standards and everything else are about, let's make it fast, let's get this, let's do that. And cleaners, as we know, and we've seen many times, are the easiest to kind of push out the door. So we're really looking at what our values are here. I would really hope that we will at least let council decide if we want to restore those to those buildings. I was really upset. As you know, I had all the names of the buildings on the screen and have my hand slapped because they're all quite significantly quiet buildings, but there's a lot of them, and they house people that work every single day. There's nobody who's working from home in the police. There's nobody who's working from home in EMS. They're out there. They're in and out of the building all the time, and they're dealing with people in the public that may have different conditions, unlike somebody giving a parks permit. I just want to say that in honor of these people, our frontline workers. And then the rest of this motion is quite clear to keep this information here. We're kind of discovering what's happening, and I think some of the questions today have been really, really good. What about full-time? What about part-time in the city? How many subcontracted contracts are there out there? We'll find out. And whether or not we have this 2012. Let's see how we're honoring 2012 as it compares to the Auditor General's statement. And the other really thing has got to do with the return to work. I know the city manager...
You could wrap up. It's over 5 minutes.
Okay, get back to work, but you're going back to work sharing things, sharing spaces, sharing desks, sharing a lot of things. So how have the modern TO and the pandemic, what are the return to work plans for cleanliness and for cleaning based on the new reality? So that's what I have to say. Please pass these motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Cheng has she says she has a very short remarks.
Okay, so thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Matozo. I think that, I'm not envious of sitting in the hot seat. So thank you for your graciousness and the smile that you've maintained. I like saving money. I'm a mom. I look at my budget, and I'm sure incredible efforts have been made. I mean, that's a very significant change. I think 2,824 square feet to 4,300. And so I'm not against the idea of reducing our costs and bringing efficiencies, but I will say the journey is just as important as the destination. How we implement change is just as important as the change that we implement. And I think that this journey has launched some people off the ship by accident, maybe. And I think that's not okay. So I think in general, if we're going to aim for efficiency, which I think we should do that across the board all the time, it should be mapped out in a way that provides as many people stability in their work context and clarity of what is coming. And what we see here is something that's very unstable, very unclear, and even we as council do not have clarity of where this is going to land. So I hope that in the future, in whatever area where we're moving towards efficiency, that instead of making significant changes as we go, that we would have clarity of where we're going and making sure that the journey is respectful and carries our people well. Thank you. That was short.
Very, very short, very moving. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Perks?
Yes, thank you. And I really want to thank Councillor Cheng, because what she said has really put a light bulb on in my head. When we use the word efficiency, we stick a lot of things under that umbrella, and it means different things to different people. The implication is often that we figured out some more efficient way of doing something, like we've got a better floor polisher that goes faster, so we can get more work done for less money. That's not what's in front of us here. What is in front of us is a well-known management tactic called a speed up, which is saying that workers have to do more things in an hour than they used to. It's very, very common management practice, particularly common in a number of American states where the right to bargain collectively isn't entrenched the way it is here. And the result you get is that workers have to work themselves to exhaustion. So you can't make a life in that job. You can work there when you're young and physically able, and then, you know, when you get to be 30 and 40 and you're not as spry as when you were 20, you have to leave that job, and good luck to you. I'm mindful of this because of the work that we did in the last couple of terms at the Planning and Housing Committee. We got report after report after report about who can afford to rent or buy in the City of Toronto. And people in these job classifications cannot afford to rent and buy in the City of Toronto. So we're saying already this is not decent work, but we're going to speed it up and make it even more impossible for you. And we're going to, you know, when you get a little bit older and you can't go as fast as people in right-to-work states go, well, we'll kick you to the curb. And I also want to remind you that Councillor Bravo, the motion that Councillor Bravo moved on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, singles out the areas where there are special cleaning needs, places like police stations and shelters and so on. And for those of you who weren't here for previous debates on those items, this is not a matter of emptying trash cans and picking up garbage off the floor. This is cleaning blood and vomit and other bodily fluids. This is dangerous, exhausting, tiring work. And the fact that we would be looking at a standard not developed for these kinds of areas, but developed instead for cleaning up a library in a university building, tells me that the effort to standardize takes everything about the actual lives of the people doing these jobs out and erases them. It's really too bad that an entity which is based in universities didn't take time to learn about this notion of speed up and to talk about the different ways that these numerical systems treat human beings doing the work. They might, for example, read the first couple of chapters of One Dimensional Man, which talks about how imposing these numerical systems on people dehumanizes them, eliminates any sense of them as people who live lives and have families, and turns them just into cogs. And that's why I think it's very important that we go back to where we were before the pandemic, reevaluate, and look at some of the other things that are floating out there. Councillor Holyday points out there's a staff direction here. Yes, there's a staff direction here. But as Councillor Fletcher points out, there are staff directions about how the standards that we have here going back 2016 that have not yet been realized. So I'm glad that Councillor Fletcher and Bravo are suggesting we take this to council and that we actually treat the people who deliver public services like human beings.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Yeah, Vice Chair Holyday.
I do. Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if we should call ourselves the Government Waste Committee. You know, I don't mean to be cheeky and silly. This is a serious matter. But what I see is absolute weakness around me. We as a council adopted Auditor General recommendations about how to do things better, to get better value. Told the staff to go do it. They came back and they said, we're working on it. It's being implemented. And as we find out, that resulted in some less hours for some part-time workers, some savings, which I asked about, and better cleaning. And the weak need committee can't live with that. They have to reverse it. The motion literally says to restore hours back. And so what better service are we going to get if they're already held to service standards? By the way, the same service standards that are applied to the outsourced providers. How we're going to deal with hundreds of millions of dollars in shortfall across the city if a committee and potentially council can't even make a decision like this. It's not a nice one. It's not a fun one to see workers with less hours, but it's necessary. I wish people had the same zeal and commitment as they do to the workers as they do to the people that pays the bills in the city. Could you imagine if a citizen that got a several $100 increase in their tax bill and struggling to pay that was sitting in this room saying, what a grand committee. Let's add some hours back in and they'll still get the same cleaning result. Well, let's add it back in anyways. It's unbelievable, Mr. Chair. But it's very worrisome. If the financial reports say what they mean, and I've been in this very room under a different committee watching it, thinking about the choices that the city is going to have to make over the next little while about its services. And we can't even make a decision about vacuuming the carpets. I mean, I hope members would see this and take a responsible vote. I don't have that confidence. I don't have that confidence. I hope members of the public find out about these deliberations. I hope the mayoral candidates in this city speak to them. Because we are in trouble. We do not even have the money to pay for this. It needs to go to council. You have to find an offset, take money to add it in to carry on with cleaning. Worst of all, the team over there just spent all this time implementing standards, just like we told them to do, and we're undermining it. If we didn't mean it then, why do it? That's government waste. Just kidding. You know, we don't need the standards anymore. We're going to do it our way. Floored by the deliberations.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to be clear that the approach and what you say about committee members and how they operate is privileged when we're in committee. So is that correct?
Well, I would say two things. One is a non-committee member cannot have a point of order.
Oh, okay.
Out of respect, I did recognize you.
I'll just go to the integrity commissioner, it's fine.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't counsel that either.
Why not?
Because I'm going to let you finish.
Oh, well, I did finish. I just think that the tenor and tone of remarks regarding your fellow councillors has to, I guess I'm just asking as a standard, can you say anything you want, or is there some kind of standard that we use? I know if you say something about staff that you're quickly at the integrity commissioner, but I found those remarks to be a little beyond the pale, Chair, and I'm not asking for a debate. I'm just asking for you to what your standard is here.
All right. Well, I will ask Councillor Holliday whether he wants to rephrase or retract any of those comments about the gravitas of committee members.
Mr. Chair, if any committee member is upset by my remarks, please let me know. I would like to make it right.
Point of order. I don't appreciate being called weak. I feel that we're working very hard to build a good city, and I think we're saying we want more details. No one is saying it's a complete reset of what's happening. So I take offense to the word.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if Councillor Chang is offended by the comment, I will retract the word weak. I do not want to have a tension between myself and other members of the committee. I value working with them.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, would you consider that a satisfactory apology?
Getting close.
Okay, well, you know what?
I'm actually asking you as the chair to do your job, not other councillors to have to apologize.
Well, no, I asked the member to
I see.
either retract or apologize. That's
Yes,
my job.
After his entire statement. Thank you.
Okay, I think we
Thank you
can
for
move
that,
on.
Chair. You were very good.
All right. Thank you. Okay, well, look, let's put this motion on the screen and vote. And okay, we'll do a recorded vote, and we'll do it at seriatim, the first part and the second part.
A recorded vote on motion 1 by Councillor Bravo. Part 1 first. All those in favor? Councillor Cheng, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Matlow. That carries. And on part 2, oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Pardon me. Any opposed? Councillor Holliday and Councillor Pasternak. And on part 2, all those in favor? Councillor Cheng, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Matlow, and Councillor Perks. Any opposed? Councillor Holliday. That carries as well.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 20. I thank all those, both online and in person, for their patience. I'm going to start calling names for deputants on Ontario Place redevelopment, declaration of surplus. Steve Mann. Can someone assist? No, someone.
It's on?
Can you lean?
Yes. Hello.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Steve Mann, and I'm a professor at University of Toronto, and I also swim nearly every day year-round at Michael Hoff Beach at Ontario Place. Actually, I'll come in closer if you can turn the gain down a little on the mic so it doesn't feed back. I swim almost every day at Michael Hoff Beach at Ontario Place, and I'm one of thousands of members of Swim OP, Swim Op, we call it, and we swim almost every day. Some of us have disabilities and require the cold water for medical reasons. It's an ice water treatment. We swim year-round, and it's very important to us to have access to Michael Hoff Beach, which is Toronto's only pebble beach. It's also downtown Toronto's only beach, period. It's the only beach in the core downtown area, and it's also the cleanest beach in all of Toronto, being out away from the mainland. about a kilometer up from the shore, much cleaner than Sunnyside or Woodbine or Cherry Beach. And so many of us use this, and we're very concerned about this beach and access to it. Some of us have prosthetic devices that are easily damaged by sand, and so we need the pebbles, and others of us like the Pebble Beach because it's very clean for artistic reasons. We've done some underwater music videos there in the crystal clear water, which is very unique. I'm a researcher and professor, and I also study the beach ecosystem. It's a special environment that's of unique scientific interest because of the clean water allows us to study certain phenomenology about the water and about the ecosystems which we use. We're very concerned about the private development.
Would you, this table is flexible. It could come up to make life a little easier for you if you wish.
A little higher if it's low. Excellent. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
there
Much
we
better.
go. Thank you.
So the beach is very important to us for research purposes as well as recreational purposes and medical purposes. It serves many functions, and we're concerned about the private development proposed on West Island. What I'm in particular most concerned about is the proposal to eliminate this beach and put a new beach over on the west side. The present existing Michael Hoff Beach was designed by Michael Hoff, a real genius of landscape architecture, about 50 years ago. He actually put pebbles in. It's the only pebble beach, and he made it with pebbles. And he actually said, the children will throw the pebbles in the water and they will always come back. He actually designed it that way so that the pebbles will go into the water and come back to the beach. It's been 50 years. I'm looking at old photographs. It looks pretty much the same as it did 50 years ago if you look at the historical archives. The pebbles do indeed come back. And it's a magical place. It's a really unique system. There's no other ecosystem like it that I'm aware of, certainly in Toronto. And we're concerned about this proposal to move that beach around to the west side of the island where it'll take prevailing winds. Presently, it's almost like a kind of nanoclimate. It's sort of warm and sunny, south-facing, and there's a nice windbreak to make the currents safe and swimmable in that little swimming cove. If it's moved over to the west side, it's going to see prevailing winds, strong westerly winds, and rough water. Additionally, the new location proposed for the beach is right beside the sewer outfall, the combined sewer outfall. I could not understand why they wanted to move the beach over to the combined sewer outfall. It just doesn't make any sense. The only logical explanation is to ensewage the beach so as to sell more pool passes. There would appear to be a conflict of interest here in that the new private development would look after the public beach. And that to me is a conflict of interest because it would incentivize the private development perhaps to ensewage the beach and make it worse in order to drive more sales inside, ticket sales to the pools that are inside. In particular, I asked the question is, can spa goers, people who go to the private spa, warm up in the sauna and go out into the lake to swim and then come back into the sauna? And the answer appears to be no. It appears that the private development is not encouraging people to use the lake and the beach in its close proximity to its fullest capacity to have a spa next to the beach that includes the beach as part of it. That is to say, the paying customers would use the beach, and therefore there would be an incentive to keep that beach clean. As it is right now, the beach would only be a visual backdrop to the paying customers in the spa pools, and therefore we see a serious conflict of interest that we're concerned about this conflict of interest that would incentivize not keeping the beach clean. And so we request that the land swap be delayed or not approved, and that the very valuable land, especially along the break wall and other places, be kept by the city. At present, it's a refuge as well because when we were cleaning up the beach, security there told us we're not allowed to pick up other people's garbage, and they called the police on us for picking up other people's garbage on the beach, for cleaning the beach. Whereas the city-owned land, at least, is a refuge where we can retreat to non-provincial land, or at least public land, because the province is private land.
Right, thank you very much. That was right on time.
Thank you.
Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. Shanda Bezic?
Can you stop my time? I'm sorry, I accidentally registered twice. The clerk miscommunicated with me and thought that they were going to put me for the second slot. I am happy to speak now. I just need to pull up, I've registered twice by accident.
Yeah, no, I do see your name twice. You're welcome to speak now.
Thank you very much. Give me just one tight little moment to pull up my speech, if you don't mind. Okay, hi. Hi. My name is Shanda Bezic. My pronouns are she, her. I am an educator, actor, director, coach, proud ACTRA union member, third generation Croatian settler, Jays fan, prolific walker, and a resident of Parkdale for a decade, and a clown. That's also true. I spoke last week here at City Hall for the first time. This building is a stage that's new to me. I've been apathetic and sad and despondent about governing bodies for years. I am learning that my voice is important and the power of organizing and speaking as one. Although engaging in civic issues that matter to me is new, hearing other citizens use their voices is inspiring, and so I came back, and I had to come back. It's comforting to now see familiar faces of many of these excellent councillors. Thank you for fighting for me as a tax-paying citizen of Toronto. Thank you, Representative Matlow, for his strong leadership on this issue, and Ontario Place for all the free education and labor you've done. I work many jobs. All week since I spoke last Tuesday, I've been trying to recover the income I lost, spending the entire day here, waiting for hours to speak, similar to today. Luckily, today is my day off, and I am tired, but I am here. I wasn't sure what I could say differently today. I'm not an environmental expert, and make no mistake, the fact that this proposal is being advertised so aggressively without the much needed thorough environmental assessment to protect 840 mature trees, numerous wildlife habitats, is plainly propaganda. Fueled by the company Therme, based out of Austria, not Ontario or Canada. Heavily supported by associates of Doug Ford, who have extreme financial benefit to gain from this proposal, at the cost of the taxpaying citizens, not just financial cost. This cost to us is experiential. I am also not a corporate real estate manager, thank God. I am just a citizen. I am an artist. I am a clown. I am a resident of Parkdale who lives 10 minutes away from the beautiful, thriving Ontario Place and walks through its grounds, observes its wildlife, feels deep gratitude to watch the sunsets and experience free art exhibits that have informed my practice as an artist. I have been thinking a lot about heritage, about legacy, about the history of this city I have the privilege to inhabit. Many, many of my friends and loved ones have left the city due to inaffordability, lack of resources to raise families, start businesses, and just an attempt to try and make ends meet. On April 30th, 2019, Ontario Place was included on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register. This was included without amendment. I love design. I have 471 pictures of Toronto's civic garbage cans, which I take on my many walks. They are the most poorly designed garbage cans in all of the lands, maybe the world. I love forms, especially when they are functional. I am enraged when design doesn't take into account both function and the space that it inhabits, which is what this spa would do. Being able to observe the heritage architecture of Ontario Place is deeply inspiring to me. It is so inspiring to observe a unique structure that isn't a condo, a mall, or a poorly built glass box. Ontario Place has changed, yes it has, and it needs some care, but it doesn't need $650 million to do it. But I'm no mathematician. Change is inevitable. Maintenance, care, and acknowledging true value is a choice. Ontario Place has changed to a free space currently, where every single time I visit, I see families enjoying free play together, which is scientifically proven to lower mental health events, naturalists observing nature, swimmers bravely dipping into cold waters, the cold healing waters of Lake Ontario. And I see this, and I see art, now more than ever. My city is turning into one big shopping mall where corporate interest benefits the haves, and the citizens who are quickly turning into the have-nots suffer. I suffer with diagnosed major depressive disorder and ADHD. Ontario Place is one of the few places left where I have free and rich personal spa experiences to give myself rest and rejuvenation and feel the strength to carry on at times in this oppressive Toronto landscape. Lake Ontario's name comes from the Iroquois word that means Lake of Shining Waters. If we declare this land as surplus, give it away to premiers, financial and corporate interests, we are giving away a crucial piece of history and culture that existed, I'm almost done, that existed long before us immigrant and white folks settled here. We would be destroying a legacy of actual, real wellness we could be leaving to our children and our children's children. This proposal, as a taxpayer, is unacceptable. Thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I just want to remind deputants, the item before us is whether we're going to recommend to City Council to declare as surplus municipal lands just to the north and including parts of the Ontario Place site. We're not making any decisions today on the future of Ontario Place, its design, its built form, its site plan, its uses. Just for clarity's sake. Michael Power? Linda Donnell? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the chair and the committee for this opportunity to present my issues and concerns about this topic. My name is Linda Donnell. I've been a resident of Toronto, Ward 4, for over 40 years and a regular visitor to Ontario Place Parkland and a year-round swimmer with the group Swim OP at the South Beach Waterfront Park for several years. And I do have to talk a little bit about the land just because it's related to, I think, your discussion. This 15-acre waterfront park of the West Island is a gem of green space in the city and province and includes forests, parkland, beaches, along with important heritage iconic buildings that provide reflection, refuge, and recreation for both people and wildlife alike. It's not an abandoned park by any means. Just visit and you'll see. So these are some of my concerns and how they affect me. I respectfully request that the committee rejects or defers any decision about a possible land swap of city-owned land with the province until after the city planners have completed their review of the applicant's development application and the mayoral election is complete. I sincerely hope that the land swap request will be rejected. A private Austrian mega spa proposed by Therm on the Ontario Place West Island public parkland and waterfront and a 2,000+ parking underground garage represents a huge negative environmental cost and financial expenditure and does nothing positive for the residents of the City of Toronto and the province of Ontario. And it does not belong on the Ontario Place West Island public waterfront park. This proposed mega spa will destroy forever the green, recreational, and iconic oasis that is Ontario Place. As I see it, the spa footprint of 65,000 square meters, which I've translated into 16 acres, will swallow the 15-acre West Island and requires the removal of approximately 850 trees and the desecration of timeless beauty and the functionality of the Michael Huff landscaping. It obliterates and overwhelms any significance or views of the existing heritage buildings of the Cinesphere and the Pods. A private megastructure is the antithesis of what Ontario Place was originally intended for. A waterfront parkland place for all Ontarians to come and enjoy and recreate on what is special and unique about our province. The spa building is so large that the lake landfill will be required to create 12 acres of new land around the structure. for a public walkway, gathering places, and a new beach, which will really be quite unsuitable. This is an environmental nightmare when it's totally unnecessary. We already have a walkway, beach, and natural gathering places. The city-owned land that the province needs in order to allow this mega spa project to move forward is leverage for the city and the citizens of Toronto and Ontario to limit or prevent this project. So to the chair and the committee, thank you for this opportunity to share my concerns. I ask you to consider what is best for the city and the province and our precious waterfront parkland as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Donnell. Any questions for the deputant? Oh, okay, thank you very much. Anthony Malika? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to back up everything everybody said before me. Somebody once said, never follow a clown when you're talking. I'm happy to follow this clown and what she said and the way she brought her passion to the table. Thank you to the committee for sticking around. I know it's a long day for you. This is my first time at being one of these meetings. I would recommend getting some Snickers bars for those hangry periods in the day because we see that they happen. I have lived and worked in Toronto for more than 45 years. And I'm here today to urge you to vote against the recommendation before you. I know this is not a session to talk about the Therme proposal, but it forms part and parcel of what's going on here. And this is not exactly the deputation I had prepared when I sat down on Sunday afternoon, but the events of Tuesday changed things a little bit for us. I had originally intended to describe the very unsatisfactory presentation made to several hundred of my fellow residents at the Beanfield Centre. As you know, the city sponsored it, but staff from Infrastructure Ontario, Therme, and an army of architects, designers, planners, and consultants told us about their plans for a luxury palm tree-themed spa at Ontario Place. I had planned to speak about how they came to the community consultation meeting with drawings that they told us did not represent the final design, with public space designated areas they were already planning to change, with traffic studies they admitted were incomplete, inaccurate, and based solely on Therme's projections, not independent studies, and with a shrug of their shoulders when trying to explain how the project met the Canadian heritage requirements in the province's RFP. In short, almost everything they presented was controversial or incomplete. And you would know that because the city's planning department has already confirmed that to you in the report they recently provided. Clearly, this proposal should not be allowed to stand. In my original deputation, I would have told you that, and I would have said right there, that's all you need to turn down this recommendation. And then Tuesday came along. The Premier unilaterally and without previous public consultation told us that the Ontario Science Centre would be moving to Ontario Place as well. So let me add a couple of things. It's not surprising that the Premier was very short on details. No environmental assessments, no studies on water and sewer availability, no design, no parking, no traffic studies. It really wasn't much more than we're moving. I realize that the guiding of projects like this one is complex and it can take years. And I know that the bulk of this project is slated for provincially owned land, and as a result, some aspects of it may be beyond the ability of council to change them. But there are so many people, councillors, residents, organizations that are working hard to get something put on Ontario Place that will make it something that we can all be supportive of. And we ask you to help us in this battle. We know that there are things that you can do, and we hope the city will take those opportunities to do that. But beyond that, or maybe starting, there's one thing that you need to do to harness your bargaining power. And it was addressed already by several of the people, or all three of the people that came before me. As we see it as lay people, not as politicians and councillors, the single biggest source of real bargaining power the city has is that tiny little strip of land that sits at the top or the north end of the property. And with us, or in our minds, if this committee votes today to accept the recommendation to say, province, it's yours, and now let's discuss the details of how it's going to happen, the city will have given up the main leverage or bargaining power that they have in this process. And we know that you folks know about bargaining power. That's something you deal with every day, far more than any of us do. You know what that bargaining power is in this piece of property, and we ask you to use it responsibly, reject the recommendation at this time. There may be a time where it's the best you can do. Get it, I understand. But right now is not that time, and we hope that we can have your support today in voting that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Malika. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Aaron Binder, Go Tours Canada, online? No? Dan Bowman? In the room? Online? Sorry? Okay. Diane Jameson? No? Online? Okay, Ms. Jameson?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Hello, I am Diane Jameson. Good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to speak as a resident of a condo overlooking Ontario Place and to express my deep concern about the future of this iconic landmark. William Park and the stunning architecture of Ontario Place, despite its current neglect, are among the most beautiful and serene areas in this city. As the City of Toronto owns the waterfront land bordering Ontario Place, it has a significant responsibility to ensure that any proposed plans for its revitalization by the province align with the city's waterfront vision. Sustainability should be a top priority in any development plans, taking into account the potential impact on the surrounding environment and ecosystem, as well as the city's long-term goals, mitigation and adaptation. Please, it's essential that the community is involved in the decision-making process regarding any plans for Ontario Place, including the private spa and the Science Centre relocation, and that transparency and public consultation are provided. The revitalization should reflect the needs and priorities of the public and local communities, promote responsible and sustainable development, and create the most vibrant and inclusive public space that promotes social well-being and economic growth. So, in summary, it's vital that the city keeps its waterfront land bordering on Ontario Place. The development of Ontario Place has to slow down and must align with the needs and priorities of the city, of the people, of the communities, those who will be impacted now and for generations to come. I urge the province and all of you at the city to engage, stand your ground, and involve the public community in the decision-making process, in this democratic process, to ensure that Ontario Place remains a treasured landmark for all to enjoy. Thank you for your time and your attention to this important matter.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jameson. Are there any questions for the deputant?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Taronis, in the room or online? Laura Wheeler? Maria Perez? We have Ms. Perez online. Ms. Perez?
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Chair and General Government Committee. My name is Maria Perez, and I'm a lifelong Torontonian who's very grateful to have been born here. Oh, are there issues with the audio?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. My name is Maria Perez, and I am a lifelong Torontonian who's very grateful to have been born here on Dish with One Spoon territory. I live in Ward 9, Davenport. I've been closely following what is transpiring regarding the provincial government's plans to develop Ontario Place, and I, along with many others, are deeply concerned. I feel it important to contextualize my comments and the forces at play regarding this issue by stating that the current premier is not my premier. As a healthy reminder, this current provincial government came into office with the support of just 18% of eligible voters from across the province. This provincial government does not actively represent 82% of eligible voters across this province, many of whom reside in Toronto and are also represented by you at a municipal level. It is well understood that the provincial government has pursued its private development plans for Ontario Place with no public engagement and complete lack of transparency regarding both their decision-making process as well as the terms of the lease given for this public land to private foreign parties. This is why it is imperative for these lands and the whole of Ontario Place to be actively protected. The public needs Toronto Municipal Council to do all that it can to protect these lands in the face of the current provincial government's non-transparent approach to private commercial development of the site. The 16 acres of land in question regarding a land swap with the province should not be declared surplus, and these lands should not be swapped with the province. These lands are precious parcels that are an integral part of an even greater and even more precious shared public waterfront space, that of Ontario Place at large. Regarding the province's proposed private development, Waterfront TO, an incredible panel of interdisciplinary professional experts, identified that the plans for development are out of scope, scale, and step with many aspects of this precious waterfront site. This was all during their design review panel held this past March 22nd. Here are a few of the issues they identified. The proposed plans surpass the existing capacity of the site. They dwarf the existing heritage characteristics of the site. The plans disregard the need and desire of the public for full, inclusive, and free access to this site as much needed outdoor green waterfront space. The plans also severely threaten the well-being of all of the natural habitats and ecologies, and there are many that currently exist there. What's more is that the significant lake infilling process required to accommodate the scale of the private development plans is not subject to an environmental assessment under the province's watch. Many of us are deeply concerned about what the ramifications of this grossly out-of-scale development will be for the people, for the natural landscape, for public funds, and for this precious piece of our collective waterfront heritage. The pending land swap and parcels of land in question give us leverage over the advancement of the province's plans at a municipal level. I want to remind you again that Torontonians are living under the governing hand of a provincial government that we did not actively choose. And we need all other levels of government to pursue and protect the greater public's interest and voice in light of this fact, and in favor of a decision-making process that is more democratic, transparent, and inclusive of the public. So I'm asking our municipal government not to facilitate the province's highly problematic development process and plans for these lands by way of the pending land swap. The swap will absolutely not be mutually beneficial, as Toronto has much to lose. The outcome of the swap and subsequent private development will have significant harmful and long-term financial, social, and environmental ramifications for the people of Toronto and Ontario. It is also worth noting that Council has yet to make a final decision on the entire development application, as it is still going through its planning review, and we don't have all of the final details of the project. Please protect the greater public interest and voice on this issue. We are already speaking clearly and loudly, and we are getting louder by the minute. Please protect and defend a decision-making process for Ontario Place that is democratic, transparent, and inclusive of its public. Do not declare this land as a surplus. Do not engage with a land swap with the province. Thank you to the Chair, the General Government Committee, and Council. I and countless others will be closely observing your stance and voting on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perez. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Allison Stewart? Thank you for joining us, Ms. Stewart. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the government committee. By way of introduction, thank you.
By way of introduction, my name is Alison Stewart, and I'm the co-acting executive director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto. I'm a resident of Ward 13, and I've been enjoying walking, biking, and socializing at Ontario Place in different ways since 1975. Bringing Ontario Place and the public realm it represents back to life in a sustainable and equitable manner is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve a much-loved public treasure and give the public what it needs and wants most, a free and accessible open park on the waterfront. For the same reasons that people flock to the Toronto Islands, they're looking for a quiet green space to enjoy the beauty of the lake, recreational activities like social picnics and barbecues, and sporting options like frisbee throwing, swimming, walking, jogging, biking, and using other micro-mobility devices in a safe, car-free public environment. The current proposal for Ontario Place fails on many levels. You've been hearing it from many people, and you'll continue to hear about it, no doubt. The last thing our already crowded Western Lakeshore waterfront needs is a 65,000 square meter private spa and a 5-story underground water parking garage for 2,100 motor vehicles. Not only is the plan counter to provincial and municipal land use planning approaches that seek to optimize transit infrastructure and encourage active modes of transportation, the approach to mobility in this plan lacks integration to the Western waterfront, Exhibition Place, and the surrounding city. It is Cycle Toronto's position that until the province produces a plan that better serves people of all ages, abilities, and incomes, the City of Toronto should refrain from transferring the land ownership to the province. We thus urge you to not declare a surplus of the city-owned parcels of land and water located on Ontario Place at this time. It is also our position that until Lakeshore West becomes a complete street with the reduction of vehicle traffic lanes to provide dedicated space for people riding, wheeling, and cycling at different speeds along the Western Lakeshore corridor, it will remain unsafe to people outside of cars seeking access to everything the Lakeshore has to offer. It is a dangerous road by design, having a 6-lane arterial highway just south of the 5-lane arterial or highway Gardner is no place. In terms of the plan, we're particularly concerned about the design of the major intersections on the site that will cross the Martin Goodman Trail, which is Toronto's busiest trail. These intersections require urgent consideration because they need to minimize conflicts between people walking, rolling, biking, and driving. Safety concerns will increase if the current intersections and the 6-lane arterial Lakeshore aren't reconfigured to reduce the high volumes of speeding traffic turning left and cutting across the Martin Goodman Trail. As for the plan to build a 5-story underwater parking garage, it will be a costly mistake that will haunt us for decades to come and will ultimately saddle strained taxpayers with costly infrastructure. Ontario Place is already in close proximity to almost 6,000 existing parking spaces at Exhibition Place, as well as several connections to public transportation such as GO trains, the TTC streetcar service, and it will also be within a minute or two walk from a future Ontario line station. So people will have many options to access the site. The proposed bicycle facility for 680 bikes will be insufficient in meeting the multimodal shift needed to ease traffic congestion of people entering and exiting Ontario Place, and for those that are increasing to use the Martin Goodman Trail. And as for the public realm being proposed, it falls drastically short of providing sufficient space for the large volumes of people that will want to enjoy the lakeshore. The proposed path width of just 6 meters will not accommodate people, and it will create congestion, and there'll be conflicts between people using and experiencing the site at different speeds and on different devices. We're already seeing these kind of conflicts take place on the Martin Goodman Trail and also on the boardwalk along the beaches, and pretty much anywhere else there's space for people to get around without worrying about cars. But perhaps one of the most concerning parts of this plan is the disregard for equity. The cost of entry to the spa will be cost prohibitive and a barrier to many. So please direct your colleagues to refrain from initiating the process to transfer the city-owned lands on Ontario Place until the province comes back to the table with a proposal that centers on equity of access to a free, open green space that is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Ellen Schwartzel, Toronto Field Naturalist. Online? Ellen?
Can you hear me now?
Ellen? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for
Okay,
joining
great.
us. You have 5 minutes.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair and councillors, and thanks for the chance to comment on this declaration of surplus land at Ontario Place related to the development proposal of Infrastructure Ontario. So my name is Ellen Schwartzel, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Toronto Field Naturalists, a group that has been connecting Torontonians with nature and speaking up for nature for 100 years now. We urge your committee to please not rush into a land swap when so much public interest is at risk with the redevelopment proposal swirling around Ontario Place. It would be tragically short-sighted for the city to relinquish any leverage it has to safeguard the values that Ontario Place represents for our city. The City of Toronto owns just a small portion of the lands, but they can represent significant leverage to achieve a greener, more nature-friendly and people-friendly future at Ontario Place. Now, I'm here for the Toronto Field Naturalists, and of course, we absolutely care about nature. Our volunteer guides lead 5 or 6 nature walks at Ontario Place in a typical year because the West Island of Ontario Place offers a green refuge of hundreds of trees. It's also a spot that countless migratory birds depend on during their migratory stopovers. It also reliably offers excellent views of mink, foxes, beaver, and other wildlife. But, you know, we care about people too, and this proposal of a massive spa on West Island is a bad idea for nature and a bad idea for the public too. It would wreck a spot that Torontonians treasure as a tranquil natural lake waterfront. Toronto has vanishingly few of those spots. We essentially have Tommy Thompson Park far in the east, Colonel Sam Smith Park, and we still have Ontario Place, a beloved jewel right on the water. An estimated 1 million people visit Ontario Place every year, and this proposal would also cut the public off from evening visits to West Island. It's one of the most popular spots for sunset viewing in the city. Please keep in mind that at least 40% of Toronto residents live in tall buildings, according to the 2016 census. They don't have backyards, and they rely on parklands for fresh air and nature. Also keep in mind that as our population grows, our parkland per person is steadily shrinking. That's an alarm bell that Toronto's General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation keeps ringing at every city budget discussion. That's what the city's own parkland strategy points to, the declining provision of parkland per person over time. Members of the General Government Committee, we urge you to focus on the needs of your residents for a green and tranquil place on the water. Remember that many thousands of condo dwellers are packed into the dozens of towers near the waterfront. They do need a quiet spot they can visit before or after work, where they can just breathe deep. That's what Ontario Place represents, and that's what these public lands should be used for. So let's be honest, there are not going to be any band-aids or mitigations that can salvage the spa proposal for the West Island to make it compatible with nature or welcoming to the general public. The damage cannot be undone by adding a few native trees or by putting polka dots on the glass of the spa or by paving a nice trail around the spa. We ask you, as representatives of the city, to please hold firm and put the long-term needs of your residents first. This is not the time, and these are not the circumstances where Toronto should cave into demands for a quick deal on a land swap. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. And it's Vice Chair Stephen Holliday. Sorry for any confusion, but the chair and I switched places. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. The next speaker is Ken Ferguson. Is Ken, there we go, great. Welcome, Ken. You've got 5 minutes.
Hello. To the Ontario government, don't do this. To city councillors, don't approve this land transfer and declare it surplus. The trees at Ontario Place will be full of nesting birds when they're chopped down. We have beavers returning to Ontario Place, for goodness sake. How many cities in the world have beavers coming back? The reason they want to move so quickly on this without an environmental assessment is it bears more proof as to what we will lose. The Ontario government doesn't want any proof of what they're destroying, which goes along perfectly with them muzzling conservation scientists. Everything in that reeks of totalitarian government and their lack of transparency. It's as undemocratic as Ford's Strong Mayors Act. The whole point of building the Ontario subway line and scrapping all the other cheaper transit plans and naming it the Ontario line was to connect the Ontario Science Centre to Ontario Place and the rest of the city. What is this government doing other than chopping down trees now for this line, like at Moss Park and Osgoode Hall? Are we wasting more of our taxpayer money? It's pretty clear its only goal is to try to move as quickly as possible without public and community consultations to do something and then ask for forgiveness later. There are still tens of thousands of people in this city and this province that don't even know about this plan, whatever this plan is, as it seems to evolve daily. We don't know how much this will cost moving the Science Centre. We don't know if the Science Centre will be torn down. Raymond Moriyama, the architect of the Science Centre, didn't fight against racial injustice in Japanese internment camps in Canada to have his legacy be treated this way. The Science Centre is Canadian history. It's a symbol of success through struggle and of the Canadian spirit of hard work and innovation. We do know, however, it will take jobs away from an area that wants to keep them. We do know it's $650 million of taxpayer money for a private spa to take away our public space and chop down 850 trees. We have so little green space left in Toronto, and the stuff we do have is getting continually cut down and covered in concrete. I heard earlier today at this meeting that a councillor suggested we use the raccoon as a mascot to contact the city through your digital platforms. And I think that's a great idea if the city would actually start protecting these habitats and old trees. Is this just going to be a symbol of what the city was once with an actual urban forest when we have no raccoons? We need Ontario's green space for our mental and physical health. There are countless studies that prove that nature is healing for the peace and the quiet, for the fresh air, and this is especially important in a city constantly filled with the noise of construction and cranes and air filled with dust from job sites and car exhaust, especially for neighborhoods like Parkdale and Liberty Village. We need a space to de-stress that isn't $40 to $50 per person. We have a city in crisis with mental health as people are getting more and more housing insecure, as I myself have had 2 landlords since 2017 try to move in, one of them being successful. As homelessness skyrockets, as more and more small businesses are bulldozed for condos, as we saw during the pandemic with the rise of domestic abuse cases, overdoses, and suicides, and as we are currently seeing on the TTC with violence and attacks, and with a province that is strangling our healthcare and approving every building plan while having no rent control for builds beyond 2018, despite evicting hundreds of people, like in the case of the St. Mary Street apartment building we heard last week, we need to say that this is not okay. Ford's plan is a dangerous precedent. What's next? Tommy Thompson Park, High Park, Bellwoods, Algonquin Park, Hanlon's Point? Well, we all know the backlash that the city got from the LGBT plus community for the idea of having Live Nation put up a concert venue beside Hanlon's because the government is having Budweiser stage shut down. Why are we getting private corporate Austrian approval and not First Nations approval for this? What's the point of land acknowledgements that we make if we're not trying to include these people? There are ways we could modify this plan. There already is a massive parking lot that this spot could be built on. Why does it have to be right over top of the trees? Does it have to be as massive, as tall? Can it cover a different third of the island where there is more concrete? Can't we save the space of Echo Beach as a concert venue? What really needs to be improved at Budweiser stage? Can it be at the X with its massive parking lot? What's going to happen to the Japanese-Canadian Centennial Temple Bell? Why don't we plant cherry blossom trees on Ontario Place by the Bell to attract more people there in spring? This is a much cheaper option, and Hyde Park is already overwhelmed every spring. I've been there multiple times in all seasons for years for concerts like Digital Dreams, Florence and the Machine, Bare Naked Ladies in Odessa, just to name a few, as well as thousands of other Torontonians for campfires, jogs, walks, marathons, swimming, and art installations. King of Surma, you are completely wrong that it's not being used. City councillors, don't let this be your legacy, that you caved and approved something as poorly planned, as opaque in plan, as costly and as environmentally destructive as this. Don't approve the land transfer. We are all watching you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jill Markvorson? Great. Oh, thank you, Jill.
Well done.
Close enough?
Yeah,
Okay, great, thanks. You have 5 minutes?
thank you. Thanks to the chair and the committee for the opportunity to provide input. I would ask this committee to decline to declare this land as surplus for many of the reasons that we've already heard. One of the reasons is the actions of the province, who, as we saw the other day, does not consider citizens of Toronto to be Ontarians. They want to impose their project on us with no consultation on major decisions that have huge impacts on local communities. We also saw on Tuesday evening on the virtual session by the city and applicants that there were hundreds of questions not posed. And we saw many of these questions were asked, were not answered. The city has provided an outlet with questionnaires, but again, there's no feedback on that. As you know, as you very well know, the role of government is to be answerable to the communities it represents. This forum is an excellent example of that, but as regards the redevelopment of Ontario Place, there is not nearly enough opportunity to get satisfying answers to our questions and concerns. There is, as you discussed earlier, a lack of debate. The strip of land and water in question is essential to the access to the Therme building. Are you aware that the strip will have, among other purposes, be used by the spa to transit people by shuttle bus from the exhibition station to the mega spa? I have seen no calculations of the climate impact of this feature of the proposal, but it will be massive in view of the number of visitors per year that they are estimating. This strip is also essential for the waterfront access, which is absolutely vital and invaluable in Toronto. Too often, waterfront access has been privatized and monetized instead of remaining a free, accessible public space available to tourists, yes, but also to the local citizens who are the continuous and perpetual users of these spaces. Please keep this land out of the hands of the province. By far the better decision would be to move the mega spa elsewhere where there is existing transit, parking, interest, and where the consequence is not the destruction of a beautiful park, shoreline, and beach, of which I am a great user. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Danielle Guevara? Online, Danielle? Or Daniel?
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi,
Hello.
Danielle. Hi, how are you? Thanks very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Hey, great. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Danielle Guevara. I am a professional lighting designer. I was a lighting supervisor for the Canadian Opera Company from 2014 through 2022. Currently, I am pursuing my continuing studies in architectural lighting design with a focus on sustainability at the Toronto Metropolitan University. I appeared at City Hall in person on April 12th to speak on TE 4.36 Ontario Place Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. I waited over 7 hours to speak, and I waited because, like thousands of Ontarians, I care about Ontario Place. City councillors, I stand firmly in my belief that the city-owned parcels of land and water located at Ontario Place should not be declared as surplus. As more and more of our green spaces disappear, our city needs to take appropriate action to help protect our cultural heritage, and that includes renowned buildings like our Science Centre and Ontario Place. As decisions continue to be discussed without transparency, I'm very concerned that our current Minister of Infrastructure has not been forthright in presenting how Torontonians are using the space. During an interview on April 19th with Metro Morning, King Osler said, verbatim, "I believe that Ontario Place has been sitting there. No one has been going there." These words are lies, and the interviewer, Jill Dempsey, did not hesitate to correct her. City Council must stand its ground, especially because we do not know the final details of the project. How can the land be declared as surplus without us knowing what the real plans are? I need to reiterate what I spoke about at the previous committee meeting. Revitalization projects are needed, but proper consultations and environmental assessments are needed. We must consider the ecological sensitivity of the area, and this means realizing a sustainable design and significantly reducing the amount of glazing to prevent the deaths of thousands upon thousands of birds, including species at risk like the barn swallow and the critically endangered piping plover, who nested 1.47 kilometers away from Ontario Place just last year. City Council, Ontario Place is beautiful. I urge you to look forward 50 years from now and really think about how paramount your decisions will be. We cannot move forward without complete transparency and while our own Minister of Infrastructure continues to lie to us and Canadians across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guevara. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Norm De Pasquale? He's online? Okay.
I am here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, great. Thanks, Norm, for joining us. You have
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, all councillors on this committee. I'm Norm De Pasquale. I'm co-chair of Ontario Place for All. Ontario Place for All is a grassroots organization who wants to ensure Ontario Place redevelopment follows core principles of waterfront revitalization. Formed in 2019 when Ford launched the RFP and said they'd be okay with tearing down the Cinesphere pods in Trillium Park, we held a rally, built support, and got the Ford government to back down. We are still here, still fighting for public space at Ontario Place. Our group has seen incredible momentum as more details become known about this terrible plan for the mega spot Ontario Place. We're up to 13,000 letter signers, more than half of which are from the Toronto area. Note among the excellent deputations we heard today from supporters, there are 160 written deputations on the site from our supporters. Ontario Place is currently a free, open, and accessible waterfront park that is used by more than 1 million people every year. It's also internationally recognized architectural treasure, and yet this amazing asset's at risk right now with a private spa threatening to dominate Ontario Place. Ontario Place for All is asking the General Government Committee to not declare surplus the city-owned parcels of land for the following reasons. We feel this declaration and the subsequent land swap would be premature as the development application for Ontario Place has not made its way through City Hall completely yet. Staff have identified many serious issues with the development application, which the proponent may not be interested in mitigating. Surrendering this land at Ontario Place now removes possible leverage to get the proponent to better adhere to city plans and policy. We also note the local councillor, Councillor Malik, has refused consent to expedite the land swap, registered strong opposition to the mega swap. In the context of the mayoral by-election, we also believe that a new mayor should be given the opportunity to assert their vision for Ontario Place. So this decision should definitely wait until the mayoral by-election is complete. Finally, we note our over 8,000 supporters from Toronto want Toronto City Council to stand strong for the valuable space of Ontario Place, which has become an oasis for many in the city, as Premier Robarts originally intended. It indeed functions as the backyard for many Torontonians and indeed Ontarians. Stand up for Toronto, stand up for our waterfront, stand up for Ontario Place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Norm. We've got at least one question from councillors here. Vice Chair Holliday.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. De Pasquale, I recognize you were in the room before and you've joined us online and that you're involved with Ontario Place for All. I think you're speaking on behalf of the organization. Is that right?
That is correct, Councillor Holliday.
So I'm looking at your website and I've seen some of you in social media, like the organization, but is there a particular vision that you're aiming for? I understand the principles, but is there a use on the site that you're targeting? Could you help me understand what your vision is?
Thank you for that excellent question. So really what should happen here is, first of all, we should have had transparency and consultation at the beginning of this. We didn't. Here we are. So we would like a 21st century park and, where I can see great fits for businesses that reflect and celebrate Ontario. For instance, IMAX originally kicked off at Cinesphere and is now a global company because they got that support from Ontario Place. What goes in Ontario Place should reflect and celebrate Ontario. Could we have something like a forum where Ontario bands come to play? For sure. Could we have an array of restaurants featuring Ontario chefs and great Ontario food options? Absolutely. Are there are there options for First Nations peoples to run various operations there to help assist reconciliation? Definitely. Does an Austrian spa celebrate and reflect Ontario? Definitely not.
So I heard restaurants, I heard operations by First Nations, and I heard a music venue. Was there anything else?
Yeah, you can look at examples like Chicago's Millennium Park. You can look at Montreal, where you're walking along the waterfront and there are, containers where there's various, Montreal and Quebecois vendors where you can purchase wares. And, it's something where you're actually getting, like in Montreal on the waterfront, you're getting like the real Montreal experience there because it actually reflects Montreal on its waterfront. Like if you build an amazing 21st century park, there will be great fits for commercial options that reflect and celebrate Ontario as part of that.
So commercial instances in the park, like vendors, that kind of stuff.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it can certainly coexist. But what doesn't coexist well is a spa that dominates Ontario Place, blocks your view of the Sinister and the Pods from the west side Ontario Place. That does not fit with, potential kind of entry of 14,000 people a day.
I got that. You've been loud and clear. I get it. And who would you envision would be running the park and taking care of it? Is it become a provincial park or something else?
Yeah, Ontario Place is a provincial park, and its original intent was to celebrate and reflect Ontario and give every Ontarian a backyard and a cottage from which to, be a place to stand and a place to grow for Ontarians.
You thinking of the rides and those sort of things? Would they stay, or is it back to what you were listing originally? Like, it's not a theme park.
I mean, those rides are certainly not in good shape at the moment. So I wouldn't say let's keep the log ride that stopped running in the 90s. But there's an opportunity to re-envision the space, respect the Sinisphere and the Pods and the amazing landscape architecture and the kind of amazing context of those things together. There's a way forward. It's just not this way.
Okay. Hey, look, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, Norm, thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks and all the best. That concludes our deputants for today on this item. Questions for staff? Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the deputants as well. So my first question to staff is around when the province first announced its plans to redevelop Ontario Place in 2018. The city took some important steps to consult the public on vision and principles for redevelopment, including forming a subcommittee at the Toronto and East York Community Council, which became council-endorsed principles to guide any evaluation by the city of any development proposal that was coming forward in regards to Ontario Place. My question to staff is, in which ways has the application that this surplus declaration is related to met or fallen short of the goals of these principles?
Through the chair. So the staff have a number of concerns based on the principles outlined that came out of the subcommittee that Councillor Malik was referring to. There are challenges with the entry building. Actually, maybe I'll quickly run through those principles. Those are removing barriers and making connections, building a network of spectacular waterfront parks and public spaces, promoting a clean and green environment, creating dynamic and diverse communities, and openness and transparency. With regard to some of the issues that have been raised by staff regarding the extent to which the proposal adheres to those principles, the entry building proposed for the mainland, the Therme entry building, at this point acts as a barrier in terms of the public's perception of the West Island as a public place. It doesn't invite people to the island. We feel there's a need to prioritize transit, and the 2,100 space 5-level underground parking facility, in our opinion, is inconsistent with that principle. The proposal doesn't address some of our objectives in terms of public access on the West Island, There are concerns about public realm conditions, wind, and a number of other challenges in terms of the objectives as outlined by those principles. And those principles are based on the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan.
Sorry, my microphone's not on. Overall, in their current form, the applications do not adequately respond to key policy directions of the official plan and the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, and the applications are not, and so I guess my question is, as it stands now, are the applications supportable by staff?
Through the chair, the answer is no. The applications in their current form are not supportable.
Thank you very much. As has been mentioned, as a local councillor, I exercise the option to have this item considered at General Government Committee and by Council. If this surplus declaration moves ahead to Council, what is the timing of further decision points on the land exchange?
Through the chair, to you, Councillor Malik. Of course, this is a two-step process. Step one would be if Council approves the declaration, then on the next cycle in June, we would bring a report to executive committee, because that's where we were directed to report back to on the terms of the land exchange and the transaction. If Council were to approve that in June, then we would start the due diligence process and wrap up the closing, I believe, December of this year.
So sorry, just to clarify, it goes from general government to executive?
Sorry, the declaration, this report here would go from the declaration as an administrative process, which comes through general licensing, general government and committee. And this report will go on to Council to approve the declaration. If the declaration is approved, as directed in EX 29.5, the next stage would be then to report back. So that's where we were directed to report back on the actual transaction, and that would go to exec committee and then on to Council.
Okay, thank you very much. When is Infrastructure Ontario intending to make a resubmission of its application? And when is the city's consultation plan to continue with further public meetings?
Through the chair, we are anticipating a resubmission of the development application probably in June or shortly thereafter. And we're anticipating another public consultation meeting when we know more about what the province is going to be bringing back in terms of their proposal.
So as currently timed, a land exchange approval would be approved before a formal resubmission by Infrastructure Ontario will be fully reviewed by city staff and consultations completed with the public and a decision made by City Council on the application. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Cheng and then Vice Chair Holliday.
Thank you. Through the chair, what is the value of the land that we are offering in this exchange? Or is there...
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the
Was that
question,
in camera?
Councillor Cheng. As noted in the report, and in accordance with the official plan, staff negotiated a land agreement of city-owned lands and waters on Ontario Place being exchanged for provincially owned lands or equivalent value or comparable green space utility. So I'd ask Paul Parrish to sort of explain how the land exchange works for open space and parks areas.
Actually, it's okay. I don't need an explanation.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, the land that is being received, if this were to go through, are we currently already maintaining a lot of it as parkland?
So through the chair, I'll describe the parcels of land that the city will be receiving in exchange for the land that the province is looking for as part of the redevelopment. So just to the east of Ontario Boulevard,
Actually, I don't need like such a specific breakdown. I just wanted to know, is a lot of this land already accessible by Torontonians? Is it a lot of it already being maintained by us?
So a part of it is a parking lot that's adjacent to Inukshuk Park that will form part of that park. And the balance will be shoreline. That's just west of West Island on Ontario Place that runs straight through to the east side of the Humber River, mouth of the Humber River. So the majority of it is shoreline. And it's my understanding that the land that the province currently owns is currently under the stewardship of Parks.
Okay, so we're already taking care of the land we're going to receive that we already have free access to. So do you think this is a good deal?
Sorry, Council, I can't speak to the public utility of the property that the province
Oh, it's not about
requesting.
a public utility. Like, is it a good deal? Are we getting our money's worth by doing this? Not about the utility of the land, just the bang for our buck, so to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Cheng, we haven't done a formal evaluation from a financial perspective. We applied, again, through the official plan amendment, open land and green space application. We believe that the shoreline, staff believe that the shoreline we are receiving and the parking lot adjacent to Inukshuk Park is fair and reasonable, given that the utility, I can't speak to the utility, I'd ask Parks, planning to speak to the utility of the land we're exchanging.
So why is this land exchange being pushed right now? The value hasn't been completely calculated, and the clarity of the site plan hasn't been determined. What is the urgency for this to happen at this moment in time?
I'll defer that question to planning.
So through the chair, when EX 29.5 was adopted in February of 2022, we were directed by council to come back with a land exchange or a land transaction recommendation, and in that report, it was clear that the province has a deadline. It has to secure the property by the end of this year, by the end of 2023. That deadline was provided to us and it was reported to council.
So we are trying to meet the province's deadline. This is why this is coming up now versus later. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where would that instruction come from for us to hold the province's priorities over our own priorities?
Through the chair, the direction was to continue negotiating with the province on a land transaction, to come back to committee and council with a recommendation. And we did report in January of 2022 that the province had discussed other approaches to acquiring land, and it was prepared to use those other approaches.
Okay, I think you're at your
All right.
here. Yeah, Councillor Matlow.
So is it a reality that the province has the power that if they chose to, they could expropriate land from us if that was their decision?
I'll let Ray answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The province has expropriation powers with respect to city property.
Is it correct that while the province can do that to the city of Toronto, given our relationship with the province, they don't have the same ability to do it to property of the Government of Canada?
So based on that question, I think I'd recommend answering those questions in camera.
Okay. Is it, do we have the capability to, if hypothetically, I'll phrase it that way, if we chose to sell city property to the federal government for a marginal price like $1, And with an agreement, because we can't choose which governments federally get elected from time to time, that it would remain a public park.
If council were to direct staff to engage in negotiations with the federal government regarding the transfer of city property, that would be an option that would be available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Any other questions of staff? I have a couple.
If I may add to that comment, my apologies, Mr. Chair. To the extent that that question is being asked in the context of this transaction, though, there would be further legal advice that I would provide in camera session.
Obviously, we can't speak about those things in public, so it's merely a hypothetical scenario, and I appreciate your response. Thank you.
The physical layout of the land that we're giving up, I have an aerial of it. Can we build a library on it, a community center, a recreation center, an arts hub? Does it have the physical asset to build institutions like that?
Through the chair, the property in question that is owned by the city, the land and the water, are sandwiched between the Ontario Place parking lot on the south side of Lakeshore Boulevard, and they also cover a portion of the South Island. So the property is very irregular in shape, very linear, and it would be difficult to use it for anything other than public realm and open space. Thank you.
Now, I'm looking at one of the parcels we're getting. I believe it's adjacent to Inukshuk Park at the corner of Remembrance Drive and I believe Lakeshore Boulevard West. Oh, talking about this public domain. Do you know the acreage of that site?
Through you, the chair, the parcel you're referring to is approximately 1.5 acres.
Right. And could any community assets, city assets be built on that? Let's say an elementary school, it might be on the small side, but an arts hub, library. Are there any restrictions to how we want to use those lands?
Through the chair, those lands are currently designated as part of our green space system, effectively parkland, and the intention would be that they would be operating as public parkland with the permitted uses as such.
Okay, so they'd be expanded as parkland. Now, it was touched on by Councillor Matlow, if we refuse this deal, the province, like anyone else, has rights under the Expropriation Act. What would we realize from this lakeshore parcel? I guess it looks like sort of waterfront beach that we're giving up. It looks like the barrier between Lakeshore Boulevard West and Ontario Place. Some of it seems to be in water. Can you expropriate water?
So to you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to outline the powers of expropriation that are available to the province in a general context. To the extent we're talking about specifics related to this site, I would advise that we're approaching the point where the conversation and legal advice should be in camera.
Okay. I don't think anyone's in the mood to go in camera at this stage of the day. But basically, there's a process under the legislation that the province would take, but they'd still be required to financially compensate the landowner. They can't come in and just take it. Is that correct?
The Expropriation Act does contemplate financial compensation if action were taken under that legislation.
And considering what the report says, it seems that we're getting more than we're giving up. I mean, that's clearly written in the report. Would you concur?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'll defer to Krem on that. Thank
Through to you, Mr. Chair. No, it's from an acreage perspective, it's of equal value.
Well, on page, I think, 4 of your report, you say that the province of Ontario's real estate is required to advance the development of Ontario Place and increases the city's real estate holdings along the waterfront if this deal goes through. Increases seems like we're getting more. Is that not correct?
Not in the context of what it's written. What it means is that we're getting additional shoreline.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? If not, we can go to speakers. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Forgive me, Chair, because I'm struggling to find that same paragraph, but I'm going to ask staff, and if I ask something that shouldn't be in camera, just please tell me. But in terms of the lands that we are acquiring, can you tell me why they may be superior to the lands we're giving up? Is that okay at this stage? If it's not, just tell me. It's fine.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. From a parks utility perspective, which was one of the criteria in the official plan, the properties in question are superior given, well, you have to think of them as two properties. The Inukshuk Park property expands an existing park and is a large contiguous property as opposed to the narrow fragmented linear piece that we're transacting on. And then control of the western waterfront lands helps us advance the master planning exercise council has directed us to revisit and gives us long-term control as opposed to the uncertainty we experience there right now.
The lands that are being exchanged, at least the lands that we're giving up, contains a mix of water and land. Do the lands that we're acquiring contain a mix of water and land? And if you're not able to answer that, please say so. That's fine.
Through the chair, as set out in the report, the lands coming to the city through the proposed transaction would be all land, whereas as you did identify, the land the city is giving up is both water lot and terra firma land.
So I heard someone say, Mr. Matozo maybe, that they were the same in acreage or in size, but is the ratio of land to water changing? So are we getting more land than we're giving up?
Through the chair, the city would receive more land than is giving up, in your words.
To the clerk, could you display the map? No, the map from the report. Yeah, the aerials. Just for the benefit of the public viewing and so on, I may not have the report, but the area in red, that's the area that the city is proposing to surplus, right? And so that looks like a lot of water. So what we're taking back would be larger land area than that.
So through the chair, that is correct. And as we had reported previously, the province is interested in acquiring approximately 10 acres of water and 6 acres of land.
And so who operates in that space right now? Do we have any presence? Do we have a park there or anything like that?
Through the chair, that land is not currently operated by the city as parkland.
Oh, okay. So that even though we own it, it's homogeneous with the Ontario Place site. If I'm standing there, it all looks the same, right? Is that correct? Do we have a garbage can there, a bike share stand, anything?
Through the chair, that is largely correct. I would just point out the Western Watercourse is a piece that is used by boating organizations. So that is publicly used and permitted by the city, and that would continue to be the case.
Can you show the other map, if you don't mind, Madam Clerk? So the other question I had is, there's this map that the province put out. It's not mine, it's theirs. But I just wondered if staff have seen this, and, you know, for the benefit of myself and the public, is this largely representative of what the proposal is to date? This was on the provincial website as of April 18th, I think was the date.
Through the chair, this image was released on Tuesday by the provincial government. And there are some things here that are not part of the applications that have been received by city staff and under review by the City Planning Division, but it does reflect generally what we've understood as the project for some time. There are some new pieces that were announced on Tuesday.
But the point I'm getting at in this is that, you know, although I'm cautious about relying on renderings and stylized things, can I take relative comfort that this is aligned with what we're talking about? And if a member of the public sees this, this is what's being discussed down there. If it's a fair representation.
Through the chair, it is a fair representation of what's being discussed, although with some new pieces that were first announced on Tuesday.
What is the new piece?
The location of the Science Center.
I see. Okay, but everything else generally. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we're done with questions for staff. We can go to speakers, and I believe Councillor Holiday did make an early request to speak first, and then we'll go to Councillor Malik, and then Councillor Matlow. That was a tie. Can you guys flip a coin or something? Anyway, Councillor Holiday, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that the committee adopt the staff recommendations, and should that motion fail, that the committee send the item to council without recommendations. If I can continue to...
Point of order.
You stop my time.
Point of order. You can stop the time. On a point of order, the committee the staff recommendations are before us, and the correct procedure is we consider amendments to the committee recommendations, and we can't make a motion contingent on those failing and then have another motion. That's just not in order.
Councillor Holiday, correct me if I'm wrong, is moving the staff recommendations to approve the declare the land surplus. That's what's before us. That's the only thing before us.
No, he's moved a conditional motion.
No, he's moved a secondary motion that if that first motion fails, if the staff recommendation fails, he wants to move it to council without recommendation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So on a point of order, if other motions come forward, they get considered before the report, correct? Their amendment.
Well, the only motions I can think of is a deferral or a referral would normally take precedence.
Okay, thank you. That my point of order is cleared up.
Yeah. So there'll be several motions, so we will work out with the clerk the proper procedure on which take precedent. But I think I've answered the question.
Thank you very much.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. So members, so much to this, but I think at the heart of this is provincial land, and this is a provincial initiative. And I realize that there are a number of passionate views out there about what the province should or should not be doing with provincial lands. I put up the map that they released. Some people would like what's on there, some people wouldn't. What's before us is very, very narrow. It is the declaration of surplus of a very, very distinct and narrow piece of space that I would suppose is related to the work that the province is trying to do. Staff have been very diligent in trying to make an arrangement with the province so that we can pick up some other land in exchange, perhaps land that is more valuable. And I realize that committee members may have different opinions and ideas on this, but I think really at the heart of the matter is council and committee need to make a decision as to whether they are going to fight the province and fight the proposal of another entity or cooperate. And boy, there are not enough times and hours in the day to just fight everything. I mean, we are involved with so many things that the province does, including public transit, billions and billions of dollars and really, really complicated proposals. And so I guess the question is, do we want to enter yet another fight over something that is largely in their control? It's kind of like taking taxpayer dollars and fighting other taxpayer dollars over, a split public opinion on their project. And so, this often, I think, is the problem with government and orders of government. And, maybe why the public is so disenchanted with government at times is that we just spend our times fighting amongst ourselves, not really accomplishing anything at all. What's the potential outcome? Well, I think the report alludes to it, that, if we don't declare it surplus and don't reach some kind of amicable deal so they can move forward with what they're doing, they'll just potentially come and expropriate it. Maybe leave us with less. Maybe it'll delay their project, maybe it won't, I don't know. But, sometimes you just have to get along with someone else. And I'd put to the committee, you just evaluate, how catastrophic is this proposal? I mean, I showed the plans up on the screen. Is it all that bad? Maybe. But I think you should gauge what the public and your constituents may truly make of this. Really how much it matters, just in terms of all of the things that we need to deal with the province on, and that, we may be clever and cheeky and win this battle if we don't approve this. But I wonder if they'll just make up for it somewhere else. So I don't think this is a big ask of committee and council. I understand others want council to get into a fight that they have with the provincial government. And, if they don't like what they see, they should write to the minister or contact the premier or contact their member of provincial parliament and protest. That's fine. That's democracy. But it's just such a draw on resources at city council, and I just see it over and over again, that instead of focusing on the things that is immediate at hand and looking after a city, we have to get into a fight, which is between other orders of government, that's pursuing to a solution, to a site that, agree or disagree, is being used. It strikes me as terribly underutilized at this point in time, and it has been that way for some time, since a lot of the operations have been seized. And that picture I put up seems a whole lot better than what is happening today. Again, what is the value of our time and resources, and what's the value of having this fight? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. I'll turn the microphone back over to you and the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Councillor Bravo. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I lost track of who's next. Councillor Malak.
Thank you very much. I want to thank staff from Corporate Real Estate Management, City Planning, and the Waterfront Secretariat, and all divisions for their continuing work on the Ontario Place redevelopment proposal. I also want to deeply thank all the members of the public, residents, and community members who took time to make their views heard today and throughout this process. Today's public discussion is another demonstration of the commitment to the future of Ontario Place that we have. It matters to all of us. Ontario Place is treasured by generations of Torontonians and a year-round destination park on our city's waterfront. It should be thoughtfully conserved and improved for the future. We have to get this right, and that means we have to make thoughtful choices on transparency and timing. As the local city councillor for Ontario Place, I exercised my option to have the declaration of surplus brought forward through this committee and city council. I believe, as I know all my colleagues would agree, that putting every decision point on this important application through a more democratic, transparent, and sound process is critical to making the best decisions in the interests of the city and its residents. I've proposed a motion that will be put forward on my behalf that this item be deferred until such time as City Council approves the application for Ontario Place, and the Province of Ontario has provided Toronto City Council with a copy of the lease with the private tenant on the West Island site of Ontario Place, and to gauge the federal government's interest. It's regrettable and frankly unacceptable that decisions on such an important public space began with a complete lack of transparency by a provincial government that announced its plans with closed-door decisions and no prior consultation with the public or the City of Toronto on a vision for how this space could be revitalized. We know good process matters and meaningful consultations with Indigenous communities, Toronto residents, and people from across Ontario can create better outcomes. Decisions made through a public process with transparency create confidence for the long haul. The City of Toronto has consistently advocated for a strong partnership with the provincial government when it comes to the future of Ontario Place, one that is rooted in openness and transparency. And as we heard, when the province first announced its plans, the city took a few powerful and important steps, creating a subcommittee, calling public meetings, establishing guiding principles for the revitalization of Ontario Place, endorsed by Council for any redevelopment. That proactive and collective visioning for the future of an important public space is essential to good planning. The city also put in place robust public consultation processes with substantial in-person and virtual meetings. And so far, we've had hundreds of people attend and many more communicating their views through ongoing collection of comments, including at the committee today. As we heard from city staff, this process of engagement with public and discussion with the province is ongoing. The applicant has not even reached their resubmission deadline, and any final decision by City Council on this application is months away. This is clearly not the time to make any decision that enables the transfer of city lands. It's our responsibility to make decisions in the interests of the City of Toronto and the well-being of Torontonians now and for the future, not for other levels of government. Given this serious responsibility, I believe it's wrong to consider enabling any land exchange before City Council has made a decision on the Ontario Place redevelopment application, a development application that is in progress through an established and trusted process. Last week at East York Community Council, through the status report on the application, we also heard from city staff that the proposal hasn't proven it's an acceptable development for Ontario Place or that it belongs on our waterfront. There remain serious shortcomings at this time on many of the guiding principles that are the benchmark for reviewing this project. It's also very concerning to me and to city staff that a proper environmental assessment for the West Island has not been and will not be completed, undermining the province's own rules. There's no shortcuts for the revitalization of important public land to be done in the public interest. We've heard through this initial round of consultations, Torontonians, many concerns regarding this proposal, and again today through the deputations and the incredible correspondence that this committee has received. Continued public engagement is critical to the future of Ontario Place. The right time to consider the dispossession of city lands is when we have made a decision about the Ontario Place redevelopment application with complete information through a more democratic and transparent process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. I have Perks, Matlow, Cheng, and Bravo. Is that correct? Or, was it Matlow, Perks? Matlow, Cheng, Perks, Bravo. So Councillor Matlow? Was it Matlow, Cheng?
We're all going to say a few words.
Okay, I think I have it.
So. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by thanking the local councillor for Ontario Place, Asma Malik, for her leadership and for her motion today, which means that I don't need to move the motion that I had announced I was going to move, because what Councillor Malik has done has collected the conditions that I believe the majority of us believe are necessary to understand and defer.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you moving a motion on behalf?
I literally was just saying I'm not.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Sorry. We didn't hear you.
I appreciate that. To defer the item so that more due diligence is done. Now, I've been speaking with Torontonians across this city, and to answer, Councillor Holliday's question. Torontonians are saying that their waterfront is not for sale, unequivocally. And they're asking us not to capitulate to either selling or swapping the land that's under the city. Those 16 acres belong to the people of Toronto. It's not for us, it's not for Doug Ford to get rid of it in any way. And in fact, Ontario Place should not be destroyed for a large private spa. This is a place that belongs to Ontarians. As one of the deputants said earlier, there are, I believe it was Norm, there are so many Ontarians, including Torontonians, who don't have cottages of their own. They don't have backyards of their own. That Ontario Place was meant to be our collective cottage, our collective backyard, a place that should reflect the nature of Ontario, the vibrancy of Ontario, the playfulness of Ontario, where we can come together. I used to go there when I was a kid with my parents, and I've got a 10-year-old daughter who I'd like to, show what Ontario Place can be as a rejuvenated, refreshed, beautiful, and natural green space for all Torontonians and all Ontarians. It's also an important part of our local natural environment. We have minks and foxes and beavers, 170 species of birds, 15 of which are provincial species at risk. Why would we want to see that destroyed? Why would we want to see over 800 trees destroyed for a large private spa that most people can't afford to go to? It's not an acceptable proposal. We've also heard, and I want to state this, that we've heard a false impression by some that by moving the Science Centre down to Ontario Place, that somehow is going to stop this spa. No, it would go next door. And it would rob Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park residents of an important educational institution, a place where kids in the area have access to free programming, people rely on for jobs, and a cultural hub in a suburban part of our city. Not everything should go downtown. So, all in all, these announcements that are being made unilaterally by Doug Ford and his government are without any consideration for the wishes of Torontonians, whether they live downtown or in North York. No consideration for the City of Toronto's interests ourselves. So why would we just voluntarily get involved in this? Why would we want to help them? What I believe we need to do is do everything in our power, use every leverage we have, admittedly every limited tool we have in that small toolbox of ours, to get in Doug Ford's way, to say that we want a public park on our waterfront for the residents of our city, for the people of Ontario. And if Doug Ford escalates this, then we're going to escalate our position, that we will meet him. If he pushes us around, we're not going to back down. So I look forward to hopefully having a conversation whenever we get to it, whenever this item comes back, not about when the conditions will be right to swap or sell our land, but when the conditions are right to work with groups like Ontario Place for All. And I want to thank everyone for your patience with us as you've been waiting to speak, to work with landscape architects and other experts to ensure that Ontario Place continues from what it used to be, but actually becomes even better than what it once was. A vibrant, animated, exciting, natural, green, public park on our waterfront that's there for all Ontarians, not just those who can afford the price of a luxury Austrian spa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Chen.
Thank you, through the chair. I want to first thank our local councillor, Councillor Malik, for her hard work to amplify the voices of so many people. And I know she's done so much hard work to be the bridge and to really focus in on making sure that we have a voice at the table, a long-lasting voice until a final outcome is made. And thank you to all the deputations. I too have many cherished memories of running through punching bags, I think, dodging punching bags and swings and burlap sack slides. These are wonderful memories, and I'm a B-town girl, so as a girl far away in suburbia, it was a destination for us to go to Ontario Place once a year. And so I think it's a tremendous loss that multiple governments have let it fade into what it now is. Although, yes, a lot of wildlife is coming back, which is a wonderful thing, but we can see not only in Ontario Place, but also the Ontario Science Centre, the lack of continued investment to maintain our land, our amenities. This is really a shortcoming of our governments in general. And you know, it takes vision and logistical capacity to run an amusement park or a destination, so to speak. And I think that in the Science Center and Ontario Place, perhaps we are lacking some vision. What I would like to say is I am going to support the upcoming deferral, but I would encourage those who are in opposition that there has to be more of a clarity of what are we picturing here to replace it, and does that vision include what that operational and logistical capacity is? Because in the absence of that, we're really not a strong voice at the table. We're just saying no, but what are we saying instead? And that instead has to be something visionary that captures the imagination of not just Torontonians, but Ontarians, because this is supposed to be a destination for all of Ontario. And in general, I think we all have to up our game in terms of logistics and processes and state of good repair, because it's not okay that a beautiful building, such as the one we have at Ontario Science Centre, has been left to apparently be in such a state that it's more expensive to fix it than to move the whole thing entirely. So I'm not sure if that's completely true, but let's have a vision. Let's aim for having a vision of something that highlights Ontario, that's educational and fun, and can be restored as a destination for all Ontarians. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion. I move that consideration of this item be deferred until such time as City Council approves the official plan zoning bylaw amendment application for Ontario Place. The Province of Ontario has provided Toronto City Council with a copy of the lease with the private tenant on the west site of Ontario Place. And once the federal government has expressed its interest or disinterest in the lands at Ontario Place. The specific question in front of us is this land surplus to the needs of Torontonians? That's the specific question that we are being asked. We as council and city staff have considered issues about the waterfront many times, and a consistent principle in our central waterfront plan, in our western waterfront plan, in our consideration of the Scarborough Bluffs and these lands has been that the public has continuous access to the shoreline. It's written in all of our planning documents. You heard from planning staff that the building proposed here actually acts as a barrier to that. The thing that is remarkable to me is that just about any city in the world would kill to be built along a freshwater lake. It is the singular feature of Toronto that gives us an economic advantage, that gives us a recreation advantage, that gives us an advantage of beauty, that lets us breathe in our city. If you're trying to orient yourself in the city of Toronto, downhill is towards the lake. The lake is south. It's literally the marker that organizes everything about this city. We have gone to tremendous public expense to build boardwalks along the east, out past Woodbine, to build the boardwalk in the central waterfront. We've been working on some of the leased lands in the western part of the waterfront to get continuous right of public access there. It's a consistent and central public interest that we have expressed and fought for over and over and over again. And the question being asked of me is, should I surrender a piece of that when city planning staff have yet to even receive the revised proposal from the province of Ontario, and when members of council and the public generally haven't seen the terms of the lease? I don't know the answers to these questions. And without knowing the answers to these questions, I'm not in a position to say that these lands are surplus to the needs of Torontonians. I simply am not in that position. Councillor Chang spoke eloquently and passionately about an important thing, which is we should be having a public conversation about how to best use these lands. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. And that is the one thing the province of Ontario has refused to do. That's right. Rather than asking the people who live in Ontario, the people who live in Toronto, the people whose right to the access to the shore of Lake Ontario we are honor-bound to protect, what they want to do on those lands, they went to a private tender and then picked a bidder and then gave them an additional amenity of the underground parking lot without consulting the public, without visioning the way that Councillor Chang spoke about, without reference to our official plan, without reference of our responsibility to protect access to our single greatest asset, Lake Ontario. There is no case to be made without those documents that it is in the public interest that we declare these lands surplus. There may come a day when the province of Ontario decides to make an application for an official plan amendment that would fit with those obligations on this council. There may come a day when they provide us with a lease for a private tenant that actually lays out for us that that's protected in perpetuity, but today is not that day. This is not about being cute or picking a fight with the province. This is about me being asked a simple question. Is it in the public interest to give up these lands? And without these answers, I cannot say yes. So until we have that information in front of us, we should not, as a committee, even consider this proposal.
Councillor Bravo.
I think that the argument that has been put forward to support this report and to declare these lands surplus rests on 2 points. One is we're being told that picking a fight is wrong and that we should fold. And then the second piece of it is that this land is just a commodity that we can just swap, when in fact it's a central piece of a bigger vision. It's a central piece of a vision that Councillor Perks just described, which is that we have continuous access to something that in other parts of the world honestly is considered patrimony. It belongs to everyone. And in an era in which we understand colonization and the commitment to reconciliation that we've made as a city council in policy, the fact that we're talking about this piece of land like it's just a commodity for transaction is really problematic. I think we have to remember how we got here. The direction to staff from council was to work collaboratively with the province, collaboratively. And what we've seen in response is a stealth strategy, a strategy that has underfunded systematically over decades Ontario Place and the Ontario Science Centre. And now we're being asked to jump on something because that underfunding has ruined both. This is really the kind of pressure that we have a duty not to fold under. Municipalities are given tools and levers to protect the public interest and the public good, and one of them has to do with the planning process. That process is underway, and it has the full advantage of allowing for community voices, for stakeholders, and for experts to weigh in. That has to be allowed to continue, and I think that's our duty as councillors. What we've heard so far from people is that with intensification, with the building up of the downtown, we need green space. And when this asset of Ontario Place was initially designed, it was supposed to be an inclusive public space for entertainment, for education, for recreation, and for programming that reflected the province's people, culture, and geography. What's being proposed is completely at odds with that vision, the initial founding vision. And I think out of respect for the people that created that, which are the people of Toronto, as we protect the notion of green space. But I also think there's a fundamental problem with what's being proposed, which is that every attraction should be downtown in the case of the Science Center, and that we don't listen to the people who are downtown who need access to this place. That's not how we build a vibrant city. I think that we have to allow the planning process to continue, that it's crucial to listen, that council has to decide, and that this process has to be done openly, accountably, because we cannot afford any more backroom deals here. I think that the deferral is sensible, it's prudent, and it's responsible, and it's what the people of Toronto expect of us.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. I guess I'm the last speaker. I have a motion, and I think one thing we can decide on today or agree on is we need more information. And I'm directing the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate, to provide a supplementary report to the May 10th and 11th, 2023 City Council on more details of the land exchange between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario related to the Ontario Place redevelopment, for consideration by Council, including estimated size of the parcels of land and enhanced aerial views of the locations of the property, and any other details that they see as adequate. You know, the people of Toronto and beyond want to get back to Ontario Place. They want to see that their elected officials are getting down to business and making decisions and moving things forward. What you have before you is a classic Pyrrhic victory. If this carries, to defer it back to staff, many of the opportunities that are before us will be lost. I have spoken with staff, and I've read this report several times, and although it's lacking in some detail, staff have brought to us what they think is the best deal possible. And when it comes to real estate, usually your first offer is your best. To go down the road of a potential expropriation of the type of landmass that we own at Ontario Place will likely result in us getting either pennies or crumbs, take your pick. That is a bad route that will have a bad outcome. You know, when you look at our last venture in crossing swords with the provincial government and the courts, Toronto versus the Ontario Attorney General of Ontario, if you read the Supreme Court decision, and I don't agree, obviously, with it, it was a 5-4 decision, the weakness of municipalities before the courts and before statutes is shocking, even though 80% of Canadians live in cities. And I think the Supreme Court decision and the conclusions that they came to was terribly misguided. But at the same time, they have set a precedent that our position in this situation is extremely weak. And yet, when I look at the parcels that we are being offered, I think it creates an enormous opportunity. I respect the reviews of the local councillor, but if I had Innisuk Park in my ward, and I was able to get that whole parcel to the west of the park, including, and then have the opportunity to develop as either a community or city asset or a parkland, I would grab it. I would grab it because that is so rare to be able to expand parkland in our current planning environment. You know, when you look at the private sector, it's all over the waterfront. I know there's, and I don't know this company, this or what the spa is, whether people go there and I don't know, they put mud on their face all day and they just lie there. I really don't know what that's all about. There aren't many details. But the private sector is all over the waterfront. Charter companies, boat rental companies, restaurants, and so forth. The private sector is basically running all the amenities along the waterfront. So it's not that unusual that that private sector is not is participating in the redevelopment of Ontario Place. Do I think the plan is the best possible? Probably not. Do I think that we could do better? Probably. But do I think that this is the best deal we're going to get? Yes, I do. And I realize there's a lot of political forces at play here. And I think it's very important that when an opportunity comes up to get more land and vacant land to build parkland and community assets, you take it. As for the federal government is highly unlikely to get involved in this in any way. Every time they get involved in lands in municipalities such as Downsview Park or Harbourfront, they can't wait to get out. It's just not worth the headache to them. They will not get involved in this. That's my prediction. You can go down that route if you want, but I don't think you'll be met with a lot of success. In the end, I want to thank city staff for this report. And I've spoken to them offline, and I firmly believe that this is a good deal for the city, a good deal for the waterfront, and a good deal for the people of Toronto, because they want to get back to Ontario Place. And I urge you to support Councillor Holliday's motion to adopt the staff recommendations. And remember, there's a lot of work to do. Nothing's being built based on what we decide today. We're just declaring the land surplus, and there's a lot of work to do, including further reports. I urge you to support that, not send it back to staff, because the people of Toronto are tired of delay and deferral, and they want us to govern, and they want to get back to Ontario Place. Thank you.
I have a question for the mover.
Yes, Councillor Cheng.
So can we put the motion back up, please? So I'm just curious, because I feel like in our discussion today, we looked at the picture, we talked about the ratio of land to water, we talked about the value, we have seen maps of land, and I'm just wondering what will be different that will be offered on council versus what we have been offered here today.
Well, thank you very much for that question. Maybe I misunderstood something over the last couple of hours, but I thought the theme was there weren't enough details to make decisions. And we're asking staff, and some of it's presumptive, we're asking staff to bring more details so that we can make further decisions on this.
I don't think the move to defer is about more details. It's the little tiny thing that we can hold on to until a site plan is agreed upon. So it's just a chip, a tiny chip. And I don't know that, if this chip, obviously they can bulldoze it, and expropriate, but I'm hoping that we can still have very adult conversations about this. And the timing of this land exchange, I just don't understand why it's urgent for now. So
okay.
I don't know if this motion, or your support of this land exchange, how you view the urgency of it.
Well, the staff report says they want to get it done by the end of the year. I don't see the urgency other than my comments that Torontonians want to get back to Ontario Place. This, as I said, I am going to repeat myself. One of the things before us is a lack of information, and we're pressing staff, and we've spoken, that they're prepared to bring a supplementary report to give us the tools we need to make good decisions going forward. But that will be dependent on this going up to council.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I think we should start voting.
Until those conditions are
Okay. Recorded vote, please. Deferral goes first. Yeah, it's a recorded vote.
So you're saying these conditions? Sorry.
A recorded vote on the motion to defer by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Councillor Cheng, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Matlow. Those opposed? Councillor Holliday and Councillor Pasternak. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes our business for today. Thank you very much, councillors on the committee, visiting councillors. Thank you, Councillor Perks, our clerk staff, our team, our tech team, and of course our dedicated public service who help run the city. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.